Hi, Kiki. Thanks for stopping by, and thank you for the compliment.
Hi, hello. Wow, this Monday, my dudes. Ping. So digital banking. Sometimes I just want to boost a penguin. Oh,
Ivalopi! Thank you!
it's always this clip.
How about I do this?
The still is a banger, so I don't mind.
How about that? Oh shit! Well,
Wait for it.
07.
Wait for it. No, thank
Merry
you.
Christmas, Lopi.
We did the same thing, man.
Something.
Oh no, I think I'm traumatized.
Come on.
That's so stupid. So man.
How you doing, man? You enjoy your trip as well?
I think I might have PTSD now.
I love it. It's my stupid Memorial Day. I couldn't schedule from my pickup for my morning doctor appointment today, so I have to get up 2 hours earlier to be able to call tomorrow. Oh no, Matt. Well, so I have to get up 2 hours earlier to be able to call tomorrow. So, would you woke up to call? Can you just like go back to sleep? Go back for rips? I'm going to be doing more solo repo. So, King Repo. Because I enjoy it. Did I have a say? Oh, this with people, I think, right? Wait. No, enough. Wait. No, because once I start talking, my brain wakes up. Oh. Well, you're welcome to get comfy and chill. We might just play silly little games. And I might put again the essay video of the Deus Ex franchise. I literally have it ready to go. So yeah, get comfy, be chilling. You're here to relax and probably hear me complain about. I need to turn on my other monitor. Hope you get some well-deserved rest. Let me put the chat. Because I still I feel it's right with get on the Indian fuckers. Yeah, it's stupid. I know it's it's hard, you know, because the system should be working both ways. It should be adapt and still work the way is currently, because there is a lot of times in which you see all people that legitimately wants to get an appointment and they don't know how to use the internet, because they are past the time in which they are even getting to learn, and internet is the only way, right? Of this fucker. And there is only internet as an option. And then you have a system that they could benefit a lot from having an internet automation. And sometimes the best solution is have for those that cannot use the internet, and have for those that that use all media, if you want a way to say it. Also, not only for the compatibility. Oh fuck. The compatibility. mostly because I have the personal feeling that no system should be rely only on the internet, because then you have a Cloudflare problem and everything shuts down. Let me see if I can. There we go. And everything goes to the shitter, in which the word stopped working just because analog, for a lack of better speech, stopped working. You know? Fuck it. Hi Swekit, how you doing? Good afternoon for you, I think. Good. Oh, that's good. Hope you had a good start of the week. Yeah, what's good? The preference is entirely POIP. I think that's something about voice, if I recall correctly. So if it goes down, so the elimination. So an app or just an SMS method. Yeah. And the stupid thing is that, funny enough, and I say this because I had to study for work, with all the IA shit, and not necessarily IA, there is a lot of bot automation, right? That can be done so easily. It's like the one thing you should be using it, they are not using it. Lucky 7. Yeah. I'm more fan of the Lucky 13. Oh, I got mud spills. Well. So yeah. No. It's valid. It's valid what you say. And again, as someone that works developing software, I can tell you that the technology is there, and there are ways. And a lot of people can think that, oh no, but if you automate this, then you will cut shops. No, in this case, it's one of the few in which the actual inhuman task of needing thousands of people to just check up one appointment is delegated to an automated response, and people can actually help people that they can see. So those who still require assistance in person maybe or through telephone, they still can be helped. The person that actually is the most need can get it, and the less can still get it. And I say, and I'm not saying less in the sense in the they require less things. It's more like they require less travel to get the help. Because whenever there is a system that has hard access to all people, and I mean all people, I mean my grandparents, right? I feel like that's helping no one. Yeah, that's what I mean. The works will be still working. It will actually make the work for those that actually require the in-person assistance easier. It's like you have a self-serving segment. If you need request for help, you have it. If you can request the help yourself, you don't need to go through the schema of that. No is a shampoo upgrade. There is no fucking gun, as usual. Do I have any coin? The Konusi? You know what? Just fully reroll. Okay, we got one strength. We still got one jump. And maybe I can grab some grenades. If I discover the secret of this one, which, funny enough, I don't know what it is. Naked, I don't know if Naked said or who said that there is probably not a secret room in all. I feel there should be a secret room in all of them. This one must be around this area. But sadly, I don't know it. Oh well. We save money, I suppose. One strength and jump is... Oh, that hurts. That's stupid. I mean, it's the fire... maybe it hurts just because it's the fire entity. Fire hurts, yeah. Fire is hot. And lava burns. I love to say that whenever someone dies in an MMO, to state the obvious so bluntly, because it's so funny. It's so funny to be a cunt sometimes. But alas, sometimes we have to be a cuntable. fuck? Oof, I think it was going to take fall damage. Only that? That's kinda stupid. Oh fuck it, Elsa. Well, as far as I stay far from her, she stays far from me. What is this lack of shite? There's nothing. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Mildly disturbing furniture. You. Sorry. Okay. What? What? The fucking headmaster is actually the problem in this situation. That's probably the other I don't know now. Yes. To think that uranium cups and others actually exist. Not only that, but even radiated ones. It's kinda wild. I was just looking to see the requirements. Or for a free raid application, which... One second, let me try to hide properly. Here. I was looking to see what the requirements were on the free ride application, which is labeled with an Adobe PDF icon otherwise, and it gave me a doc file for fiscal year 23 to fiscal year of 23-24 with spelling errors in it. I'm gonna lose it with these people. Oh, who says 23-24 maybe still applies till this day. Understand? No, that's more than enough. We have to do a solo scouting for the big items. The Ruby Burger. Let's take that one last. Since the Ruby Burger can be easily deposited. Though the spelling mistakes, that's kinda bad. I can tell you there is a poor, more like, I don't know if you would consider marketing. Fuck. Fuck me. It's okay. Oh, the early levels are always the hardest. Later on, once you get a good start, you can... That's when the game actually starts. But yeah. The single player early games are the worst. Because one poor choice, or... And I think they nerfed the headmaster in early levels. Because before it one-shotted you. Or maybe it's because I'm in single player, but... now it two-shots you, Smile. So instead of you can fucked up, now you can fucked up once. Smile. I spilled the tea. I was talking yesterday some things I would like for the single player experience to make it like a valid experience. I got stuck. It's mine. But I don't know how much will apply to know more about the internal systems of the game, which probably you can see them with any game tool, but this modding is allowed. Oh, a loot box. Curious. A loot box with a short map? Who signed this on turn today? Oh, a janitor. Never mind. There is no signing here. God has forsaken this land. Fuck off, child. Oh, I had a deja vu in which Matt tells me I'm doing something wrong with the stream and corrects me. But I think like this in this time I put repo. In that deja vu I didn't. I'm in repo category? Yes. Hi Nikit Prikit. How you doing? So, make it, break it. Hey, look at me.
Guys, if
Yeah.
I get 100 subs, I'll make an OnlyFans.
Okay, I'm going to clip that now
No,
and send it to a lot of people.
no. You wouldn't do that.
So you can... Wow! Oh wow, it still has kinetic energy. Okay. I'm adequate, my nerves have yet to explode. I'm adequate, my nerves has yet to explode. I can quickly explode it if you want me to. Fanboy. The blaster, this is... Ah, just enough. It's a stupid weapon, but at least it's a weapon. That semi-reliable. Not a fanboy, by the way. I don't know, man. I trust Jose. My teammate fell asleep again, and it's one of the last days we can do the boss. I'm not sure if Matt is sad that the statement of marathon or that you are not a fanboy. It could be both. Wait. I'm actually thinking. So, hear me out. A femboy is a male that acts and is female appealing or appearing, sorry, right? I'm good with the concept. Yeah, it is feminine. That's a femboy, right? Right, Matt? I will need your input in this one. I am correct with that statement. Wait, I also want Matt's input in this one. Also Sweket, if Sweket is still there. I'm coming with something. Female is feminine male. Yes. But hear me out. If few percent feminine trying to exact, that's what I want to think. Yes, it retains male, but still accepts its own femininity. Wouldn't be a twink someone that is feminine against their will? So, for example, if Naked says it's not a femboy and rejects being a femboy, but still is a femboy in appearance, wouldn't that make him a twink? Unit, are you getting what I'm going through, brother? I'm cooking in here. I'm coming to a breakthrough. Oh, it's a dog. Howdy, boy. Go, be happy. I feel maybe Naked is a twink. All this time, truly, we have mislabeled him. Because if he rejects femininity of a femboy, maybe that request. I think someone was male but has a type body resembling a feminine nature. Exactly. That's against its will. It doesn't embrace it. I don't know. I will have to ask Josie about that. Yeah, come. Okay, go fetch, play, whatever. Now I think it's more boyish than feminine. So it's like a lower bar instead of what I'm going through. Okay. It's like a lower bar. How will Jose know? Jose know many things. Well. We got the fucking cunt. This gun doesn't do damage. Particularly, it does push. It pushes enemies. It has more of a kinetic damage. So it relies mostly on how do you hit it. Oh, this is too fucking heavy for my weak ass. I might as well. No worry about it. Oh, I forgot to use my coin. You can tell I'm not doing this for the looks. I'm doing because I love the game sequel. It's fun, very arcade, if you will. I might need more energy crystals. So far we have detected 2 monsters. We have the Reaper and Elsa, which is the dog. I don't think can I? I could try, but I don't want to waste time. Since if I am correct, killing a monster in lower levels means they have a bigger spawner time. This is a theory, not this is an hypothesis. There we go. The theory is yet to be confirmed. Oh, a circular saw blade. I could try go for the ice by hand, I suppose. It's not that far away. And the level of 3. You can tell the game works in modules because some of this geometry gets stuck. There we go. Ta-da! And now we grab the fucking circular saw blade. And we go big or go home. There we go. Oof. Okay, we need some strength. The sword, too expensive for not that much utility. We need strength. Oh, I think I see very good shit. We need strength. We need HP. We need an extra jump because it's really good. We need another of these. We need another of these. We need another of these. We can use one of these. And let's see how much that's it. Seven. So wait, there are 2 for 7. Maybe 2 to let it go. Maybe this one, right? Yes. Oh, sadly, only one human grenade. Ew, 4. They are 4? Ew, disgusting. Is there... explosive mine? Sure, why not? We will have to work with that. 4 now. Okay, we have good things. We have a wee bit of strength, a wee bit of utility. What did I got? What the fuck is that? Oh! Okay, we have battery, we have some good weapons. I'm not big fan of the mines. I feel they are sometimes very hard to pull off. But with the gun that hit people around, I feel that's already good enough. Oh, lovely. I feel that's one of the monsters that also, with even that might not have big pool of HP, has a somewhat resistant to fall damage because its body. So, anyways, balls. What? It spawned in front of my face. Game. What the hell? I never seen them spawn in front of my face. I know they can spawn. That's something I'll talk yesterday. But never that it spawns in front of my face. Like that at least. And as far as I know, they don't have an instinct of survivability? Quotation mark? No, it's called other thing. A sense of I cannot remember right now. Fuck. This is something that tells you that the systems of the multiplayer don't apply in single player. This thing doesn't talk, meaning probably everything that is related to communications is disabled. This is quite the big howl. Oh, well. Well. Still there? No. Okay. Anything in here specifically? No. Okay. We can deposit what we have then. Oh, maybe that other room should be checked out. Oh, this is the backstage one. Okay, we have something in there. Anything in the fridge? Yes. What the fuck? Okay, it's kinda worth it to bring the cart. Basket cube. Yep. I mean, if you can make a cube bouncy, I would like to see how that will work. We have a very big hall, which is great. We saw 2 of I don't know how many enemies. What the Something tells me they are. We are not going to be seeing more of them out of the triad level, if that concept exists. Because the headmaster, in my opinion, must have a high threat level. I know the devs wanted to add lore. I don't know how much proper lore have they added though. Maybe Matt knows. I know when they were working on this, on the Museum of Human Art, they made like an RRC, and they did the funny thing of adding literally red herrings to like a letter code. They added the word red herring like several times. Should I worry for that? Nah, it's not worth it. Wait, I need to try. Since I still have to recover stamina. I don't mind if the whole thing depleted, since oh, I didn't know it explodes. Oh well. Worked for me actually. Why won't you taste with me? I say. Oof, that was. Hey, Howler. Howler is the few that I consider good if they weren't as pricey. Because you can scout ahead, grab small shit, and then pull back and focus on all the heavy stuff with the cart. Also the mini carts, for those that doesn't know, can be stored in the inventory. That's the whole cool mechanic with them. Usually it's around here. What is it? Extra HP. Extra shampoo. Let's grab another one because I like to have 100 speed. At least one is always useful. Let's try to upgrade myself as much as I can. Range is something that is useful, but I don't put a priority. Same with the speed. I could go for a human grenade if they cost one. Because this one costs... No, it probably costs two. Never mind. But still I would like the access card. Just because of the LOLs. LMAO. Oh. It hollows. That's kinda interesting. Okay. I'm curious where can it spawn? Because if not fixated, it must have a sort of set of places. Oh, I see. You can spawn below the freaking the thingy. Two on this one always. Yeah, they are cheap. Not one, sadly. Okay, we got several good upgrades. For now we have one health, extra jump, one strength. One strength is still kinda bad. I would like to have at least 3 by now. So now we have 2 crouch rest, 2 extra jump, 140 of health, almost 100 of stamina, which means we need 2 more. Sprint speed 3 is good at this level. I would like it to reach to 5. And we kinda moving to the middle game, which is the most interesting part. We move from the worst, in my opinion, which is the early start, and now we move in to the funsies. Yes. There is a calculator and an ice. Oof. The strength usually is not much as for fighting the enemies anymore, since they changed that. It's more for be able to properly grab shit. Before, oh, is that the jackhammer? What the fuck is this? Oh, this is the prototype. Lovely. What the? That's something like it was concentrated. That's why it pulled my attention. Oh, exactly. I knew it. Die, Logan. You, yeah, I'll stop. You, I got already way too much hit for my liking. I think I hit a... Yeah, it was you guys. So anyways, balls. Sup? This has 3 extraction points. Let's check this and we can cash in. Mostly because having to move more than this is already a pain in the ass. And not worth it either with the quantity of monsters. Wait. Maybe we can take a peek. Oh, there is something I can grab. Anything quick that I can grab? Yes. The computer. Huh. Extraction zone? Yep. I stand correct. The last one should be probably the other point, close to that big item I saw. Chemical. Oh, a loot box. Maybe that would be actually nice to extract right now. Or maybe get closer to another. Be closer to another would be actually better. There we go. What do you get missing here? That one counts as a big item. Oh. Okay. Next one. No, I have seen a clear lack of items. For the quantity of layout. I'm even going to pay up right away. Well. So far the enemies are all mini annoyances. That's kind of fucked up. Ain't no way I'm able to grab that. Fucking Pokemon Center. Oh well. Maybe? Okay. I know what to do. Propane and propane accessories. Do I look like I know what a PNG is? No, a JPEG is. Bro. Lovely. This can go inside already. What the fuck is the flashing Dead by Daylight flashlight? Oh, it gets active even if you don't grab it by the I fucking feel like I'm playing DVD. Okay. Time to move the car. You know, I cannot deal with you right now. Will you fuck off? Thank you. Kobe. Come. Where did it go? Bingo? No, stay there. Carefully, slowly, gently. That's how a card is taken. Aneki, have you been playing Darkest Dungeon? Or only Marathon? I know for sure Wadler has been playing, and I hope he has been having a lot of fans. Sup? Oh, that's a major problem. Coin. Yoink. Another successful extraction. Hey, the leaf blower. A reviving kit. Does this work in single player? Hi, hello. That's something quite. Wait, let me Google. Does the Fibro item work on solo repo? Fuck me, Baldi. Stupid browser. Look stupid. Does the different item works? Okay. Oh, okay, so it's like actually an extra life. Not something that secures a room, but more like an extra life. If I have that 15 fucking what's this? And the tiny ones are not worth it. 6, no. 5. Look at these prices. Disgusting. Okay, let's save some money. Okay, the defibrillator will allow me to have an extra life. It's not something as good. Oh wait, I have a coin. A Bitcoin. Oh. Oh. What's that? It's like... No, I like more of this. Yep. Wait. Oh, again the sword. Guard. Okay. No much energy. We have a defibrillator. Silence. I wonder if the taxman gives any hint. Those are the problems of having low reach. Oh, there is grandma. That's interesting. To be fair, this is the best, one of the best map to fight grandma. Often a lot of pits, more at this late in the game. And grandma is very susceptible to the gun because she is built like a noodle. Problems with grandma. She teleports. Happy Locro Day. Locro? Are you making a fun with my name or... I don't know. Happy 25 of May. Para no saber lo que es el locro. Sé lo que es el locro. But people have called me Locro before because of my name. I don't know if you get the similarity. I know what Locro is. Really? I didn't know that. That was beyond me. Oh, I hear her. Oh, I think I passed down her timer to catch me. Hey, I made it to the top. What do you do the 9th of July? Again? Fuck that. Leave me alone. You can't. Bomb depleted. Get up. Wake the fuck up, samurai. Well, at least for now, she's on cooldown. Also, her name is Lung, but I prefer calling Grandma. And some people might say, it's because of Ruby. No, actually, because it reminds me of the King Granny. I don't know why. From Fairy Hunger, not from Berserk. And we have macro. See? This is what we have to do to macro. Fucking put a lock on him. Fucking macro. Wait, micro. Yep. Oh yeah, Megan. With 2 strength, I cannot lift most enemies. But hopefully, with 2 strength, I can get them if I pulse rifle them, but pulse pistol. Fucking Raven / Crow Skull has become very common item. Oh, the Mika kit. We have blue loot. I see some potions. Oh, Lisa Shem in here. There are some good stuff in here. Let's see what can we do. I kinda hate that they added fall damage. Seems like a no-brainer, but I liked it before when fall damage was a suggestion. It's kinda like with fucking Monster Hunter. Sure, move it from the way. I don't want any monster to literally come and jump in. This is the anti-gravity potion. Useful in a pickle. Oh! A disintegration and stuff. Ow. Oh, come on, I barely touch you. What does this say? Aratal Automations. Aratal. Aratal. Nope. Doesn't ring anything. Oh. This is one of the things that is affected by the arachnophobia thing. Oh. My chatrino died for a moment. Oh, fuck. Fuck you. Thank you. Now this. How the fuck do I put everything without destroying it? That's beyond me, but that's something for the me that is 30 seconds in the future. Okay. As much as I would like to keep carrying shit, this is way too much for a song, so come on, go. Oof. Well, look at that. Oh, I didn't check those drawers. Kind of bad of me. Good, there wasn't anything. Is it the double bedroom? I could use the resting area. Yes, it is. You, the one. a few kind of item that I will actually backtrack just to grab it with the cart. Is that an exit? No. There is a small curry over here. Oh wait, have you seen that Pengu started Darkest Dungeon, right? Were you there? I cannot remember. Hey, the goblin face. Grandma hasn't respawned, but she is due to. You do? Oh fuck. In the collab I died in this fucking room. It's kind of nice that the devs have added like map specific loot. It gives more ambiance, if you will. I didn't check this room, right? Yeah, I did. I quickly pass over it. Nothing up, nothing up. Anything here? No. Anything here? Nope. Which enemies have we seen in this level? The room? Well, not the room. Granny. There she is. Okay, let's see where she spawns. There she is. The girl of the day. background run over by a reindeer. Do 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 do. What? You what? If I catch it, it was a plus. Okay, time to rest a bit. Let me remember a bit them up. That should do it. And now we put this here. Of course. Instant. Is literally instant. Oh. Let's see. Let's see what do we get. Any void stuff. Oh, this one is kinda. This one kinda got hard. I will kinda wait just to test it. But I don't know. The pistol. This is actually a good one. The photon is good for certain enemies, but not quite for much of them. So it's very situational. Strength, HP. We have good items. No lie. What the fuck is Lasius playing? Smile. What did I got? What is that store page? Oh, okay. It kinda looks ridiculous. What the? I'm going to add it to my list of wish lists. Yeah, looks actually quite funny. Please tell me it's not doesn't use AI. Doesn't seem like so, but yeah. What did I get? I wasn't watching. Legs. Oh, I got a beefy leg. Anyways, now we have the pistol, which is, in my opinion, a very good gun. Decent damage, has a bit of kinetic kick and a good amount of fires per thing, and it's in a good price. This trash. This I will like to carry it just to test it. It seems. How much it lasts? Oh, so two entities can exist at the same time. Interesting. Let's see the upgrades. We have a strength. Let's grab HP because I like to have 220. How many jumps I have? 2. A tier could be good. That's quite expensive. Let me grab the gun. But these and the shotgun are quite the best guns in my opinion. Oh, I also need energy. I cannot forget that. 12, 10, 10. Give me the 2 10s. Okay, so we have the pistol, energy, extra range, extra HP. There is another range. 2 seems quite enough to me. How much I have a sprint? Let's try to get a sprint to 5. Oh, I cannot afford it. Oh, let me put this back. I could afford this one, right? Yes. What can I afford is anything else. Wait. This is a projectile. I need. Interesting. Wow. Interesting. Okay. So okay, I need to use the bathroom. Be right back. We might have an essay now. Or you know what? I'm going to take the time to eat. Let me. Good choice. Does not bother Kiki on her day off. What do you mean? Ah, no, it's because I was going to use the bathroom and say, might as well if I getting up, go eat and put the thing. Be right back. Went to eat. I kinda hate that. Mirawak went to eat. Game, just chatting. We put shared media. And we keep learning about Deus Ex.
A conspiracy related to FEMA. FEMA, or the Federal Emergency Management Agency, is a group of people who help out during natural disasters. If something like a hurricane were to hit a state or country, FEMA would usually be the first ones to arrive and offer aid and assistance. Some people believe that FEMA uses these opportunities to get rid of individuals targeted by the New World Order under the guise that they're enacting martial law. In all fairness, the claims do have some weight to them, as a real program called Rex 84 does just that. Its instructions detailed how the US government would be able to detain residents it deems as national security threats if the president declares a national emergency. These people would then be detained at concentration camps operated and run by FEMA. Now, while that may not sound bizarre, as people who are national threats to the country should be detained, consider the fact that following the bombing of Pearl Harbor, tens of thousands of Japanese American citizens were removed from their homes and forced to live in camps during World War II, simply because the government thought that anyone who was Japanese could be a threat to the US. Relating this to Deus Ex, Rex 84, called RX 84 in-game, was a directive that Walter and Bob Page did end up enacting towards the later half of the game. Except it ended up failing due to multiple governments and military officials refusing to comply with Walter and FEMA's orders. Still, the fact that they even have this power to begin with is terrifying, and shows that FEMA and Majestic 12 will stop at nothing until the world is eating out of the palm of their hands. The only person who becomes quite the thorn in their side and has the chance to disrupt this operation is JC, which is why Walter sends UNATCO troops after him. This upcoming section is where the intended death sequence comes in, as you're meant to die either here or make it to the subway only for you to be stopped by Gunther, who will arrest you on sight. This then places you in a jail cell deep in a Majestic 12 lab, several floors below our place of employment, further confirming that MJ-12 is always just a few meters away from us. Helping us escape, though, is Daedalus, an AI who used to be allied with MJ-12 but is now working for JC after learning of his defection from UNATCO. While Daedalus can help JC escape, he has another problem. Walter activated his kill switch, and now he has 23 hours left until it goes off, shutting off his augmentations and killing him for good. To solve this conundrum, we have to go to Hong Kong and meet with Tracer Tong, the one who worked for Paul, to see if we can get this removed. Hong Kong is a gorgeous place, as the market is packed to the brim with people and stalls of all kinds. We also haven't talked about this much, but the music throughout this game is fantastic. I tend to use the OSTs of the games I'm talking about to keep things consistent, and most games have anywhere between 60 to 90 minutes of music to listen to. Deus Ex has a whopping 5 hours of different soundtracks, because there is a different ambience, conversation, battle, and death track for every level, and this goes for any time there is a new location too. Right before Hong Kong, we're stopped at a helipad and need to unlock the restrictions put on the helicopter so that we can escape. This is like a 10-minute section at most that you will only ever visit one time, yet it has a unique track specific to this location. The rest of the soundtrack, though, does continue to go the extra mile in uplifting the life of its respective levels, some of which you may have already heard throughout the video, like the corporate and peaceful tune of UNATCO, or the lonely but surprisingly comforting feeling of exploring the Duclair Chateau. All of it is fantastic and is without a doubt the best collection of music in the entire series. Just because we're in a different country, though, doesn't mean our continued themes of corruption and conspiracy are suddenly going to disappear. Hong Kong has been in the midst of a war between the Red Arrow and the Luminous Path Triad gangs, and at the heart of this conflict is a Blue Dragon sword. The Dragon Sword was made by Majestic 12 in one of their experiments, but the leader of the Red Arrow stole the original prototype. This would have given the gang more power over Luminous Path, so a woman named Maggie Chow killed the Red Arrow leader, blamed it on the Luminous Path, so the two would start a clan war. Maggie Chow also happens to work for Majestic 12, so this whole plan was made as an act by Majestic 12 to keep its power over Hong Kong. So to stop the fighting, we're going to get the sword back, make a few copies, and then give them to each of the Triad gangs so they could stop fighting. As corny of a plot as this sounds, seeing as this could very easily serve as the main plot for a Rush Hour sequel, the reason we're doing this is because the Luminous Path is holding Tracer Tong in their base, so we scratch their back and they scratch ours. Getting the groups to consider a truce is all we have to do to enter, but actually getting them to follow through on that truce is what will happen next. The end of this questline has us visiting the labs of VersaLife, a business owned by Majestic 12. Once we make it down here, Daedalus instructs us how to destroy the group's universal conductor, which is the device the group used to manufacture the Grey Death. Tracer Tong then points out that from the information we gathered, they're planning on shipping some more Grey Death to New York via a freighter, but that freighter used to be owned by Stanton Dowd, a member of the Illuminati. Like all good stories, a steady growth of escalation is necessary to make the story flow well, and since Deus Ex is a game about conspiracy theories, it's only natural that the apex of the game's escalation is a meeting with the most popular conspiracy theory to date. The final act of the game is where things really start to go back to its older roots, as most of these missions are like the first mission, infiltrating a large base for the entirety of the runtime. First, we start with the aforementioned freighter, then we have to move through the streets of Paris, and even take a quick trip through the long, confusing halls of the country's catacombs. Along the way, we start to learn a bit more about Bob Page, as he seems to be the head of Majestic 12, but anything we know about him is just anything the public knows. Well, Bob Page used to be a part of the Illuminati, but eventually broke off to form Majestic 12. Around 2030, a couple decades before the game took place, the US government was about to collapse. Rather than help them, the Illuminati opted to watch them crumble so they could then take the position of power for themselves. However, the US did not collapse, which caused problems with the organization. Annoyed by its current direction, Bob Page then worked with Majestic 12, who at the time was just a small subsection of the Illuminati, to overthrow them, which is why the Illuminati was forced to go into hiding, and why Bob Page has more power under Majestic 12. So instead of enemies to lovers, we have lovers to enemies. What's even worse is that Bob Page also created what's called the Aquinas Protocol, a project that was basically going to be a better internet. But in reality, it was a tool used by Majestic 12 to have complete control over the internet. This is of course on top of the fact that he is currently manufacturing a widespread plague to control and manipulate the population. Fortunately, we do have a way to stop him, but that requires us to meet another member of the Illuminati. Morgan Everett is his name, who instructs us to go to a place in Vanderburg, as the lab there also has a universal conductor that we can use to synthesize a cure for the virus. All of this culminates in the final peak of the story, and just like the Illuminati, a game about conspiracies would not be complete if we didn't take a trip to Area 51. While exploring its dark hallways, you'll be met with a call by your allies, who all want you to enact their plan for the base, which in turn provides an ending to the game. Tracer Tong wants us to destroy Area 51. Doing so would kill Bob Page along with the Aquinas Protocol, which Tracer Tong finds to be too dangerous for anyone to own. The drawback is that destroying this would send the world into a dark age, as it's essentially like removing the internet for good. All forms of entertainment and communication would be gone, and companies would not only have slower production rates, but people who rely on technology for their jobs would be screwed. It's an awful outcome, but one that he considers to be a necessary evil. Morgan Everett, on the other hand, wants to keep the base, and he believes that we could use the Aquinas Protocol and Helios to our advantage, as he also extends JC an invitation to join the Illuminati. While the world in theory would go back to normal and not have the doomsday clock ringing anymore, it would be once again ruled by a shadow organization whose first and foremost goal is to make sure they remain on top. Yeah, they might be a benefit to society, something we will see in the sequel's endings, but if something gets in their way or threatens their rule, consider that a thing of the past, which is both harmful and restricts the personal freedoms the people of the world should have. Continuing the theme of personal freedom, Helios wants to merge with JC to create the perfect ruler. Helios believes themselves to be the perfect ruler because they are a machine and thus lack the human desire of ambition. Helios does not seek power to get something out of it like the previous two. He has no way to feel ambition, so he rules because he can. It also believes that the checks and balances system democratic societies often create aren't capable anymore, as human beings aren't able to govern people. Checks and balances keeps the branches of the governments in check, so that no branch is stronger or better than the other. So the government branches govern themselves because everyone needs to be kept in check with each other. Helios thinks that this is because people who run branches are humans and not a machine like them. This, however, would turn the world into a dictatorship, and can an AI be trusted to do that even with JC involved in the process? Helios was designed to further humanity, but what differentiates between enhancing and not enhancing humanity? Would it take unnecessary or hostile steps in order to achieve this goal, like killing certain people under the guise that it's for the greater good? While all of these endings are great, realistically, are any of these endings good, morally speaking? Not at all. And this might be one of my favorite moments in the game, as it acts as a sort of unveiling of the cloth to show that this was all just a simulation, and that we, like JC, are only as powerful as the script wants us to be. JC is the Deus Ex Machina that can solve the unsolvable, so by that metric, the player too is the Deus Ex Machina, but we can only solve the unsolvable thanks to the devs allowing us to do so. In the same way UNATCO is having its strings pulled by Majestic 12, the player's having its strings pulled by the devs, letting them play hero for as long as they want before revealing that they won't get the ending they wanted. There is no golden goose of an ending here, something has to give. We can beat anything the game throws at us, except fate itself, and that fate is about to be decided right now. While I enjoy the moral complexities of each ending, the main issue with them is that they're all surface level looks at what occurred. Take the Helios ending. Choosing to merge sees JC walk into the chamber, merge with Helios, and that's it. No extra cutscene showing the future, no showcasing of the ending's ramifications. Nope. Just nothing. The same applies to Tracer Tong, which has JC blowing up the base before the game cuts to black. This one I was most disappointed in, as they could have shown how the world was impacted by the destruction of the net, or if it even had been affected at all, because as it stands, we like the world are left in the dark as to what happened. Each ending does come with a quote, which is a nice touch, but it mainly just reinforces what the endings are about. The Helios path ends with a quote from philosopher Voltaire that says if there were no God, it'd be necessary to invent him, referring to how humans, for as much as we like to have free will, find comfort in being ordered around by a higher power, such as God. God in all religions instructs those who believe in the faith on how to live. That's why Christians give up meat for Lent, or why Muslims pray multiple times a day. These rules keep people in line, but it's to serve a higher power, someone that in turn will grant them guidance and happiness in this life and after. This JC Helios combo would be the invented god of the new world. They would be the ultimate rulers of the world. And while that's a solid start, we don't know much about JC's attitude, as much of it is shaped by the player, and the same goes for Helios. Still, the vibe of the endings, if we can call it that, is still strong. The moral conundrums of not being able to discern what is best for the world are the kind of endings I enjoy. I always end up pausing the game during times like this and talking about these endings out loud to myself in order to come to a proper conclusion, which was only possible because I was narratively invested in what the game was about. It put me in the shoes of JC Denton, and I felt like I needed to make the best choice here. Feeling this way does not come from every game. A bad game wouldn't bother with this, and most of your discussion about the ending would be less about which one is the best for the world, and more like which one is the fastest way to the end credits. Deus Ex is truly a masterclass of storytelling, and for this kind of thing to exist in the year 2000 is almost unheard of. It's a timeless classic and easily one of the most important games of all time, and most of the public agreed too. While the game didn't exactly sell well even by 2000 standards, only achieving 1 million sales in 2009, 9 years after release, the critical reception was largely positive, with scores rarely hitting a low of 8 while most gave it 9s and 10s. What's more important though is that Warren Spector was able to make his dream game, and what a dream of a game it was. It's only natural though that a sequel would follow, but how do you make a sequel to one of the most impressive games of all time? Unfortunately, I don't have an answer for that, but I can say with absolute certainty that Invisible War is not the correct one. While initial sales and reviews were met with positivity, many people in retrospect, including Warren Spector himself, see Invisible War as the weakest entry in the series. The game is the antithesis of everything that made the first game great. There were some valiant attempts to replicate the beauty of the original, but a lot of it fails to meet that standard. Most of this comes from the oversimplification of the old systems. There are no longer different calibers of ammo and various types of ammo within the same caliber, as all ammo within the guns is universal. Logins, passwords, or keycodes no longer need to be typed out, and instead are just able to be opened if you have the respective code. Health is no longer split between your limbs, but is now just a singular health bar. Skills and augments are now just morphed into augments, and multi-tools, ironically enough, actually live up to their name and are a multi-purpose tool, keeping their original purpose, but also gaining the ability to unlock things you would otherwise need a lockpick for. As much as it sounds like I'm complaining about this though, I don't really mind it. Mostly. Deus Ex was quite rough around the edges, and Invisible War does attempt to smooth out those edges, but it ends up going too far. The gameplay isn't bad enough for me to dislike it, but I'm also not dropping to my knees and screaming, how could something this genius possibly be created by a mere human? It's okay. It functions, and that's about it. And this extends to most of the game, including its story. It does things, that's for sure, but I have no strong feelings about it either way. What a real shit position that is for me to be in. A good game is fun to talk about because you get to gush about its beauty and impressive quality. And if it's a bad game, I can lament about its systems, offer constructive criticism, or just simply share something that didn't quite work out the way it was intended. I struggled to do either of that with Invisible War, as it's right in the middle. Not bad, not good, but boring. Most of my playtime was just spent idly playing, not really engaging with the content in front of me because of its utter failure to keep me interested. The world of Invisible War feels as lifeless as the game itself. What made Deus Ex shine was its attention to detail. NPCs were walking and talking with each other, and some may have even gotten threatened. Like this boy in Hong Kong who you could follow for a solid 10 minutes, and within that time berates this woman, reports back to the Luminous Path, goes back expecting money, reports his success to the guard, and then goes back to the kiosk to do what he was told to do. All of that happens independently of the player and can be missed if they don't pay attention. Almost all the NPCs in this game sit in the same area and never move around. They are lifeless bodies that only exist so that the player has someone to talk to, rather than feeling like an actual person in the world. One of its biggest failings, though, is actually one of its biggest innovations: the factions. Invisible War gives the player the ability to join up with various factions and now occupy the land. For context, Invisible War takes place 20 years after the first game, and due to what was called the Collapse, the world has been sort of splintered, leaving newer groups the opportunity to pop up and reap the benefits. This also sounds like the Dark Age ending, implying that that option was canon, but it's not that simple, and I'll explain why later. But these new groups consist of the World Trade Organization, or the WTO, the Order, and the Omar. The WTO is a very basic military faction that has gone head-to-head with the Order, a religious fanatical cult of sorts that despises augmented people and want to purge the world of all biomodification. Once you leave the tutorial area, you can choose which objectives you want to accomplish. If your values align more with the WTO and their love for capitalism and commerce, then you can join them. But if you want to join the Order, even though you yourself are a biomodified human, then you can be their lackey too. The issue is that all of the decisions you make won't matter anyway. The game is nice enough to label each objective by who gave it to you, but more often than not you can do both since each group has different goals. Here in Cairo, the Order wants me to find out a cure for the plague polluting the city, while the WTO wants you to destroy a greenhouse. While this could provide a morally interesting choice, the player can just do both with very little consequence. This is also further compounded by the fact that Cairo is the only location you come back to. Unlike the previous games where your actions could evolve and change, allowing you to see the consequences of your actions, many of the decisions are never seen due to the game's insistence on giving you new locations to explore, rather than the old ones. In all fairness, not every decision is like this. Sometimes the choices you make can be heard about at a news station, which is about the laziest way you could do it, but at least they consider the fact that players might be curious to hear about what happened as a result of their choice. There are also a few missions where the two groups' ideals do intersect, like when you have to choose between sparing or killing a specific NPC. Where this drops the ball, though, is the lack of consequence. Minus one moment, most of these missions result in the opposing side angrily calling you, disappointed that you would side with the enemy. It's like the equivalent of internet bullying. All bark, no bite. That one moment, though, did admittedly catch me by surprise, but even that was met with dissatisfaction. I had decided in Egypt to do the WTO missions first and then the Orders. Well, the second-in-command of the Order didn't like that I did the WTO missions, so she called me letting me know that I betrayed the organization and that a hit squad was on their way to kill me, which is exactly what happens. However, not only was this the only time this ever happened among all the factions, but the second-in-command called me after I dealt with them and basically said, "You survived this, but I hope you learn that we are not to be messed with, and you'll follow our orders next time." You just sent armed thugs to take me out. I feel like we passed a point of no return regarding our friendship like 5 steps ago. This is also, of course, not even mentioning the fact that both of these factions specifically work for the same group. Both the leaders of the WTO and the Order are members of the Illuminati. They did this so that the people could have healthy competition. The WTO is a capitalistic and commercialized group of people, while the Order completely opposes those exact ideals. Among, of course, the more sinister belief that they don't like biomodifications. The plan was eventually to unite the world through these groups and bring them under one secular society, which would create their new world order. Part of me understands why this is here, because the game wants to make the player feel disappointed and worthless, that all their decisions were pointless, because all they were essentially doing was stoking the fires between each group, which only served to grow the Illuminati more. Like how there's 24 different chocolate brands under the same name, so no matter which one you buy, the house always wins. But this doesn't work here, as everything is meaningless. This whole mechanic was designed to give the player the freedom to choose which faction they want to support, but it doesn't go anywhere since there was never any choice to begin with. The causes and effects were all fabricated, a lie spun by the Illuminati and the game, hoping that you'd be stupid enough to engage with the series' best idea that it's had so far. The game even does this again with a coffee company that's more akin to the example I just used, where two companies named Pequod and Queequid are at odds with one another, and you're able to assist one of the companies by completing a job for them, only to find out that both companies are owned by the same brand, so the rivalry was made just to stoke the fires and push sales, all while the actual owners of the businesses are worried about losing their jobs. All this is an attempt by the game to lure you in, only to pull the rug out from under you. The game is all about rug pulling, constantly ripping it out from under you with every choice and decision you make until you decide that enough is enough and you rip it up yourself. In a game design context, that is problematic, as you start to look at the missions from a mechanical perspective and not a narrative one. Yeah, I could kill the headmaster of a school who plans to kill all these children because he's secretly working for the Templars and they hate biomodified people, or I could report it to the police and get a citizen's bonus and then hope they follow up on their job. I could also enroll a girl into that school, even though that would basically be the equivalent of signing her death sentence, but her mother's paying me, and I like money. It's the exact same problem we talked about in the previous section. Being narratively invested in the fiction has you taking a simple request like this with extreme care and consideration. but doing so means you're already more invested in the game than it is in itself. To top this all off, we have the third group that I've been neglecting to talk about, the Omar, and they might be the most disappointing of them all due to their underutilization in the plot as a whole. The Omar are a group of over-modified beings who only care about being the strongest and using the top-of-the-line modifications, even the ones that are illegal. They also modified their prefrontal lobes of the cortical interface so that all the Omar are under one collective hive mind. It's highly disturbing, and even though the visuals aren't doing them any justice, the idea that they are more machine than man is easy enough to understand. They are opposites to some of the factions in this game, as those groups would prefer the world to be organic and normal, while the Omar see themselves as the next evolutionary step for humanity. All of that is fantastic, and they are still by many metrics my favorite faction in the game. But that's just what they are in the lore. In-game, they're little more than black market dealers. All the Omar do in the game is sit in a secluded area of the map and sell you items. They might even give you a discount if you perform a service for them. But none of the services have anything to do with the other factions or the plot at large, as most having you kill specific people and then finding their enhanced biomodifications that you can scan them and give them to the Omar. It's the worst possible way to drop the ball, as the most interesting faction in this whole game are just merchants. The factions of Invisible War are its most ambitious and worst mechanic in the game. Giving the player the option to choose who they want to side with is such a great idea, as it further expands the play how you want plan that Warren Spector wanted for the series. But the factions themselves are lifeless, hollow, not likable, and rarely important, which is a problem as their never-ending conflicts are the central plot of the game. Invisible War may have a major focus on factions, but it also has a major focus on its protagonist, Alex D. Set 20 years in the future, Alex was sent to a place called Tarsus Academy to be trained for humanity's future. The trainees here would undergo many exams and tests to be selected for a variety of jobs, ranging from world leaders to security guards. Originally, he was stationed in Chicago, until terrorists came by and blew up the whole facility along with most of the city, forcing them to go to their branch in Seattle. Joining Alex is 3 other trainees, Clara, Billy, and Leo. It's eventually discovered, though, that this Tarsus Academy is just a front for a group called Apostle Corps, who made the company to experiment on the trainees. That's because Apostle Corps is run by J.C. Denton. This group wasn't mentioned in the ending, though, which begs the question of what ending was actually chosen. Well, the answer is all of them.
I love when games do that.
Well, despite each of the...
No, like when a sequel comes with with all the possible endings being correct and not at the same time because implications.
These endings requiring different steps and ending in multiple different ways. Canonically, JC merged with Helios, killed Bob Page, blew up Area 51, causing the Aquinas network to go dark, and then tried to join the Illuminati, except the merging caused severe damage to JC, forcing him to be put into suspended animation for the time being. As for the why, well, I don't actually know. All we have is a comment from one of the devs who just thought that all the endings at once would be better than just one. Usually, 3 heads are better than 1, but 3 is also a crowd. Still, I don't mind the decision, mainly because it kept the one thing I cared about, which was the dark age of the internet, and that is what gave birth to the collapse. A period where all over the world, countries were at war and the world was plunged into an economic recession. It's the start of a very interesting post-apocalypse/dystopian setting. Too bad most of the levels we explore look fine and untattered, or sometimes even better off than you would expect, which doesn't exactly connect well to the ending, but the idea is there. JC is doing all this with Apostle Corps, though, because they need someone with his DNA, and that's why the trainees, including Alex, were undergoing so many tests. Oddly enough, Alex Denton was teased back in the first game. In Area 51, there are tankers filled with clones, one of which is named Alex Denton. Back then, it was a scary reminder that JC is nothing more than a tool and could have been easily replaced, just like how we replaced Paul by taking on his missions and using his contacts. But now it's used as a method of foreshadowing. But Apostle Corps should have probably left him in the tank for a bit longer, or at least taught him some basic communication skills, because he approaches every conversation without even a hint of personality. He is quite possibly the blandest character I've ever listened to.
Hi, what's going on? It looks like this facility is under attack.
I appreciate that. Listen, I'm serious. You didn't hear the explosions? I saw a guard killed right in front of me in the apartment level.
The trainees we meet are a bit better, but their quality does vary depending on who we talk about. Each of the trainees have their own journeys that they go on throughout the game, and is the one thing that the player can see evolve in real time due to their decisions. The 3 of them all go to different organizations after realizing Tarsus and Apostle Corps were just using them. Billy goes to the Order, Clara to the WTO, and Leo to the Omar. Clara's story isn't exactly interesting, but it is realistic, as she wanted to join the WTO to uphold their values. She'll join you on a couple missions, then tell you about how well she's doing at the WTO. And even though she does learn that it's really the Illuminati pulling the strings, she says that she still believes in the WTO, just not its leader, which is a bit of a naive way of looking at things, but I kinda get it. It eventually ends with her being kidnapped by the WTO, forcing us to comply with what the Illuminati wants us to do or have her die as a consequence. You can, however, rescue her yourself before that happens, which is a nice touch, and she'll be grateful, saying that she's going to quit the organization and live a normal life back in Seattle, further remarking that all this training she did was about killing people and she doesn't want to do that anymore. It's not the most riveting arc for a character to take, but it makes sense and I respect it. Leo's arc is the opposite and was quite interesting to see unfold. Leo starts off as this cocky asshole that's full of himself, but after learning of Tarsus, he goes solo for a while and picks up some odd security jobs here and there until he's recruited by the Omar. Most of his journey is spent doing just that, being security for the Omar dealers, until later when we see they gave him one of their suits, which is the phase.
Okay, I want to play some more Repo. Okay, I have maybe there we go. Repo Museum Human Art. Ah, good start. Is this what the fuck? Well, it looks like I can go through, but I cannot. Anything here? Nothing. It's such a big room. That's quite odd. Oh. We're starting to have a lot of holes, which are annoying. Oh, I look great. Let's take it to the extraction point. I do wonder what happens if you're playing and you already have max green coins. Like, I can guess if you are playing with solo or with the same people, the game might try to, but what happens when that is achieved? Very few items. And I got a customization item, which makes me think this map is going to be humongous. Maybe you won't, based on the quota. A baby's head. Buh. acelera. It's mine. Okay. I oops. Where did my gun go? Now I have more space. Look at that. Oh, let's take the Ruby Burger. This is already hard enough to move, so... Well, now we know there is a lot of enemies. We have the dog, the blind mine, the reaper, and... Little gremlin. An extraction on. Maybe I should keep the closer one and go for another. Oh, below the stairs. Okay. Curious. This is a safe zone. Okay, back. Oh, Ella decided to use me. Let's see. Oh no, balloon boy. Probably that's an enemy. Let's do first a scout around to see if we can find anything. So far, nothing. What the fuck? What's the purpose of this room? Lovely. Of course, nothing. What a empty layout. I need to see more and more balloons. Wait, what? Nothing particularly interesting now. Oh fuck. Anyways. Fucker. Here. Not much loot, but a lot of enemies. And I feel like the type of enemy you could possibly categorize as the easy type. Oh, no. Oh, that hurt. I lost all my weapons for now. was kinda mean. There are some small items over there. What the? Oi. Fucker. We should try to extract. But the horse is right there. Literally is right there. At the turn of the corner. Oh, never mind. I don't have the strength. Oh, that's something that we would really like to get. Oh, the charger. That's something I really like to have. I need HP, AC, ASP. I need one of 3. That will almost top me up. I need more strength. Sadly, 3 is not good enough. Energy. This one of 11. 11? Let me see. I still not capped out. Maybe I just take all this. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm finally awake. It's rough, buddy. Let me check. Yeah. Let's see. Okay. We got level 8? No, level 7. Potential. count pills. Pills here. Don't tell me now they're going to give me the others layouts. They truly see trying to get me more enemies? That cohesive layout. What? Sorry, no. Layouts. Item spawns. But the map size are not that big. This sounds quite strange. Fucking the whole secrecy here. It's like the game says, you have guns. Well, here, there are target practice. That's not nice. I'm just a wee lad. Almost, no. Oh yeah, almost a double. Bye. Very tiny. This one is close to the exit. Maybe I should keep it for now. It's quite close to this. Fucking. Hey yo, you playing Devil May Cry 5? A loot box. Why did I activate? I'm stupid. Am I stupid? Oh yeah, I activated. I'm stupid. Ladies and gentlemen, I am indeed stupid. I think I should pay. This was only useful if I keep it on the tiny rock. Will be more effective now. Get up there. You can. There we go. Oh, I know the problem. I know to see the problem. Fucking hell. Wait. Wow, not even like this. Whew. Okay. Okay. No, stay there. Oh, don't tell me it broke. Oh, fuck, it broke. Okay. Oh, probably it's below. What the? Oh. Fuck. Wait, what is the next one? It's mine. They go way too well when the legs goes out. What do we have? Oh, the lightweight zero gravity stuff. Oh. Eyo? Eyo? Huh. That's oddly interesting. Fuck off. I will have like to carry this. Because this is a really support. This is a support utility thing. So this is now affected by zero gravity, right? Does that mean that allows me to fly? No, because I still have weight. Wait, there we go. Huh. What happens if something with already zero gravity? Why do you fall though? Zero gravity square. Huh. It fully allows the control in zero gravity. Huh. Interesting. Though granted, this one is greater. Right? Wait, what the fuck is it? Bingo. Ew. 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 Oh, it's like this. I see. In the head. What did I get? Oh yeah, I got the eyebrows. Interesting. This is even more interesting though. I do wonder how much charge they have, because this one in particular looks hella useful. This is a lot of time. Five stamina, 5 strength. I need 1 stamina, 2 more health. I could use another range, but my stats pretty much are as I will like of them. Level 8. Nothing on top of here. That's a dead end. Oh, look at this. Silly feller. Banana. Do you want my banana? Sweet Lord. Okay, there's nothing in here, but then again, fucking Cybertruck. Can there be anything in there? I will guess not so. Ooh, 4 with 18. 18. Yeah. That's quite the haul for each. Oh, golden caca. Hey, the explosive boys. A legendary. Yeah, there you go. Okay, there is a legendary box. That should take my priority. Am I strong enough to self-carry it? Quantum drive stack only used with core system. Handle with caution. And we have this. Perfect. Quantum system. Let's secure it. I don't think I have enough. Oh, I do have enough. Nice. Now to exit with life. Alive, sorry. Okay, this time we don't open the first exit. We play it slow, we play it safe. Hiccup. We know only one enemy so far, and that's the bomb boys. Really? Need a fucking humongous baby hell. That's why, but really? Okay. Odds are this extraction, correct? Only one enemy so far, and is threat level annoying. Okay, I can work with this. Okay, big room, big room. Big shoe, big shoe. There's a handle over there. Oh, fucking. items to carry. How much are you? For 4. And you should be around 30 or so. Oh, a janitor, how lovely. Off. 2 really bad enemies. Well, not much the janitor. Oi. Are you sure Gimme is not going to attack? Well, I took 2 of them out. Where the fuck did he go? Bingo? Oh, this is one of the lol. Hi. Okay, I almost have for another extract point. Meaning yeah, clearly not here. Okay. Okay. Crisis advert. What? Lovely. Wait, what the fuck? Hi, Asami. How you doing? Let me shut you up. It's hot. No, you are hot. Wink. Oh, I forgot I had to press room. 1 second, 1 second. So, good witch. Oh, good witch. Sorry. There we go. Oh, that was kind of intense.
Are these
What a
guys
whooper.
Get ready to marriages.
That is great.
Wicked. Let me see. I kinda like who. Eh. Cute. Let's see. Valuable tracker. Some wishes. Is there anything worth it in here? How much strength I have? 5. Let's prioritize HP. The last of the stamina. How much recovery I have? Crouch rest. Limit 2. Let's oh, it's a tilting one. Uh, 15. Dang it, that was a close one. Sure, why not? This is on sale. Some recharge. Oh. Wait. Wee. Okay. We are quite beefy. Actually, that consumes not that much energy. If I rest, I recover quite fast. Will I consider fast enough though? Let me see. Give me the blade. Kind of, yeah. Hitting the road. Level 9, Headman Manor. I feel... Oh. One of the best ones is the museum. Why? Because each room is not as claustrophobic as the other ones. Like each door is very open and leads to an open area. And the rest of the map, mostly this one, I will say. It's like you are very close. This is the one that is the closer. Like it gives you claustrophobia. Oh, I rarely see this. It's layout. New. A lot of no. Fuck! I lost my card. Well, that happened, I suppose. I had to leave one extraction at a time. Wait, should I play the wireframe? I didn't remember that. I think it's the first time I'm seeing the doors self-closing. This is a good room. Okay, this is extraction, the closest to the exit. Let's keep it that way. Let's find another. I might need more shampoo. Oh. guess where with this. This is a good spot to hunt monsters. I didn't open that door. Oh, fucking balloon boy. Ew. Ew, mostly because they are going to be hard to move. But I suppose I don't have to look at the teeth of a gifted horse. Yep. Yep, Coco. The ads are coming. Jun, jun, jun. Come here, you fucking bastard. Lovely. Wait. There are two entities of balloon? Fucking hell. Fuck. Okay. Let's see. I said, yeah. This is probably all I need. Well, come on, there must be something. Fuck. My loot box. Shush. You're fine. Can I change my POV settings? In play of pleasure names of what of sensitivity. I'm insensitive. Camera smoothing. Camera shake. Camera noise. Rich presence of cosmetics on. Oh, that actually helps a lot. But that's not what I was looking for. Settings, graphics. Light distance. Shadow distance. Motion blur off. Lens distortion off. Bloom off. Grain of glitch loop of pixelation small. Okay. Oh my god. Oh. My eyes. I don't even bubble now. Something, let's try this. Radio. No, I did it. Fucking fuck. Pasalang rundo. Yeah. Fuck off. Oh. Wait. Hold on a second. I need to transform into this. Two, because one wasn't already enough. Oh, hi, doggy. Smile.
Yeah, sadly they free-gen themselves. So if I don't make big mistakes... Oh. I did make big mistakes.
Whew, easy clap. Give me. The pulse pistol. Oh, again. Should I go for the same? Will smile. Nine, 7, and probably this is also 7, right? Yep. There is no need for anything else. Interesting. Fuck off. Really? You fucking cunt. Finger. Fuck. Wait, it's not this way? How long till this fucking fuck get out of my fucking face? Oh, fucking. Fucking finally. Oh, fuck that. Fuck that. I'm wasting time with that fucking thing. The wall's up. Terrible weapon. This is actually tempting. No, I should upgrade myself. Uh, 16. Ew. Everything sucks. Ew. What? What? Asa mi stream buen. Asa mi stream buen. Friday? Okay. I'm kinda happy, and that That's not a good sign. What's that? Now Asami can use Teki's POV to show whatchamacallit? Muki's Booba smile. Exactly. Best emote ever. Like this? Yeah. Do you know that it's kinda sad that some people got banned for having that one? I remember Candy having it and she had to remove it. So stupid. I know, obviously, if you have a bigger audience, you might attract people that just want to troll you. And if you have one like that, they are going to come for you, sadly. But I don't know, still. So stupid. There's nothing intrinsically lewd with that emote. Also because it's a set of 2. It works with the POV 1. Mi buen Ruby. Door stuck. Oh no, why you of all the monsters? I'm not in your way. Fuck off, child. What? Make up your mind. Oh, fuck off. how annoying you are, child. I know way I can grab the server. Ah! I have too many fucking shit. Oh my god, this fucking place is humongous. Oof. Oh my god. Yeah, some ugly colors. You're my pet dog. Hi Kiki, how you doing? Yippee. Wow. Yippee. Marinora. Oh, I need something for the headache. I've been playing a lot. What are you up to, nerd? I haven't played pretty much Repo. Repo and only Repo. Enjoying my day off. Helia, bro. And I was getting tired of Repo, so I didn't know if I wanted to like end here and rest, or I don't know. Because I like to take the opportunity to stream whenever I can. Also, Mika doesn't stream today, so I wanted to stream. Maybe I'll do the rest then. No, I think I'm going to take an aspirin and a paracetamol at the same time and take a bathroom BRB. So yeah, I might do that. I might do that. Break time. Yes, break time. So I'm going to game, choose chatting. I'm a close repo. Quit game, yes. I unlock some cool stuff. Let me be in the removing notifications, and let's move to the PRB and put this special gift, which totally doesn't mean what I'm doing. Be right back.
It's one of their transformation. He's eventually going to be selected for Phase 2, which is when he'll receive that interface and be put in the hive mind, but he's getting cold feet about going all the way. This, however, upsets the Omar, who would tell him that they would do it by force if he didn't comply. But we can help him escape if we have enough money, which leads to him leaving the organization. It's a nice parallel to his time at Tarsus, as he's being used as a tool for someone else's gain again. His final moment is actually a part of an ending, which we'll talk about later, but going down this route would be able to give him the ability to choose how to live his life and do what he wants to do for the first time, which is a really great end to his story. Billy, on the other hand, bothers me greatly. Billy is the main character among the trainees, as she is seen in the opening cutscene, and is the only friend of Alex's prior to entering the Tarsus Academy. That's why her eventual betrayal to ally with the Knights Templar hurts even more, as she was a close friend. Pretty much all of it is fine, honestly. My only real complaint is the group she's joining. She eventually starts with the Order before moving to the Templars, who are like a more fanatical version of them. Yet Billy is a biomodified agent, so she's working for an organization hell-bent on eliminating people like her, which strikes me as weird. Billy also doesn't show up for most of the game, so it's hard to tell what actually swayed her opinion on this. If there was maybe a moment where she renounces her augmentations, saying that she had these put onto her by force and believes they have actively made her life worse, which is why the world should be purged of them, then that's a perfectly normal reason to join the Templars. But she doesn't explain why, she just agrees with their ideals, not really confronting the fact that she is among the people they hate. Still, the trainees are a nice addition to the game, as they are similar in structure to Sandra from the first game, a person who meet across the game whose life will be impacted by her decisions for good or ill, and those are the kind of stories I enjoy most in this series. Like the first game, the initial act is the tamest part of the story, but it's also ironically the most confusing. Due to the missions being split across the factions, I was initially confused as to where the story was even going. Each group just had you doing different objectives that conveniently take place in the same locations, and it took a while for me to understand where all of this was leading to, which is right when I was told that they were two sides of the same coin. While the locations themselves are a noticeable downgrade from the previous games, it does at least keep some of the personality of the first game by giving the player multiple options to approach a given objective, and for most of the levels to have tons of secondary objectives to do in them. Now, as I said, most of these objectives aren't narratively important and should only be done for the gameplay benefits they could provide, but I am glad that they at least carried that over from the prior game. Where the end of this act begins is towards the end of Cairo. As while the two groups do have their differences, they both want Alex to find out more information on Apostle Corps, which makes sense given that they're both under the same faction. The Illuminati, Apostle Corps, and the Knights Templar are the three main factions of the game, who will ask Alex for help in furthering their goals all the way to the end, where they provide you with an ending to the game itself. Just like the WTO and the Order, they also have their own conflicts of interest regarding certain topics, which force you to choose who to go with. Unfortunately, that too doesn't matter. A hypothetical point of no return doesn't exist in Invisible War right until you push the final button that officially locks in your ending. Until then, you can do as many different objectives as you want, or outright work against a specific faction by constantly foiling their plans, only for them to still let you join them and take on their ending. I can understand wanting the player to see all the content, but locking the player out of content would be a perfect excuse for another playthrough. Not that I want to do another playthrough of Invisible War, but it would be a reason to do one if I wanted to. Where the story starts to take a turn is just after learning about the Illuminati scheme to use the two groups against each other, as after this we go through a portal to Antarctica, which is where JC is currently being held. Thanks to him being in control of Area 51 at the time, he was also able to avoid the help of the aliens located here. While this is already a very wild piece of lore to include in the game, I'm honestly not a huge fan of how the game handles aliens, and it reminds me a lot of what Fallout 3 did to aliens in that series. In the original Fallout, aliens were a secret event that you could come across. It was meant as dumb fun though, as it played into the 1950s era of Fallout. When Bethesda acquired the rights of the game, they ended up evolving the aliens into more than just a joke by making them a canonical part of the world, and then made the player spend an entire DLC on board one of the ships. It was so very clearly a joke, but they went way too far with the bit, which makes the whole situation rather funny since it is easily the worst DLC of that game. In Deus Ex, Area 51 and VersaLife both had aliens, both of which were owned by Majestic 12. Them experimenting on aliens just showed how much power and technology they had, and it also played into the real Majestic 12. Except in both games it's clarified that the aliens aren't really aliens, but people who were genetically modified. They aren't really aliens, they just happen to look like a traditional alien somehow. This isn't really Invisible War's fault though, as it's the first game that did start this, but Invisible War allows you to talk and interact with them, and I feel like both games' inclusions take away their alien-ishness, and it never sat right with me. Once we make it to the core of the base, we come across JC Denton for the first time, who tells us a bit about his plan for the world. While the first part of the game is all about setting up the Illuminati and confusing you the whole way through, the second part is all about the factions telling you their plans, which will be important as you will ultimately have to choose who to side with. In a nice thematic twist, the game ends where the series begins, at Liberty Island. Each of the three groups have dug themselves into a section of the island while carefully planning ways to kill off the others. Now once again, the game isn't really showcasing that quite well, as the groups are so far apart from each other that they rarely interact at all, but that's more on account of the engine itself and not the game's design. You're also given allies in this level, taking the form of whoever you chose to side with in the previous mission, which ultimately serves to make this whole ending extremely disjointed, as you go into this mission with allies that you can then betray right at the end. The first group you'll come across is JC and possibly Paul, depending on your actions in the previous mission. Their vision for the world has been to make one fully connected universe using Helios. Unlike many civilizations that see humanity as chaotic, something that needs to be ruled over and controlled, JC and Helios see it as something to be welcomed, as long as the individuals are equal on all fronts. JC asks if it's fair that one child be born into an impoverished life with very little food and money, while one gets born into a wealthy family and flush with more money than most will ever see. These differences splinter humanity and ultimately cause more problems, but according to JC, if everyone was enhanced to a level playing field, then the world could improve. This ending essentially ends up creating a perfected version of democracy. Helios has all the power to handle all the branches of government at once. If everyone is connected to Helios, major judicial decisions can be done on a daily, if not more frequent basis. I gotta be honest, I didn't exactly expect this level of complexity from Invisible War, as it not only fleshes out the idea Helios had in the first game, but it also oddly enough corrects current criticisms of democracy to make the ending seem more compelling. For as great as democratic society can be, it's not without its faults. A democratic government usually has a system for how it handles things, which causes things to get backed up and take longer than they should. In a recent study about this topic, it was discovered that most Supreme Court cases on average take about 586 days to be completed. Through Helios, this would be shrunken down to less than a day. Another fault of the system is the constant switching of policies every election year. Since the president can change as quick as once every 4 years, most of their early legislations are the removal of laws and bills created by their predecessor. To put it another way, former President Donald Trump has been very vocal about his stance on immigration, going as far as to build a wall near the southern border. But when Biden was elected back in 2020, he immediately halted production on the wall. Assuming Trump gets re-elected next year, I have no doubt that this policy will once again return. This back and forth switching can be problematic, not just for the everyday citizen who has to keep up with all this, but also for the country, as the first year for most presidents' terms is just spent playing catch-up. And while JC didn't explicitly say this, I can assume he and Helios will be the world's rulers, so their policies will never change and the world can always be on the path of progress. The only fault of JC's plan is actually not with democracy itself, but rather his version of it, as this connection with Helios would be a complete invasion of privacy. It's important to point out that the people would be connected, not assimilated into Helios as opposed to someone like the Omar. But being connected all the time would be exhausting and wouldn't allow for any kind of personal freedom. It's like the grid zoning law from the first game. The rights and freedoms of the individual should be balanced around their safety. And is gaining a bit of safety worth losing some to all of your privacy? The second group attempting to stake claim in the world is once again the Illuminati. Just like before, they want to rule the world from the shadows. They want to know and handle all the business transactions in the world while also being on top at every possible step. They are by far the easiest to understand, as the only thing that's actually changed is their management, who specifically are a nice callback to the first game, as their leaders are Chad Dumier and Nicolette Declaire. Chad was the leader of Silhouette, a French militia group who opposed MJ-12, and Nicolette was the daughter of Beth Duclair, a former Illuminati member and someone we met with previously. Under their control, the Illuminati would get exactly what they want, while also ruling over the world via the use of an AI called Ophelia, who's stationed at a giant spaceship circling the Earth. This would also prevent the Illuminati from ever being overtaken again, like the incident with Bob Page, as now they exist outside the confines of Earth. This ending also happens to be the more ambiguous of the bunch, as the game doesn't show what the world is like for the common folk of the world, but the ending narration does seem to imply that the world is growing, thriving, and is safe. The third group asking for Alex's assistance is the Knights Templar. As I said before, they were a more fanatical version of the Order, and that's because they originally started from there. While the group did exist before the collapse, the new post-collapse Templars were led by Luminon Saman, a former member of the Order who felt that the Order was drifting too far away from its original ideals. So rather than fix it from the inside, Saman decided to create a whole new group. Saman chose to reignite the Templars because his ideals fit neatly with that of the old Templars during the Crusades. The Templars back then fought many wars with the Middle East in an attempt to reclaim the Holy Land and stop Muslim expansion. And the new Templars under Saman want to continue this, but against biomodifications and the push to install yourself with multiple mechanical systems. This is why Billy's decision to ally with them still bothers me, because she's working for people who would see her as a stain on the Earth. and I don't recall the game ever mentioning why she joined in the first place, only that she did because of her hatred for Apostle Corps. This is further reinforced by their end slide, which shows a few bodies hanging from the rafters, while Saman preaches to the group about their sermons. While the group ultimately opposes the concept of biomodification, as their objective is to use counter nanites to remove the mods in people's body without hurting the host, it's clear that they don't mind a bit of murder if it furthers their goal. Doing this would not only strengthen their forces, but it would also weaken the Illuminati, as they depend on these upgrades for their own ambitions, giving Saman and the Templars complete control of the world. Like before, while some of the endings may be more palatable than others, they all come with their own baggage, which is why Invisible War allows you to enact a fourth ending, where you kill all the leaders of the game, JC, Paul, Chad, Nicolette, and Saman, and let the world decide for itself. All of the leaders want to control the world to fit their own ideals and needs. This ending would allow the people, the common folk, to do it themselves. To quote the big boss himself, it's not about changing the world, it's about doing our best to leave the world the way it is. This, however, in a rather comedic way, ends up resulting in the worst ending possible. As for the next 200 years, the world will be caught up in constant wars with a strong rule of the weak, eventually giving birth to a complete Mad Max-style post-apocalypse. I initially found this ending to be quite funny, as it's basically saying that leaving people to their own devices would cause all-out war, but it does pose a rather interesting question about whether or not the world should be ruled by a governing body, as without some kind of control, the world could be chaotic. That said, you could argue that this destruction was inevitable, and that at the very least, the world delved into chaos on its own terms, rather than on the terms of a few high-up government officials who wanted to play war. Clearly, there is a lot of depth to these options, which is helped with the fact that unlike the original game, Invisible War actually shows you the endings from a vision of the future and not the present, giving the player a chance to actually speculate on what the endings are about, rather than trying to piece together what actually happened. All things considered, Invisible War does go out in a really strong way. It's a shame that the rest of the game couldn't pull its weight though. Invisible War is an unfortunate creation, and while I can recognize that a sequel to the original was never going to be a masterpiece due to Deus Ex's sheer level of quality, Invisible War is most definitely a few steps down from that. The gameplay was acceptable and existed, and this hollow feeling that rarely sparked any sort of stimulation in me was carried across the story. The idea of allying with factions was its most innovative idea, but it was also its biggest downfall. As choices didn't matter, factions were designed not to go against each other so that the player could experience all the content in one playthrough, and the few times it did overlap resulted in nothing more than a simple consequence in the moment. The levels and side missions were also lacking the life and energy that the previous game had brought to the table, missions were more interesting when in the context of the reward and not the narrative impact, and the NPCs felt like talking bodies rather than actual people. As a sequel to Deus Ex, Invisible War is awful, but even as a standalone experience it is still hopelessly mediocre. And that mediocrity is almost what killed the series, as after Invisible War, Deus Ex would go under an 8-year hiatus before the release of 2011's Human Revolution. A new game with a new team, new engine, and new ideas. Human Revolution can be best summarized as the modern-day Deus Ex. It takes what made the original game great, but changes things to fit a more modern audience. Like Invisible War, systems are simplified so things flow more naturally, but it doesn't go too far. Augmentations are easier to acquire and understand, but are more diverse, allowing for tons of replayability. The gunplay feels nicer and smoother to use, and many other decisions. While I do think new players to the series should start with the original Deus Ex, if for some odd reason you're put off by its older systems or don't have a PC handy, Human Revolution is a perfect substitute. While there are certainly a few things to be disappointed about, it's a game that's better than the sum of its parts, and it's still to me the best game in the series. One thing that will be immediately clear upon starting the game is how much has changed. 8 years is a hell of a gap, long enough to go through a whole console generation. Meaning Human Revolution is now working with the Xbox 360 and PS3. And thanks to this, the game is able to add more to the environments than ever before. Areas are much larger in this game, sometimes doubling the length of areas seen in the prior games, all of which are rarely separated by a loading screen. Certain areas are closed off and do require a whole new area to load for them to function, but you pretty much go from end to end without ever stopping. These levels are also filled to the brim with life. Each location is chock full of NPCs and extremely complicated looking architecture that probably took months to nail down. You'll also notice that the color scheme has changed too, going from a more dark and oppressive black and blue to a more inviting black and yellow, so much in fact that Wiz Khalifa might even enjoy the game. What's wild is that it isn't even the game's final form, as the footage you're seeing is from the Director's Cut edition, which among many things removed much of the gold filter that was present in the original. While I do think the new edition does look better, part of me always wished they commit to the bit all the way to the end. Among these locations are also quite a few side quests the player can embark on, which further serve to flesh out the world of Human Revolution. Unlike the first game though, most of these missions don't have multi-stage objectives like our meeting with Sandra, as they opted to streamline the missions instead, making them easier and simpler to understand. However, what it leaves behind it replaces with its own story that fits more in line with the game's theme. Human Revolution is a prequel to the entire series, so in story order this is the one you would play first. While this is not only a genius move on its own, as this is a game that is trying to garner both old and new fans, so setting the game as the first in the series means new fans wanting to be caught up, it also creates an interesting dissonance within the series, as its sequel Mankind Divided, while later in the timeline, is still before the classic games. Which means if you play the games in release order, you're going forward in technology but backwards in time, but forward in time and backwards in technology if you played in story order. I would recommend that you play it in release order though, as some of its story makes sense when you have the full context of the past two games. This change in narrative that I mentioned earlier though is regarding its main thematic plot, which is robot racism. To further explain, both Human Revolution and Mankind Divided stories hinge on the relationship between augmentations and the people of the world. To many in this era of Deus Ex, augmentations are more divisive than you may think, as some people find it to be dangerous, unregulated, and unnatural. This has led to lots of political and societal talks about what to do with augmentations, as there are clearly supporters for each group. Most of the game's side quests and aforementioned main plot revolve around augmentations and what should be done with this newfound piece of technology. It also poses some rather interesting questions about our own world and how we treat others, as replace augmentations with skin tone or nationality, and this is just textbook racism. The main difference and counter-argument for many within the game world is that augmentations are not mandatory and are all based on choice, so unlike skin tone, these people chose to have them implanted. That's immediately challenged in a variety of missions that all deal with this subject matter. Take for instance the literal protagonist of the game, Adam Jensen, a man who works security for Seraph Industries, one of the biggest suppliers of augmentations throughout the world. The start of the game will have him killed while defending the facility, only for him to wake up 6 months later with 2 new mechanical arms. While it's very effective for his style of work, he is subjected to scrutiny that others would receive, even though he didn't have a choice. Fortunately for Adam, he is a menacing-looking killing machine, so not many people would want to challenge him, but for the rest of the common folk, it leads to immense discrimination and bigotry. Doubling down on this are 3 side missions I count among the game's best in terms of overall narrative and how they portray the different ways of the world. The first one is centered around an employee of Seraph Industries, who's currently caught up in a scheme but now wants out. Unfortunately, the guy he is working for has evidence of him committing this scheme, so he's using it as blackmail to keep him on the team.
I'm back. Sorry. Welcome, Raiders. I had to run to the bathroom. Smile. Sorry. So, open live. Remove this.
Open sesame.
Cute puppy. Ugh. I'm here, but I will stretch a bit more. Ugh.
What he was doing was sneaking out neuropazine and giving it to the people in need. Neuropazine is the drug that is used to help the mechanically augmented use their augments without their body rejecting it. Since you're basically attaching mechanical wires to an organic nervous system, the body blocks the electrical signals it produces, causing it to be a little more than a paperweight. Neuropazine removes these blockers from the body, allowing the augmentations to function properly. Similar to ambrosia though, it only lasts so long. This time, a week of protection, so augmented users must get weekly doses for them to work. Failure to administer this drug will cause the body to build up tissue, creating more rejections, which could lead to something as small as dizziness to something more harmful like seizures or death. So augmented people are basically on a constant ticking timer that needs to be reset in order to stay alive. Due to this, some people are unable to afford those weekly doses. And that's not even considering the people like Adam who had it forced on them, and now not only can't pay for the surgery, but the lifetime supplies of neuropazine that they'll need. This is actually something some gangs and thugs use to keep people on their leash, so to speak, which is what occurs in this other side mission. As this group of prostitutes that work for this love hotel of sorts are being asked to get augmentations or they'll be fired. These women are likely not getting paid that much anyway, so the boss of the hotel could use his money as leverage to get them neuropazine, meaning that being fired after getting augmented will mean no money and no neuropazine to pay for your recently installed augments. One of the women working here asks us to find one of her co-workers who was kidnapped by a group of men who plan to do the same thing, force augmentations onto her, and then be her main supplier of neuropazine so she can't leave them. In a slightly different example, there was another woman named Jaya who owes money to the Triads here in Hangzhou, China, so we're going to be their debt collector. But as you would expect, the reason for the lack of payment isn't some frivolous reason. Jaya had always struggled in her life due to her rough upbringing, but was determined to be better than her family. The problem is Jaya was always behind her top classmates. Not because she was bad at school, actually quite the opposite, as she was the top of her class, but because the rich kids just paid their way to the top. Furthermore, her career, which is a professional broker, is filled with rich kids with top-of-the-line augmentations, some of which enhance their work, like being able to see a person's feelings and using that to win them over, which is actually something we can do in dialogue sometimes. Jai doesn't have money nor a rich family, so she needed help, which is why she went to the Triads to set up alone. Despite being in different circumstances, augmentations were something they either needed to get ahead or was forced on them to keep their job, reinforcing that augmentations aren't just cosmetic and more often than not is something a person needs in their life. Which makes the previous talk about neuropazine even worse, as it's another pound of baggage to add onto their lives. It's not only horrific to see how all these people have become affected by these inventions, even though their whole purpose was to uplift people, but it's also a grim reminder of the world we live in today. Neuropazine and how it's being distributed and used reminds me a lot of the world's distribution of insulin. While I'm fortunate enough to not have diabetes, anyone with it can tell you that buying insulin sucks. Similar to neuropazine, diabetics need this in order to survive, as without it you could develop diabetic ketoacidosis, which could be life-threatening if not treated. Historically though, the price of insulin has continued to grow every year, now reaching as high as $270 a vial, with most patients requiring more than 1 or 2 vials a month. Now while there has been some talks of insulin being pushed down to a much more affordable $35 a month, that's still an incredibly high markup for something that people literally need to survive. While we can't really determine a price for this kind of thing in-game, we do know that just like insulin, there is a monopoly over who produces neuropazine, allowing them to mark up the prices as they please. Outside of the financial issues, there's also the more pressing societal issues that come from being mechanically augmented. Some people are surprisingly open about their hostility towards these things, calling people augs, which is sometimes used as a slur in the game, to some outright saying that a no-augs policy would be a fantastic idea. The people of this world are openly bigoted towards humans simply because they have augmentations and are willing to bring back segregation if it means they don't get to see these people again. It's why the side quest not being as complete as the original game still works in Human Revolution's favor, as it's shifting its priorities to fit the story it wants to tell. The saying goes that you shouldn't put all your eggs in one basket, but to be fair, it's easier to keep track of all those eggs if they're in one place. Since the story is so hyper-focused on one aspect of the broader world, they're able to keep themselves on track without losing focus. We may not see the outcomes of these individuals and how their lives will have changed because of our help, but we will be able to see in the moment how their lives have been altered due to this game's world-defining invention. So the world of Deus Ex is discriminatory against people with augmentations. How does our protagonist fare within this conflict? Well, first, we have to explain how we got here. The first scene of the game starts with a talk between members of the Illuminati. The only one we can see, though, is Bob Page. Since this game is a prequel, many of the characters who died are naturally going to be alive again, but don't get used to seeing the Illuminati, as this will be the last time they appear throughout the game. Following this is a scene between Adam Jensen and his ex-girlfriend Megan Reed. Both work for Seraph Industries, but for different reasons. Jensen does security while Megan is a scientist. This creates some awkward moments, as it's the equivalent of your ex being your coworker. You don't want to see them, but you still have to show up to work. There does seem to be some unresolved feelings though, as Megan has a toy cop car in her office, which was a joke gift that she got herself since Adam picked her up in a cop car for their first date. Their dynamic and how it expertly showcases the feeling of two lovers that fell apart but still love each other in some way is also helped by the fact that both of their voice actors are married to each other. As much as I love JC though, I have a real soft spot for Adam. His voice actor is Elias Tefexis, whose most recent role was Sam Coe in Bethesda's Starfield. Their voices are so similar though that I've always called Sam a space cowboy version of Adam Jensen.
I never asked for this.
I never asked for this.
They say they saved me, but I'm not sure saved is the right word.
This, like many things, was likely done as a way to pay homage to its older roots, as both protagonists wear trench coats and glasses despite the attire being completely unnecessary. Moreover, Alex Robinson and Pritchard are similar in that they both serve as the hacker friend of the protagonist. And Jock, our old pilot, is now replaced with Farida Malik. The game's music is also trying to replicate the synthetic sounds of the original, and as a nice nod to that score, radios throughout the game might play tracks directly from the original soundtrack. Deus Ex is an important series, and one that needed to be handled with care, and it's clear that Eidos Montreal wanted to keep the original in mind, as they too saw what made the first game great, and so dedicated their time to making sure they could do that with their game. Unlike the music, which I still think goes to the original Deus Ex, the cast of Human Revolution is one I enjoy more. Both Pritchard and Malik have their own unique personalities and even their own missions that the player can assist them with. Farida is a charming pilot who will help Jensen to get where he needs to go. Her mission takes place in Hangzhou, where she wants Jensen to look into her friend's death that she believes was mishandled. Come to find out, it was, as the boyfriend found out that she was pregnant and killed her to make it look like an accident so he didn't have to raise the kid. It's a pretty brutal tale, but given how nice Malik is, it's only fair that we help her in her time of need. She, like Jock, also has a circumstance that can determine their fate. Back in the original, before leaving the Illuminati headquarters, you can find a mechanic who's doing an absolutely poor job at hiding the fact that he is not a mechanic. If you need more proof though, you can find the body of the actual mechanic nearby. Reporting this to Jock has him remark how a bomb was attached to the helicopter, but thanks to JC, he was able to remove it. Malik gets in her own bind when the helicopter crashes, and you can choose to leave or help her, resulting in her death if you choose the former. Pritchard, on the other hand, is incredibly annoying, but it's how he was designed. He and Jensen go back and forth all the time, ripping on each other for even the smallest things, and while it's annoying, there's some of my favorite types of characters, as they always seem to have some issue that needs solving, which usually makes them come around to the protagonist. Which is what happened with Pritchard regarding some security issue with the company that turns into an investigation into Jensen's past. That said, for annoying as he can be, he has some pretty good taste in games, as located in the back of his office is a poster for Final Fantasy XXVII. Well, the team behind it was Eidos Montreal. Eidos Interactive is owned by Square Enix, so it checks out. Quite optimistic of them to assume, though, that we would be on Final Fantasy XXVII by the year 2027, since it's already 2023 and we're only on 16. Getting to the point, I really like the cast of this game, and while not all of them will reappear in the sequel, they were still able to make a likable cast of characters within the limited screen time that they were given. Returning to the plot, while Jensen follows Megan, we get a pretty good look at what goes on behind the scenes at Seraph Industries, and one major criticism of augmentations is its use in warfare. War over the years has gotten deadlier and more destructive, and this augmented tech would further push that boundary, such as this Typhon launcher, which launches a spread of grenades around the user, inflicting harm on anyone nearby. Which, while bad enough as is made all the worse when we too can use this tech, meaning anyone with enough money could just buy this and take out quite a few innocent people. Megan does assure both us and Jensen that while some of their contracts are from the Department of Defense, her goal is specifically to enhance the human body, not destroy it. Which is where she is currently taking us, as Megan is set to present a recent finding of hers that, for a lack of a better word, will unlock the parts of our DNA that have always been hidden. The wording there is quite specific and has been used to placate most people who see augmentations as new things added to the body, as this would simply unlock what was already there. It's eventually learned though that this discovery was because of Adam. Another connection to the original games that the main character is not a normal everyday person, but an experiment crafted by an organization. Adam as a kid was taken to a place called White Helix Labs, where the kids would undergo gene therapy experiments. All of the kids ended up dying except Adam, which is why his genes were so important. Two workers couldn't bear the guilt of working there though, so they burned the whole facility down and had Adam taken to his family so they would raise him on his own. All of this happened not only without his consent, but without his knowledge, as Adam has no idea about this unless you complete a very specific side quest. Which, on that topic, this game includes a surprising amount of hands-off moments like this, where details are mentioned or quests are given without requiring the player to do them. The origin of Adam and why he is so special is a side quest, when usually this would be fit into the main script somehow, but it wasn't, as the game isn't about Adam, but augmentations as a whole. As a result though, Adam is the only person in the world that we know of who doesn't need neuropazine, because his body bonds so well with his augmentations that blockers aren't necessary. This is the discovery that Megan wants to present, as if they could take Adam's DNA, replicate it, then put it in a biochip, people could share all the same qualities that he has, meaning neuropazine would no longer be needed. Now once again, Adam has no idea about this and won't be told unless you figure it out for yourself, so to him he's just escorting his ex-girlfriend to a meeting. That is until his meeting with the company's CEO David Seraph, where an alarm goes off during their talk, forcing them to cut it short so he can figure out what happened. What he originally thought was a bad accident turns into a complete hostile takeover, as 3 Spec Op members of a private military group called Bell Tower have attacked the facility, with the intention of destroying their work and taking Megan and her scientists with them. This is where Adam is killed, only to be awoken 6 months later with new arms. However, similar to RoboCop, just because you're dead doesn't mean you can't come into work, as Adam is naturally back to working with Seraph as security and he already has a new job for him. One of their industrial plants is being attacked by a pro-human group who hate augmentations, so Adam has to go down there and get rid of the attackers. From the start though, the game is trying to plant breadcrumbs that point to a much larger conspiracy going on, as within their ranks is a hacker with neuro augmentations, something quite rare for a pro-human group. The guy's body is later examined, which does confirm that he is indeed augmented, along with a location of another hacker who is working off-site, away from the conflict. Following this lead brings us to a remote facility, which is of course owned by the ever-nefarious FEMA. Unfortunately, FEMA is rarely mentioned in this game outside of this one interaction, but according to our prior discussion, they really are rounding up people and putting them in internment camps, just like the old conspiracy claimed they did. Guarding these places is not only more of the bell tower guys, but the same Spec Ops guards that killed Jensen 6 months ago. These 3 are part of the game's 3 boss fights, and they are quite disappointing. Human Revolution's development was tight. As such, the team needed to outsource some of the production to get things ready and on time. One of which was the boss fights, and it seems like the original team knew this wasn't up to par with their standards, as the director's cut specifically adds new changes to these fights alone. But it's like the old analogy I love to use, which is putting a band-aid over a bullet wound. The director's cut can only do so much to solve a problem, but it won't fix it permanently, as the problem is never on the outer edges of its design. The entire core needs to be ripped out and replaced if it's going to fix it. I say this because each fight is more or less a competition to see who can pepper the other with bullets faster. Take Yoanna's fight, for example. Her boss fight is this large circular room with lots of cover and a few lockers to take ammo from. In the original, this was the only location. The director's cut adds doors to either side, which give you access to a second floor where you either disperse gas into the room below, or have the turrets to fight for you. You might be seeing the problem already though, as all the director's cut does is give you more flavors of death. There is a severe lack of conversational and non-lethal options in this entry. Going non-lethal is a valid strategy, but the following cutscene creates an immense disconnect tonally, as you can use a stun gun for the whole fight, only for the cutscene to make it look like you coated them with bullets. Also, despite the game having a very in-depth conversational system, it refuses to let you talk to these 3 and possibly talk them down as a result. This mechanic also comes from an augmentation, so it's not something every player will have available to them, and it allows you to choose dialogue options to better their personality, so you can get what you want out of them, yet you aren't able to use it for the fight. Mechanically, they are quite a mess at times, but I find that it struggles just as much narratively. The only connection we have to them is that they were the ones who attacked Jensen 6 months ago. All we know is that they were hired by the Illuminati to make sure things go their way, which is a real step down from the prior Deus Ex games, as there was at least some kind of relationship with these individuals that gave you a chance to understand them more. Human Revolution's boss fights feel like an attempt to cash in on the industry trend of including boss fights in games even though it didn't really need any. Killing Barrett provides Jensen with his next location, Hengsha, China, which is where we'll find our hacker. Just like Detroit, Hengsha has its own problems of augmentations, but the visuals refuse to back down, as the game is just as gorgeous as before, maybe even better in some ways. It's truly impressive just how well this game holds up 12 years later. Some of the character models have definitely shown their age, and the game's use of FMV cutscenes instead of in-engine ones is a surprising but not wholly unwelcome choice, but the actual environments themselves haven't aged a day. Hiding within the city is our hacker Windmill. Through him, we find out who hired him, which was Taeyong Medical CEO Zhao, who is Seraph Industries' biggest competitor. Talking to him allows us to get an employee car that'll give us access to their headquarters so we can meet Zhao herself. As you've likely noticed by now, this entire plot has been one wild goose chase, and it's only going to get worse, as what halts our current chase is yet another one. When we meet with Zhao, she talks about how Megan's team was fit with GPL trackers that allow Seraph to keep track of their movements. The reason we haven't found them yet is because people who are higher up than her have disabled them. These higher up people she's referring to are the Illuminati. Zhao is a member of this group, so this is just one of their legitimate businesses that they can use to launder cash through, while also using its influence to control the market, as their plan is to eventually monopolize the entire augmentation industry, with Seraph being the only one left standing. To add another step in our chase, Zhao has been seen talking with Eliza Kassan, the biggest news anchor in the world, so Eliza is either working for them or at least knows what's going on. This is when Jensen will discover that Megan and her team are actually alive. At the time, pretty much everyone assumed that they were all dead, but not everyone was convinced. There's even a side quest from Megan's mom where you can look into the investigation of her death to find any inconsistencies. So in its defense, the reveal is quite the revelation and a fine part of the game, but it's this part that I was talking about. We go from finding a hacker to now finding Megan. I gotta be honest, the whole princesses in another castle trope is one of my least favorite ideas in any medium. The reason I hate the trope so much is because it's an easy way to extend a story onto the guise that it's actually going somewhere. We are no closer to finding Megan now than we were 8 hours ago, and we still have another 8 to go before we finally meet her. It's not even possible to analyze the plot any deeper than we've already gone, because all you'll end up getting is Megan. That's the central plot of Human Revolution. Find Megan. And while there were many fun side quests to do along the way, when you isolate the main plot, you start to see the issue. To continue on though, before I start acting like the game and delaying the plot all the way to the end, the finale of this section has us meeting with Eliza, only to find out that she is an AI, which is how she's able to keep up with her 24/7 news coverage. Upon learning about all this, we then return to Detroit, which is when the riots start to happen. People are firebombing buildings, causing havoc, and generally making a mess of the city, all because it was learned that Seraph Industries was creating super soldiers with their new augmentation technology. Hoping to tip the scales in his favor, Bill Taggart, a member of the Humanity Front, a pro-human organization, is holding a speech today regarding these events. We plan to attend this meeting, as talking with him will lead us to his aide Sandoval, who will lead us to Megan, as according to him, the GVL trackers are still online, but are being broadcasted at a frequency that is so low no one would be wise enough to look there. Thanks to this, Pritchard is able to track one of the scientists, except we discover that it's not the scientist, but rather a man named Tong who took the arm of the scientist and used it for himself. He refuses to give up the location of the team, or where he thinks the team is located, until we do him a solid, which is to rescue his son, who happens to be Tracer Tong from the classic games. Tong will then give us a location of a port where he wants to plant a bomb. This explosion will not only cripple Bell Tower, but will also distract the people here long enough for us to sneak into a cryopod onto a ship that's supposedly headed to Megan and her team. Do you see why I don't like this goose chase stuff? What have I said in the past 5 minutes that has been genuinely interesting and not a summarization of the plot? Thankfully, the gameplay is able to pull its weight, making these moments still enjoyable, but from a story perspective, we've reached a real low point in the quality of the writing, and it's about to hit the lowest point possible, as we're about to go on yet another 2-hour detour. While I usually save my talks about the DLC towards the end, the director's cut of Human Revolution integrated the DLC into the main story, so it was more seamless than before, but it also caused the game to drag on even longer than it already is. Human Revolution's only DLC, The Missing Link, is such a bizarre piece of content, as it's trying so hard to be like Deus Ex's 5th mission, where JC is captured, but it's doing it poorly. Jensen, like JC, is captured and has to scavenge gear in order to survive. Except unlike JC, Jensen also lost his augments too. The game will give you both your weapons and some upgrade kits, but it's not as many augments as you likely had, and your weapons don't come with any ammo, so they just take up 90% of your inventory and serve no purpose. My biggest problem was actually these augments, as the game was forcing me to buy back some of the augments I've already gotten when I could have just gotten new ones that I hadn't purchased yet. The fun of that escape mission was being able to use your augments while you were still searching for your gear. Removing the augments really cuts down the amount of options the player has, because I highly doubt many players were going to rebuy the augments just to get them back later anyway. Now, to be fair, the game doesn't give you your augments back directly, only the kits you used to upgrade them. So I kind of screwed myself over by withholding them the whole time, thinking they were just going to come back online somehow. But I still think it is a bit much to remove all of them at the start of the DLC. To continue the theme of connection, not only do we have our own Daedalus who is helping us escape, but this research facility is a very important base to Bell Tower and subsequently the Illuminati. So in both cases, we're learning more about our enemies while we traverse through the levels. The main objective at the moment is to escape, only to find out that one of the members of Bell Tower was contacted by Interpol in order to help them take the group down from the inside. The methods of what goes on here, though, are its strongest story beat, as Bell Tower is apparently kidnapping people for the Hiren Project. This Hiren Project is basically a large supercomputer that is connected to a group of human beings who are used as drones to help it operate. The two doctors here, Gary Savage, which wasn't his cameo, and Tiffany Kavanaugh are being forced by Bell Tower to test the subjects they bring in, so that they can create suitable hosts for the supercomputer. As a side project, they're also being asked by DARPA to see if this kind of technology can be applied to the military, as they want to be able to track their soldiers down and check their combat awareness. So, basically, the plot of Metal Gear Solid 4. After confronting Dr. Kavanaugh, we can ask her to work with us to bring Bell Tower down, which she agrees to do. Stopping us from doing all this is, of all things, a loading screen, since the game decided to waste more of your time for whatever reason, as it has you go through these scans every time you enter a new area of the ship, and you'll often have to cross these multiple times as you have to report back to these people when the objective is complete. I know it's a bit of an odd thing to bring up, but it becomes very annoying to go through these after the 6th or 7th time, which is rather odd since the main game doesn't have any of this. The only loading screens that exist are when new areas are entered, not something like this, which is clearly disguised as a loading screen. Either way, the DLC, for as middle of the road as its story is, does have a really fascinating ending, as we're forced to choose between Dr. Kavanaugh or the captured prisoners on the ship. The reason I call it fascinating is if you instead refuse to make a choice, you could explore the prison area of the ship and find a vent that takes you to where the gas is being dispersed, letting you save both groups at the same time. It's a wonderful inclusion into the game, as like the original, it wants to avoid giving the player a set of binary options. But it also doesn't want to let the player choose the obviously correct choice, so it refuses to call attention to it. This will only be found by players who explore enough, and by those who refuse to accept that there are only two options. And it's good to see that the game is adding choices like this deep into the story. The very final scene of the DLC has us talking with our Daedalus, who is actually just a weapons merchant you meet earlier. All this conversation really does is set up a group of individuals called the Juggernaut Collective, who are enemies of the Illuminati. It's a nice addition, but they only show up in the sequel, so this won't amount to much until we actually get to that game. After this, Jensen will then go into another cryopod, but this time it takes him to Megan's lab in Singapore, and here is also her entire team that we'll have to rescue in order to proceed. Around here is where we meet with Zhao, but it's not a boss fight with her, as you still have to fight Namir. His fight is actually one I quite liked. as Zhao was able to disable your augmentations, leaving you permanently EMP'd if you did a very specific choice. Upon entering Hengsha for the second time, Jensen will experience a bit of a short circuit along with all the other augmented people in the vicinity. Something happened to the chips on a global level, so everyone is urged to visit a clinic to get the new chips. The timing of this seems rather convenient, and it is, because the Illuminati planned this so that the new chips would become the industry standard, which would also come equipped with technology that they can use to control people, allowing the Illuminati to literally control people on a worldwide scale. Pritchard advises Jensen to visit one, and if you do, then you're affected by the EMP, but if you choose not to, then you just continue the fight as normal and are allowed to use your augmentations again. Similar to the choice in the DLC, it's another example of this game's hands-off approach to its choices. This option is only mentioned once by Pritchard, and it's not even really an option, as the game never gives you a quest marker or any kind of objective to visit the clinic. He just says, hey, you should visit a clinic, and you can if you want to, but if you do, you'll get consequences hours down the line. After about 16 hours of playing, we finally come face to face with Megan, and it's here where the story starts to take a very deadly turn. As on screen is Hugh Darrow, the creator of augmentations, who is currently holding a speech at the base of his new project called Panchaea. What follows is horrifying to say the least, as he activates a button which turns all augmented people psychotic, causing them to kill anything in sight, and not just in the room, but around the world. In order to stop the biggest mass killing in history, our goal is to go to this Panchaea and stop the broadcast. Panchaea is the final level in the game, and just like the games before it, this is where we get to meet the leaders and choose our ending. The first one by default is Hugh Darrow, who despite being a madman, does have his reasons. See, he knew about the Illuminati and what they planned to do with the biochips, so he came to the obviously logical conclusion that the Illuminati can't control what doesn't exist, so killing augmented people would prevent them from being controlled. The issue is that is an incredibly flawed look at the situation. Hugh Darrow naively thinks that some good will come out of this, but we can convince him that, yeah, he might be the philanthropist Hugh Darrow today, but tomorrow he'll be known as the biggest mass murderer in history. His counter-argument, though, is that the people will be able to see through the corruption and understand that he needed to do this. But I highly doubt they'll be able to see that far with all the piles of dead bodies in the way. What's quite unexpected of him is that despite being the father of augmentations, he actually thinks humanity should evolve naturally without their use anymore. But this isn't due to some moral decision to let people be free or something. It's driven from a petty view of jealousy, because ironically enough, he's one of the few individuals in the world that can't use augmentations. He's the opposite to Jensen, wherein no matter how much neuropazine he takes, his body always rejects it, which is a rather fitting fate for someone like him. For his ending, he wants to broadcast a message to the world that unveils the truth about the Illuminati and how the secret group everyone thinks is a dumb conspiracy is actually real. If we want to, though, we can instead edit the message and create a fake narrative that puts the blame on a different group. These two endings come from Seraph and Taggart, who unlike the previous games are endings you can miss, as once again the game only suggests that you can save them here in Panchaea, but never gives you the location or writes it in your quest log. Seraph suggests that you spin the story and put the blame on Taggart and his people at Humanity Front, claiming that they turned to biological warfare to kill augmented people. Taggart, on the other hand, wants you to say that a bad batch of neuropazine was distributed and contaminated people for a time, which is what caused the disturbance. He also makes a note that while he is pro-human, he doesn't want to remove augmentations, only regulate them. Like Invisible War, though, we can also opt to refuse and instead destroy Panchaea, which would kill Seraph, Darrow, Taggart, and us, meaning that no one would be able to spin the story, letting humanity decide what happened for themselves. While all great, this is why I've been so vocal about the main plot, as we have spent 16 hours searching for a woman we lost 30 minutes in, only to choose an ending between 3 men we barely interacted with all game. We have talked to Taggart and Tarot twice, and Seraph maybe 3 or 4 times at most, and all I have to show for it is that one wants to continue augmentation research, one wants to destroy it, and one wants to regulate it. Say what you will about Invisible War, but at least we got to see the factions for ourselves and learn about their beliefs and values. Human Revolution does none of that, as it instead thought it'd be better to focus on our goose chase. What makes things worse is the endings themselves. Not only are the endings literal buttons on a computer, quite possibly the laziest way I've ever seen it done, but more damning is that Eliza tells you what will happen if you choose a specific ending. According to her, if we choose Darrow's ending, the world will reject augmentations and the people will live freely. But why is this being shown before I make a decision? Isn't that what the end slides are supposed to be? The beauty of the Omar ending from Invisible War is that the consequences of the world falling to ruin came after your heroic triumph for defeating all the leaders at once. Had the game mentioned this fate before enacting the ending, it would have lost all its meaning. Human Revolution spoils its own endings before you're even allowed to choose, which doesn't make sense at all. Eidos Montreal also made the interesting choice of committing so hard to the Illuminati being a shadow organization by making them a complete shadow throughout the whole story. I told you we wouldn't see them until after the intro, which begs the question of why they was even there to begin with. The cherry on top of all of this is that the final boss that stops us is one of the worst fights I've ever done in my life. The final boss of the game is Zhao, because that makes sense. To stop her, all we have to do is pull down these levers which house these human drones you saw from the DLC. Which, now that I think about it, was probably an incredibly weird experience to have without the DLC, as these women are only shown in that extra piece of content. Maybe that's why it's called the missing link. After the women have been killed, all you have to do is sit on this ledge and wait as Zhao will electrocute the floor, but this wall will save you from it entirely. Then you just wait 3 minutes for her to break the glass, and then shoot her. Mechanically, it's a mess, and narratively, like the other bosses, has no real impact, as Zhao has done absolutely nothing since the start of the game. Yes, she is a member of the Illuminati, and the CEO of Sarah's biggest competitor, but that's just her story. She isn't actually doing anything in the game itself. Walter, on the other hand, took control of UNATCO, sent troops to kill us, and turned on our kill switch, all in an effort to stop us. Zhao has done nothing of the sort, which is why I was actually baffled that she was the final boss. From top to bottom, these last 20 minutes are pretty bad, which ultimately leaves a rather sour aftertaste when playing. But just like I said before, Human Revolution is better than the sum of its parts. As if you look at it from a more broad perspective, looking at it as a game and not sections of content that make up a game, Human Revolution is without question a fantastic and well-made product. While I do have my gripes, the positives of its design are so strong that it easily overshadows anything that attempts to bring it down. It may have a disappointing ending, a goose chase of a plot, and some mediocre boss fights, but its theme of discrimination, its characters, world, and its gameplay are some of the best, if not the best, in the series to date. Jensen and company are extremely likable. Having the story shift towards a more central theme of mechanical racism was a surprising but welcome choice, and its decision to only focus on that one aspect of the writing allowed the team to divert all the willpower towards the one goal of creating a homogenous world under discrimination. And the gameplay, while not talked about much in this video, is simply fantastic. It feels fluid and is without those rough edges that the other games came with. It is truly the perfect example of what a modern reimagining of a classic Deus Ex game could look like. And by doing so, the team shot the series in a mainstream appeal, racking in more sales than ever before, with Human Revolution passing both Invisible War and the original Deus Ex's lifetime sales in just a few weeks. Deus Ex had finally hit the mainstream, and there was a sense that the team was just getting started. As while they left many things unanswered or unexplored, like Pangaea, the Illuminati, and many of its key characters, it seems that the team didn't miss the opportunity to talk about it, but rather decided to wait until the time was right. Mankind Divided has a reputation of being more of the same, and that is not something I disagree with. From its gameplay to its story, it's honestly just a prettier version of Human Revolution with the occasional new change here and there. And your feelings about Human Revolution will carefully illustrate your thoughts on Mankind Divided, either just more good or more bad. As someone who enjoyed the prior entry, this was right up my alley. Human Revolution is not the only game it's copying though, as it's also taking a few pages out of Invisible War, as instead of the collapse we now have the AUG incident, often shortened to the incident. The difference is when these events occur in their respective games. Invisible War took place 20 years after the collapse. Mankind Divided is 2 years after the incident. 20 years is a long time. Hell, I've only been alive for 23. And that time was reflected in the environment. People were doing quite well for themselves. And locations, while occasionally run down and deserted, looked a lot better off than you would imagine. The world had moved past the collapse and evolved, like we humans usually do. We take it on the chin and move on, doing what we can to make the most of the situation no matter how bad it is. When Mankind Divided, the incident is still fresh. That attack that Hudero triggered in the last game is still being discussed, and people are still experiencing the ramifications of it. It's had time to sink in and fester, corrupting the minds of the people that were alive to witness it. Everyone is still mourning over the deaths that occurred as a result of the attack. People are fearing for their lives and are actively avoiding anyone with augmentations just in case it happens again. All while those that were affected are on the receiving end of this hatred, leaving them broken, wondering how something like this could happen, questioning why they would attack the people they love, and are also just as afraid of leaving their houses. 20 years was too long. 2 years is just right, as it throws you right into the heart of the conflict. And just like Human Revolution, the game does just as well, if not a better job, at conveying the horrors of living in a world as a mechanical human. Thanks to the incident, many laws have been put in place which were designed to segregate and eliminate augmented people. Random security checks are made by the police when they deem a specific person to be suspicious, which is pretty much all the time. Augmented people are also forced to go through various checkpoints just to cross into certain areas, and the subways have been segregated with quote-unquote naturals or regular humans getting their own subway car away from the augmented. Neuropazine dependency is also at an all-time high since Seraph Industries actually went bankrupt following the attack, with Tai Young Medical buying up the company, giving them a monopoly over the market. Neuropazine is now a rare commodity, almost as valuable as gold to some people, which you, the player, can actually trade with, granting you useful items and info. So not only are augmented people being beat in the street, but the drug they need to survive is rare and extremely expensive. Some people are so shook by the side effects in the world around them that they feel like they have no choice but to give up. Like this one woman who asked if I could kill her but not make it super bloody as she still wants her family to identify her when she's dead. Or this family who is debating whether to have a child both for financial and social reasons, as the kid would have to grow up with augmented parents. But you know how it goes. Push someone long enough and it's only a matter of time until they push back. And that push in this case is domestic terrorism, as numerous bombings and shootings have occurred throughout the world, with the perpetrators mostly, if not all, being people with augments. This, while a temporary solution for some, has created a permanent solution for the rest of the world, as those who are augmented are now being punished for their acts. Similarly, discrimination and bigotry has increased even more since then, and is once again another unfortunate occurrence that our world shares with the game. As following any major incident or attack, anyone who just so happens to look like the people that are responsible for it are always going to be affected. Muslims were ridiculed and subject to hate crimes thanks to the attacks in 2001, and many Asians all over the world were verbally or even physically abused because of COVID since it originated in Wuhan, China. It's horrible, but the game does a wonderful job of showing these horrors to you by ironically shoving it in your face, as you can't go a few minutes without someone either calling you an aug or seeing someone be attacked simply for their augmentations. Just like the previous game, the side quests also have a heavy focus on this aspect of the world, but this time they amplified the intensity. Before it was quests involving augmented people and some of the discrimination they face, but it was always just a few bad apples. After the incident, it's now rare to find someone who is actually pro-aug, which leads to those who are augmented to stick together, creating a further disconnect between the two groups. One of the earliest examples is once again one of the best missions in the game, as upon leaving his apartment, Jensen is stopped by a cop who asks for his papers. He hands them to the cop only to discover that they are out of date, and that the new ones just came in that he needs to get. Jensen finds this absurd, but plays along, as the cop instructs him to go to a forger he knows since he sympathizes with augs. In actuality, he's just extorting you for money, since not only are the prices of the forgeries 35,000 credits, but he's not even a real cop. He just set up this checkpoint to make a quick buck on the less fortunate. It's a lot like those scam emails you likely get every day. No one with an ounce of computer knowledge would fall for this stuff, but all those scammers need are a few people that are either too careless or too desperate to notice. Not having your papers in this post-incident world of Deus Ex is a major offense, and will get you sent to Golem City, a place completely designed to house augmented people. It's like a civilized concentration camp. People can hold jobs and do normal everyday things, but they can't leave the city, are watched by police 24/7, and are as likely to be robbed by a fellow aug than they are to get shot in the street by police. It's a horrible place to live, and no one in the city seems to enjoy their time there, making these people's lives even more miserable than they already are. Within this side quest, though, we can actually meet the woman making the forgeries, and we come to learn that she has good intentions, but the people working with her are the ones extorting people for money. So she offers us a chance to help a few people by getting them some fake passports. Talking with them really gives you a sense of how the world treats these people. Arenka, for instance, seems to have split personality disorder, referring to herself as Helena, which usually manifests from intense trauma. And given the world right now, it's not far off to assume that this personality of hers was created to stop her mind from breaking. Edward, on the other hand, is a store owner who is seen getting robbed by the time we arrive. He goes on to explain that when the incident happened, he was with his family and that the attack caused him to kill his grandchild. As a result, his family cut off contact with him, and now he has no one in his life. He stays here in Prague, though, because he wants to be close to his family even if they don't want him. We end up helping these two out by giving them passports, only to discover that we can only activate one. Choosing one causes the other to end up in Golem City. So by attempting to do some good, we ended up making one person's life even worse than before. To further add to this, some people have opted to search elsewhere for answers. Most augmented people live in the sewers, and quite a few people can either be found at the Church of the Machine God or at this underground magic show. The church believes that all augmented people are in actuality blessed by the world, and will evolve into what's known as the Singularity, where they all merge into one consciousness and transcend death. There is a splinter group within the church, though, that we end up running into during a main quest, where they believe in something called the Ascension as opposed to the Singularity, which is roughly the same thing, except they also merge with the Machine God themselves and become one. The magic show, on the other hand, was designed by a former magician to help the augmented live carefree lives away from the harm and dangers of the real world. The only way he was able to achieve that, though, was by hypnotizing them into believing what he says. But while his methods were nefarious, his goal is commendable, as he was able to create a small piece of heaven here in the sewers, as all the members have all the necessities they need and never need to leave. But this obviously came at the cost of their free will. It's pretty easy to see this stuff as absurd, especially the religion bit, since it was just made up recently after the incident, so there's likely not a whole lot of proof to their religious claims. But it shows that these people truly believe that they have no way out, so they try to find comfort in something, anything, just so they don't throw themselves off the nearest roof. Outside of the here and now, there are also plenty of things happening in the background that add to the horror, chief among them being the Human Restoration Act. A bill that, if passed, will call for the removal and downgrade of all powerful and unlicensed augmentations. It would also force control chips to be put into anyone who is augmented, which would presumably let the owners of the chips track their movements and maybe even outright control them. And there was also a test going on for augmented people by Tai Young Medical, which has volunteers who are clearly not mentally stable have certain implants put into them, hoping to cure them of that deficiency. Ideally, this would help those with depression overcome it, as they would have an implant of someone's DNA put into them that doesn't have depression. But this backfired when one of the patients was given the DNA of a serial killer, causing her to kill augmented people by ripping out their limbs and letting them bleed to death. It is hard to get a grasp on when this happened though, as the killer Daria was a patient before the incident. But Tai Young Medical also ran out of packages to use, so they offered prisoners to scan their DNA because that's a logical thing to do, but none of this seems to have happened as a result of the incident. Still, since her killings occurred during the events of the game, it continues to make things worse for augmented people. Is now they have a serial killer on the loose that only targets them, and the police seem to not be losing any sleep over this, since most seem to chalk this up as an accident or just ignore the murder entirely since the victim was augmented. The world of Deus Ex has not been kind to augmented people, and it's only gotten worse. A staggering 89% of augmented people prior to the incident have been killed, leaving only 7 million people left in the world. And no matter where they go, they're always faced with some kind of ridicule and discrimination, and seeing as Jensen is augmented himself, he too is faced with the same level of scrutiny, not just from the police, but from common everyday people. Those police checkpoints force Jensen to hand over his papers every time you pass, and unlike the Missing Link DLC, this is not an excuse to hide a loading screen, as most of this occurs right before you leave the metro, which is where the actual loading screen occurs. This was 100% deliberately made to stop your playtime and to piss you off. And while it most definitely did, as it ruins the flow of exploration and gameplay constantly, it was designed to do exactly that. Some people on the street also attempt to antagonize him, but given he's still a brick shithouse with retractable blades in his arms, no one's really going to give him any issues. Within all the violence and death, though, are lights in the darkness, people that are willing to fight the good fight on behalf of the augmented. The two main groups are ARC and Samizdat. ARC, or the Augmented Rights Coalition, fight for the fair treatment of all augmented citizens. And Samizdat is a self-publishing magazine that seeks to spread the truth. They don't personally do this for augmented people, it just so happens that most of the fake news spread throughout the world is made to paint augmented people in a negative light, so they do help them on occasion. Both of these groups don't fight violently, however, as the battles are done diplomatically, as they both attempt to spread the truth and make sure people are treated fairly. Mainstream media is doing its best to shut them down though, like Picus TV, still run by Eliza Cassan, who's been fabricating and twisting more stories in order to drum up controversy, by claiming that those recent terrorist attacks were done by members of ARC in order to make them look bad. Like I said, it's a pretty evil world, and thanks to Jensen being the main character, the player gets to experience this stuff firsthand. It's not just that Jensen is being harassed or cursed at, it's the player too, and the dialogue system lets you express yourself further than ever before, by letting you internalize those emotions or unleash them. If a guy wrongs you, should you kill them because of how they treated you? What would the public think? Would I be no better than what they think I am? On the other hand though, if they already see me as the villain, then why should I try to be anything but that? It's a rather impressive way to structure a story and its dialogue, and just like Human Revolution, Mankind Divided does an incredible job of creating a world that is overrun with racism and hatred, while also letting the player be the target of those attacks, letting them experience firsthand the horrors of the world they're in, and then letting them come to a decision as to how they want the world to perceive them. You might have noticed though that all this talk has been about the incident, the thing that occurred in the last game, the thing which had no barring on any of our endings, which begs the question, if Mankind Divided is a sequel, what ending did it go with? Well, the answer might surprise you, in that Eidos Montreal chose
all of them. Oh.
Alright, saying none is technically lying. It's more like all of them are canon, but the game does its best to invalidate them anyway, making it feel like none. So firstly, the how. Well, according to the writers behind the game, thanks to all the media coverage and news surrounding the attack, Jensen was able to get the message he chose out to the world, but it was buried underneath everything else that came out at the time. Yet somehow Eliza Cassan, one of the most recognizable people in the world who owns a 24/7 news station watched by billions, couldn't get the message out to the world as other information was circling the net. Sure. On top of this, Panchaea was so structurally weak anyway that the place was going to collapse regardless of if they pressed the button for that ending either. Like I said, all of them are canon, but the game goes to great lengths to make it feel like your choice was meaningless. Once again though, I am okay with the direction of the endings, as the only important part was the incident, the thing that occurred outside of the ending. And having the endings not have any weight means the script could focus on the topic at hand. Still sucks that this was the result though. As for Jensen, well, he managed to survive the collapse along with David Sarek. However, he had to be taken to a clinic in Alaska so they could operate on him. Which brings us to today, 2029, 2 years after the previous game, where Jensen is now working for Interpol, whose job is to track down and take out international terrorists. He is of course the only AUG on the strike team and the whole task force it seems, which doesn't really help him much, but he is naturally the most capable of the bunch. The current mission is to find their contact who's been working undercover with the Jinn, who sell and manufacture black market goods. Once we arrive at the meeting site, everything goes well, until the deal is broken up by mysterious men in gold masks. These guys are called the Shadow Operatives, the Illuminati's henchmen. While a rather simplistic mission, not only is this a great tutorial as it gives Jensen access to most of his augments, allowing you to experiment with them now so you can buy them when they inevitably are reset, but it also shows how many fingers the Illuminati has in the world's pie. And by God, do these guys have fingers. These assholes double dip their way into everything in this game, and are the sole reason for just about everything that goes on in the world, whether that's something that's already happened or things that are about to happen. Jensen is not without help though, as he is teamed up with a woman named Alex Vega, who's a member of the Juggernaut Collective, the same group that the Missing Link DLC alluded to earlier. They are mortal enemies of the Illuminati and will butt heads with them at just about every single interval throughout the story. Unfortunately, just like the previous game, their time in the script is incredibly short. The Juggernaut Collective only extends to the few talks of Vega and the Illuminati is once again given one and only one cutscene to characterize themselves with. It is admittedly a lot better than the first game, as we actually get to see some of the old guard return, or I guess, new guard, since narratively this is their first appearance. Either way, Bob Page is back once again, but now joined by Morgan Everett, Lucius De Beers, someone who I didn't mention.
I love that the rhyme emote is very good. Thank you very much. Oh, don't burn out. Autumn steps.
Right, shoving the air up their asses. I don't know, but it might actually do some good if they did. That might be the best place to keep the AI.
It's both funny and menacing. I love it. No, I didn't want it to. The fuck? What's an way to? And if I add a stick, I made one of these. Oh, it was this. I think I needed like a potato or something like that. Wait. I don't remember. I know there's something with this. I don't remember. Potato. I should start playing a bit a moment ago, and so far still feels the same. I already had reached this part before, so I'm looking if I found something else. Tato. Wait, and so fairer. Water worked for a lot. Maybe cook broth. And the broth you could combine it with a lot of shit, right? That was one of those materials that you repeated using. No, I don't remember. No, I need any kind of meat. Yes. Stew. The good thing is now seems like you can store cacao. You can store recipes. I've been fin. Armor. The cost. What's this? You present a pure shirt, go to the Heaven's Gate, I crack that, but I need to be around. The cost. What's that? Ouch, 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 ouch. Do I have any liquid wine? Allegedly, I remember hearing that people they were going to add to be able to change the upgrades, because back then if you install it that was it, but I don't know. I didn't see anything to do. Okay, this is allegedly the last level. I don't know. I want to see if there is anything past this. Human flesh. I remember that I worked hard to make this weapon. Herbs. Freezable. Oi. Huh. Jeez. And this other weapon was a failure experiment, Smile. But still can be used. D4 RT. I don't know if I have that one. Let's pick it up. Wait, I dropped something I didn't want. Need more space. I'm guessing should be enough? No. Sniper. I don't remember, so I'm grabbing it. Because the best thing of this game was to experiment with the guns. I remember that. Oh no, Tiki is about to be immortal. I don't have space. Toilet paper. Oh. Smile. Wait. Yep. Peanut butter. The dog with the butter. Butter bird. Fuck. Fucking every enemy came for me. Oh shit. No. Do you want my banana? Do 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 do. What the? Oh, it was a frozen dog. Granata. Oh my god, the did it. Paper. I think I have that one. Hold me, geek. Well. Ouch. What the f... Oh, isa dulahan. Star and witness. Huh. Oh. I mean, I guess it was going to happen, but my curiosity still was. Completed the dungeon. The castle. Chicken leg. What the fuck? Oh fuck. Who is going? Bueno ahí. Esa ventana. Shit. Pistol. What's that? Shot of poison. Lovely. Isn't that one? Yes. I see. Oh, something to cook. Which skewer? Don't I have like flour or something like that? Okay. I'm running out of bullets though. Wait. Maybe I can make more food. Fondue! And the fondue can be combined further, I think. No. Fuck. Sulfur. Leggy. Ooh, just drawer? What? I need. Hell, I'm back. Oh, another dual pistol. Fuck. Fuck. Okay, I want to carry the guns and shit. Taylor Maxman. If I throw this, can I grab this? No. If I grab, do it like this? No. How much do you occupy? Let me throw rations. Pizza can stay. Ration. How much space does that require? If I drop all of these. Storage. Probably I have to carry back. Okay, so now I want to grab hell and back. Oh, he's don't miss. There we go. Rollerblades. Let me see. Speed armor. Not worth it. Blood Magus, leave me alone. Cross Sniffer. You seem to be wearing a lot of cloth. More clothes than me, to be fair. But really don't mean what you think. They mean charlatan. Leave me to my research. The 3 stars. The cultist color. My scholar? I am a scholar. My views don't align with those of the guild. However, being in the ranks allows me access to San Lucia's library, the most extensive archive of all so far. Face worship is full, like you, to vanish from my library. Takes also for the library. You're far from a melee away and is distracting enough. So you fit the description of a person in few prophecies I read, which means you should probably get out of my side and fulfill some of those. I have a prophecy. A priest with guns and a strange amulet is going to leave trail corpses around like homicide in the name of vengeance. That's the same blood the rest costs more than you will ever. Do you prophesy to you that I'm merely defending myself? The schema priest with evidence says no more questions. What? Who are you? I'm Rex, Magus of the High Sword, I'm pretty limited. But your name tag says Blue Magus then. It does not get out of my sight, but no, another one. I just don't silent. Nothing wrong with being blonde. problemas with the active. Shit to her, but I failed this too. What's that on your head? The hat. Yeah, what's with the start? Well, you go away and busy. That's the 85 words. That was infinitely more words than I wanted to spend on you. Let's start over. The honey was for me. Red wine. Oh, don't I carry the one? No, I must have shitted. Are you willing to browse your wares? I have some bullets. Insurance. Oh, one use only. That's interesting. Consumable. Okay. Most of them care when they lose their mask. But the fucking assassins still commit to the beat. Osman, I think I have several of those. Pew. Fuck. They can zero you very quickly. Cowboy boot. Peanut. No. Shakalaka. Is he going to? Ah, it's too far away. That's a lot of poison. I think there's someone still there. Unbreakable. Ooh. Unbreakable. That's actually very good for level. Ah, no, wait. I didn't say unbreakable. Lamau. Oh fuck, my main weapon is picking up. That's not bueno. Doesn't mind. Another Dulahan. Oh, another gun that I pretty sure I never saw. Oh, it's a 3 slot one. Low fat milk. Wow. That was close. think I'm not glad I'm the hottie soon. Another durahan. Coffee. Bullets. More bullets. No. Wait, that's the exit. Fuck! No! No! My guns! Ugh. Well, at least I'm not gonna cast. Fuck, I should have retreated.
Bang a lot, my brother, fantastic. Go over my yarrow lobby. Strain, Cowley team, bang a lump, my brothers. Best oh, wake up. Dante silly. Yarrow lobby, fantastic, bang a lump. Strain, go over map. Best
Fuck, I just... all my guns. No, I don't remember this well. No? How stupid. And Stamps is only doing quests. Fuck, I lost my best weapon. Oh, I had one of those. Wait, where is the toilet? There must be a toilet somewhere. Right? What do you want from me? Sawdust. I wonder though, what could be a toilet in this whole area? Nagi. Oh. I have weapons, but I miss my weapon already. Or did the castle path open? What can I do? I need to find a toilet so I can retrieve my weapons. Those that I store.
Aston.
No, you don't sell weapons. Wait. I don't remember if I had any French hot dog. Can I? I do wonder. No. The ads are coming. Oh, here is where you. Okay. Okay, let me see. What weapons do I have? Charm resistance. Charisma. Oh, my Dunce cap, I forgot I had it. Okay, let's go with a lot of armor. What weapons do I have? Grapekeeper, Deer, Poison Blood, Salamander. In me. Give me the Grapekeeper. And this one. Noxious nature. Compact size, reflex size. This is this. Okay, I got no bullet. Energy cell. 5 milliliters. I think I will have to restart from the beginning.
My druthers.
Oh, this is too okay.
Follow my.
No, I want the repairs.
Okay, seal it.
Repairs. Already this requires repairs. Okay. I love how everything is kinda 2D, then the game is 3D, the character is 3D. Let's start from the beginning. Potato. Let's keep listening to the lore of Deus
But we
Ex.
can meet back in the first game, and some other members that we know of but haven't seen before, like Elizabeth DeClaire, Nicolette's mother. Their role in all this is to make sure the Human Restoration Act passes, likely due to the control chip part of the act, so they're orchestrating events to make sure that they go the way they want, whether that be a bombing by members of ARC or a robbery that didn't actually happen. The Collective is trying to prevent them from doing this, and Jensen, while not officially working for them, will assist them from time to time. While in Prague, Jensen is here to meet with the task force so they can figure out what happened in Dubai, only for a bombing to occur at the train station, almost killing them both. What is once again an incredible start, I garnered a much more negative opinion about this later, as we are once again going on a goose chase, but this one ends in such a bizarre way. The main objective as of now is to figure out who carried out this bombing, except we don't learn who it is. In fact, you won't learn who, because it's answered in the DLC that I'll eventually get to later. The game does at least refuse to drag it on for the entirety of the game, and decides to focus on a few more interesting paths in the narrative first, which involve working with Vega to determine if our boss Miller is working with the Illuminati, and skipping the bomber entirely by not finding who did it, but rather who ordered the hit, which sees us going to Golem City and talking to the leader of ARC, Talos Rucker, as he is the most likely suspect. Both of these missions actually end up converging on each other due to the subject matter. As while investigating Miller, Jensen learns that his boss, who ends up being Manually from the first game, wants him to pin all the bombings and attacks on ARC, even a break-in and Versalek that didn't even happen. According to him, all of the reports will say that the perpetrators were augmented, so the most likely suspect that the media and public will assume is ARC. This paints Miller as a bad guy, one who is working against what Interpol stands for, while also proving that ARC and their leader Talos Rucker are innocent. It ends up creating a disconnect between the player and the people they work for, as you feel alone throughout your whole journey, not just as an AUG in a world where AUGs are hated, but the fact that the one organization you work for you can't even trust. And I think the game hammers home this idea more by making your pilot incredibly dislikable. In every game so far, the protagonist could always rely on the pilot to side with them even when the going got tough. But now thanks to Malik being replaced with Chicane, Jensen can't even get that. You truly feel isolated within this world, and this was amplified tenfold when we were sent to Golem City. I half expected both Miller and Chicane to betray me, forcing me to escape the city on my own. Fortunately, they didn't, but I couldn't help shake the feeling that they could have easily trapped Jensen in this city, and I highly doubt that he would have made it out on his own. A lot of this is due to the oppressive nature of Golem City, as space is limited and buildings are stacked taller than the eye can see. It also helps that they had some pretty easy source material to work with, as much of the design from Golem City comes from the real-life Kowloon Walled City, a fascinating piece of architecture that was designed to fit tens of thousands of people in one densely packed area. It's also infamous for having some of the highest crime ratings of all time. Since there were no governing bodies in the city, most people who lived there dabbled in illegal businesses, like selling black market goods or prostitution. And most of the ruling class were thugs and gang members, eager to make a quick buck. Golem City is much the same way, as most of the city's people are suffering and are often extorted for the little money they have, but the cops don't care. It's quite possibly the best location in the game though, due to its detail and design. And this speaks to a lot of the game's level design, as not only are most locations larger than the ones seen in Human Revolution, but the sheer level of detail in them is unmatched. There's a lot more areas and routes for the player to explore and traverse through, which adds to the gameplay loop. And Golem City is the best place to showcase this, as it takes full advantage of the new technology to add more levels to the environment, meaning areas are taller rather than larger. Golem City also provides the player with a unique touch of agency towards the latter half of the level. Replacing these sturdy and more organized cops are the more chaotic, augmented members of ARC. This gets the player to think about how they want to approach the situation. Should they kill these guys? Not only do we not know if they're guilty, they're augmented. They're like Jensen, and killing them means we're no better than the cops that butcher them in the streets. It's an incredibly small change, but really changes the flow of the gameplay. At most, the following conversation with Talos Rucker is a bit harder to succeed in, which isn't much of a consequence, but I am glad that it was still brought up. The game doesn't penalize you for this that much, and you won't be locked out of content for killing these people, but I still felt like I needed to spare them. Just like the ending of the original Deus Ex, only a good game can get you to do something like this, to actually feel like every little thing you do has consequences, or that your choices will have actual meanings to them. And Mankind Divided hooked me in well enough that I felt like I needed to handle it this way. Reaching the top of the ivory rusted tower sees us meeting with Talos Rucker, and as you would expect, he's actually quite the nice guy. In fact, we can ask people about him in Golem City, and pretty much all of them echo the same thing, that he's a wonderful leader and just doing what he can for augmented people. Even his emails show this too, as he's being thanked for helping someone get neuropathy while also assisting the women, as they're often targets of abuse here in the city. He's a real stand-up guy, but the media paints him as a villain, and it's only going to get worse, as shortly after our conversation, he's killed by some—
How are you doing, Mika? Do you have a studying session today? Biscuits and gravy. Wait, what? Green glow. I forgot you actually can swim. Oh, okay. Wait, what's this? The background video? Okay.
Kind of virus that infects his systems. It's later learned that it was from a drug called Orchid, which will supposedly eliminate the need for neuropozyne, but it's being made by VersaLife, which is the first sign that its properties aren't real, and also the fact that the Illuminati are controlling the media to make it seem like the Orchid is a life-saving drug, when it's really designed to be a bioweapon that controls the population. So as expected, the Illuminati have once again thwarted our plans.
I'm doing fine.
Marchenko into ARC
Enjoying my day off.
the Illuminati so they can kill Talos Rucker when the time is right. Before his passing, he gives us a datapad with info on it that he was looking into regarding a mole in his organization. Reading through it points to JM, or Joseph Manderley, being the one who ordered Talos Rucker to be killed. Just like the first game though, Manderley is under the thumb of the Illuminati, further confirming their involvement. Following this, Jensen is sent back to Prague to follow up on a few more leads, which ends up leading into a main quest decision that I was not expecting. During their time here, you'll meet a man named Nomad Stanek, whose daughter Allison seems to fit the bill of the train station bomber. While this is happening though, Vega got a tip about VersaLife's vault at the Palisade Bank. The problem is that VersaLife is currently double timing it to the bank so they can wipe all the info, and Allison is currently getting ready for the church's ascension, so if we do this last, she'll be dead by the time we arrive. So we're forced to choose which one to do, and this is one decision where we can't get what we want. We have to pick one or the other. Once we find her, we realize that Allison was not the bomber, but someone who made the bombs used during the attack, and that she is also a part of the splinter group within the church I mentioned earlier. The conversation is kind of painful to sit through. It's almost like talking someone off a ledge, as she's going to either die by our hands or by the machines if we don't help her. She, like many, was affected by the attack and became increasingly depressed over what she experienced in the subsequent discharge from the military that would follow. It's clear that she is a woman in need of guidance. While I'm not against doing it spiritually, killing yourself in the name of that god doesn't really sound like the right idea to me. If you instead go to the bank, you'll find a sample of the Orchid virus in a video call between Megan Reed and Bob Page. Megan seems to always find her way into controversy, as she is the lead researcher behind Orchid, but like before, she has no knowledge of its harmful effects. What's fascinating about Orchid, though, is that the research used for the virus is similar to the one she was using in the first game, meaning this virus is once again based off Jensen's DNA. In fact, he'll be infected by it later only to not feel anything, further alluding to its origin. Additionally, while not stated outright, the properties of the virus and the owners of it, that being the Illuminati, could also mean that this was the virus that would later become the Grey Death. Somehow, though, that's not even the weirdest item in this vault, as by going into this corner and throwing an EMP grenade, you can get a brief glimpse of what's inside the box, only to discover that it's Jensen, or at least something that looks like him. This has created an ongoing theory that the Jensen we play as in Mankind Divided is a clone. Now, I don't claim to be the owner of the theory, nor the method on how to find it. That said, what has been difficult to pin down when it was first discovered, all the info regarding the theory has been compiled on the game's wiki fandom page by the user Airatis. I'll link to it down below if you want a more in-depth look, as we're only going to be hitting the broad strokes here. But the general idea is that this Jensen is a clone. The evidence to support it comes from a variety of sources throughout the series. Firstly, cloning isn't exactly unheard of, as seen by the Dentons in the classic games, which were overseen by the Illuminati, who owns VersaLife. As for the rest, at one point in the game you get a call from David Seraph who's looking to catch up, and when you talk to him, Jensen can mention his new augmentations. Early on in the game, Jensen goes to a clinic to get his augs fixed up after that train station bombing, but his mechanic Calder found his new augmentations that not even Jensen knew about. Gameplay-wise, this is just an excuse to add new augmentations to the gameplay loop, which are the glitched ones that appear on screen. Neither Jensen nor Seraph knew about them though. According to Jensen, after Panchaea, he was taken to a clinic in Alaska so they could repair his body, but Jensen doesn't remember much about his time there, as it's mostly a blur. After looking into it more, Seraph realized that he couldn't find him on any of the survivor lists. He even tried looking at the serial numbers, since his original augmentations were made by Seraph, but he couldn't find those either. What this implies is that the Illuminati made an exact copy of Jensen with the same augments and everything, and that this being in the pod is either the real Jensen or another clone. Now, we could go on for hours arguing about this, like why is there a being in the box in the first place if it was completely pitch black? Or maybe that this was a placeholder that they decided to throw in here with no real thought behind it. Well, it's clear that the rabbit hole on this theory goes deep, taking into account cut content, hidden dialogue, and a few of the novels. In an ironic twist, the series about conspiracies finally gave the community their own conspiracy to latch onto. Questioning the existence of the Illuminati, or if the Grey Death was made by the government, has now turned into a discussion about whether or not the main character is even real. Similarly, the community is just as vocal about it from either side, some saying Jensen is a clone while others pass it off as nothing more than a hoax. It's incredible how a series like this, where NPCs spout all kinds of insane nonsense at you, making you question if what they say has any truth to it, managed to do the same exact thing with its own community. Although I guess that's what happens when you go without a sequel for 7 years. Minor tangent aside, the main reason I like this section so much is not the fact that we are possibly playing as a Solid Snake version of Adam Jensen while their big boss sits in the tank. It's actually because each mission provides the player with an item that can help them in a future mission. Confronting Allison and getting a high enough persuasion bonus will give us a signal jammer, something that is completely useless and takes up space in your inventory only for it to become useful right at the end. Likewise, inside the vault is a safe which contains a sample of a cure for Orchid. This will also be helpful as it can either give you more time in the final mission or save a life that will soon be taken. Not only is it wonderful to see the game rewarding the player with these kinds of items, but they're completely optional. Failing the speech check and missing the safe means you don't even receive the item that the game wanted to give you. It's a fantastic way of rewarding the player, but also making them work for it. The feeling of finding something this unique would lose its value if you were given it simply by doing the quest. But as immersive sims go, the game wants to reward those that explore. And Mankind Divided does that quite often, especially with this mission. Regardless of the option you pick though, each one has Jensen learn about a facility called Garm, which is where he plans to head to next. But before we go, just like Human Revolution, one of the game's DLCs takes place around this time, except it's not integrated into the main story, but instead through a new menu called Jensen Stories, so I figured it'd be best to run through it now. It's a real damn shame that this wasn't introduced into the main story though, because slotting it here would have made my opinion of it a lot better. Called Desperate Measures, it sees Jensen investigating who blew up the train station, because yeah, we're still focused on that apparently. But the issue is that it plays out like any other mission in the game, a quick 30 to 40 minute experience, except this is a separate piece of content, so we don't have all of our equipment. That's why I dislike this so much. It doesn't speak extra content to me, and I think it's because it was never meant to be. Desperate Measures is the only DLC of the 3 that's not only free but was available day 1. If you watched my video on Mass Effect 3, then you might know where this is going, as we have yet another Javik situation on our hands. For those who don't know, Mass Effect 3, an RPG made by BioWare, had day 1 DLC in the form of a new companion called Javik. It was immediately met with criticism due to its price and that it was DLC that was available the day the game was live, which begs the question of why they didn't just add it to the game. Well, it was learned that due to the ESRB rating that goes on during development, the team realized that they wouldn't be able to get the game out on time for the rating and subsequent release, so while the game was being rated, leaving them with little to do, they decided to restructure his entire introductory mission so that it would flow well with how the game was going to end up. He was always envisioned to be a part of the full game, but due to time constraints, the team had to make some cuts. This is likely what happened here, as it's such an odd piece of content to add as something extra, as its plot not only follows a lead in the main quest, but it really is just a quest. It's no different than if they just took out any of the missions we've already talked about and then made that a separate download. The only important bit of information though is that we do learn that this guy's brother-in-law is the bomber, and that's about it. As a separate piece of content, it's obviously pretty bad, but imagining how the game would flow with this as a part of the main quest does make me feel a bit better about it. While we're here though, we might as well talk about the 2 other DLCs since we're approaching the end of this game very soon, and trust me, these next 2 are much better. The first of the 2 is System Rift, which is supposed to serve as a prologue to Breach, another game mode we could play alongside Mankind Divided. System Rift's main character outside of Jensen is Pritchard, which was a nice surprise. He needs to break into the Palisade Bank, the same one we just broke into earlier, but this time go deeper so that we can find information on a company called the Sandtown Group. Now, for being open and honest, most of the scene here is not too important, as the ending is what really matters, as it ends with Jensen accidentally opening a rift into the neural subnet, causing hackers all over the world to go inside and search for all the dirty hidden files that the place keeps hidden, and we play as one of those hackers in the breach game mode. Still, I did enjoy the gameplay though, and the few characters we meet like Shadow Child were nice enough to listen to. I can see why Pritchard likes her though, as she has equally good taste in games, as a side objective from her is to place this statue on someone's desk, which is a model of Garrett from Thief. Which, on that note, I wonder how much a Thief inspired this DLC, as it feels like a proper Thief level but in a Deus Ex context. Much of Thief is spent going through massive castles and manors, coming through each floor, hallway, and room from top to bottom to find all the treasure. And while System Rift doesn't have you do that much in this area, going through the 6 or 7 levels of this bank with very little equipment to cling to as a backup reminded me quite a bit of Thief's level design. Much of my time was spent walking around people rather than taking them out one by one, as I just didn't have the resources to commit to that playstyle. The DLC is also long enough that it doesn't feel like a total waste to not have your augmentations, roughly doubling the length of the previous one. Overall, System Rift is quite solid. It adds a very complex level for the player to explore, and new types of enemies like ones that can see through your cloak augment. It's a nice piece of DLC, but I can't say that it's the best though. Many would tell you A Criminal Past is the best DLC in the game, and they are not wrong. It's so good that it's worth getting the season pass just for this. It first places Jensen in a maximum security prison while he recounts his time there to the task force's therapist. He was sent here undercover to find another one of their agents because there was a tip that a terrorist attack was soon to come, and this agent was the only one with the details on whether or not that was true. So Jensen has to act as a prisoner to find his way to his contact, but as soon as he enters, he's given a suppression drug that removes his augment capabilities. So no augs, no equipment, and locked in a prison. Talk about a start. The good ideas keep flowing, as the DLC has a surprising amount of choices for such a short experience. One of the first people you'll meet is this doctor, who will give you a pill that supposedly removes the suppression effect the guards placed on you. If you refuse, then you can't regain your augments, but don't worry, you have another chance to take the pill later. Alternatively, you could use this altered biocell that will have the same effect, except you'll lose health every time you use it due to you not taking the pill. However, you can give this biocell to a prisoner named Flossie, who points you in the direction of another inmate named Red Shoes. Giving him the biocell makes the rest of the game easier, as eventually the prisoners will stage a riot, and if you gave up the biocell, the prisoners are able to overtake most of the guards. For a 2-hour DLC, there is an insane amount of choices here, and those are just the bigger ones, as there's even smaller, less significant choices. Like this one inmate who can trade you a multi-tool for some booze, and for the player, someone who has no equipment, a multi-tool sounds like ambrosia. Or even this maintenance locker which has a different block's jumpsuit in it, letting you walk through that block with ease, as without it the guards would shoot you on sight. Outside of the gameplay, there is also a fairly interesting narrative going on here. The head warden of the prison, Stenger, is working with a group called the Junkyard, who harvest augmented bodies for spare parts and then sell them on the black market. Well, Stenger realizes that a few dead prisoners wouldn't be seen as a problem to anyone outside of the prisoners themselves, so he sometimes provokes them into doing violent things, only to kill them after, followed by dumping their bodies off to the junkyard so they can profit off the scrapped augments. The final part of this DLC has you trekking through a war-torn prison covered in bodies from all sides, while Jensen attempts to escape with the other agent, and just like the previous DLC, I found that not attacking at all was better than taking out the guards from stealth, as there are numerous high-level enemies, such as ones with helmets or the ones with full-on power armor, that any kind of weaponry you could have found would still not be nearly enough to take them all down. By that metric, it's a pretty hard DLC, probably the hardest level in this game really. But dying is not only expected, but it has its own bit of flair to it as well, as the game takes a page out of Prince of Persia's Sands of Time. Like the DLC, Sands of Time's narrative is being told by the prince to someone else, so the prince can't die in the story, or otherwise he wouldn't be here to tell it. So whenever you do die in the game, it plays off deaths and failures as the prince misremembering the story. Similarly, whenever you fail, the therapist can be heard correcting Jensen, saying things like, "Jensen, that's not what happened. Try again from the beginning." So Jensen restarting from the beginning is like the player restarting the checkpoint. It's a small but very neat touch to add to the game, which just shows how much love was put into this. A Criminal Past is without question an amazing DLC, and while it doesn't tie into the main story in any way, it's a wonderful bite-sized adventure to take part in. And if you play the DLCs after the main game is over, this will be the final piece of content you experience for the game and the series, and I can't think of a better way to end it than this. The reason I say that is because from here on out, things are going to start getting rocky, and Garm is really the calm before the storm. That's because the Garm facility is so much shorter than I thought it was going to be. It starts with Jensen being ambushed by Marchenko, who then injects him with the Orchid, but given the Orchid was made from his DNA, he's unaffected by it. So they just dumped him outside and also left all of his gear on him too. Bit of a strange start, but the rest of the mission is spent trying to escape the facility. And I do admit, this was quite fun, as the guards that stalk the halls are the shadow operatives from the first mission. They are deadlier and more advanced than any other group in the game thus far, and they can be quite difficult to slip around even with the cloak augment. The problem comes right after, when Jensen calls Chicane to pick him up, and the two leave. So we went to a facility, got ambushed, and said, well shit, there goes our plan, and then left. What a waste of a quest. There was so much more to explore here, but they just used it as a quick 20-minute escape sequence. To be fair to the game, Marchenko and company being here is worth investigating, which is what we're going to be doing directly after this, but I vividly remember getting to the end and just thinking, wow, I can't believe it was over this quickly. It's just such an odd mission from start to finish. Upon returning from his vacation, Jensen realizes that Prague is now under martial law. Just like the first game, police will be patrolling the streets, shooting anyone who disobeys, including us. This poses a bit of a problem for the player if they want to finish up the game's side quests, as you'll have to be traveling around the city just to complete them. It's here in Prague, though, where we investigate a few more leads, one of which leads us to the Diwali headquarters, a sort of organized crime family. From them, we get to learn that they're trying to target the Safe Harbor Convention in London, whichever the game's finale begins. The reason this event is so important is because the lead speaker, Nathaniel Brown, has been campaigning to veto the Human Restoration Act. But the Illuminati wants it to pass, so they plan on attacking the convention and spinning the story so that it passes. This level includes quite a fun minigame within it, which is to neutralize all the Illuminati members posing as guards, but getting caught skips right to the final mission. Now to be fair, killing all of them will go to the final mission anyway, but I like that the game added this as an option, this feeling that you screwed up and now have more problems on your hands. Plus, attacking a guard in plain sight will alert the partygoers, so you have to take them all out without anyone seeing you. I honestly had to get quite crafty with this one, such as tasing this civilian because he wouldn't leave the bathroom, or specifically taking out this guy behind the couch so that I could hide the body. No matter what happens though, you'll then be met with a choice, which will lead to an ending, and for the first time in a long time, we don't have to press a button to get that ending. The Illuminati have planned 2 attacks. They're going to poison the wine that Brown and his delegates are drinking, which will kill them if we don't get to them first, all while Marchenko is being ordered to blow up the nearby residential towers, potentially killing thousands in the process. Your ending, however, isn't based on this decision, but rather how fast you are completing them. Saving the delegates and stopping the bombs gets you 1 ending, failing both gets you another, and achieving a mixed outcome results in 2 more, for a grand total of 4 possible outcomes. And while the game doesn't mention this, you are on a timer, as you have roughly 10 minutes to complete them or you'll fail. Unfortunately, this means we can't discuss the endings as in-depth as we did before, since there really isn't much to go over. You either save them, or you don't. Still, the actual mission itself isn't that bad, as it finally lets you use those items you picked up earlier, as the Orchid can be used to save Miller or the delegates if you were too late, and Signal Jammer can be used to destroy the bombs before they explode. You can also find Marchenko's kill phrase on Red Desk and use it on him, which, like the original game, skips the fight entirely. Plus, it also reveals a shocking revelation to the player, and that's that Miller was never the bad guy all along. This whole time I thought he had some kind of plan to get rid of us, and I feel like most players experience that too, only for the game to reveal that Miller was just a regular guy who wanted to do good. And that made me equally sad and annoyed that I thought of him as my enemy when he was really just trying to do his best to do some good in the world. Even though he did follow the order that came down from Manderley, you could tell he didn't want to, and that he was only doing it to placate the higher-ups. Chicane is still a dickhead and still hates augmented people, but Miller was someone I wrongfully assumed was against me, and it sucks to see him die like this. That said, the endings of Mankind Divided are widely regarded as some of the worst in the series, and it's also something I agree with. A lot of why, however, has nothing to do with the actual game and more so the company behind it. Firstly, regarding the endings, while stopping both attacks is the best outcome, as long as you save Brown, you still end up with a good ending. As while thousands may have died, he was able to stop the bill from passing. Having him die in either outcome means it passes without opposition, and if not to stop the bombs along with that, it's just the icing on the mechanical cake. The following scene is then split into 2 segments, the first one being about the actual ending itself, echoing much of what I just said, with the second half being related to the other choices we made. For example, if you chose the heist, then a news report about a break-in would show on screen, but if you talked with Allison, then news of her arrest will be there instead. Likewise, doing certain side quests like teaming up with Samizdat will also appear there too. This one specifically was rather interesting, as the reports talk about a new group who appeared after Samizdat left Prague called Silhouette. The same one from the first game, led by Chad Dumier, who would eventually team up with Nicolette Teclair to restart the Illuminati. It's admittedly a nice tie to the previous games, but the problem is exactly what I've shown you. Nothing was answered in these endings, and like the Garm facility, it feels like we were just getting started. Mankind Divided, like its predecessor, once again gives the Illuminati and now the Juggernaut Collective little screen time to feel present in the story at all, and the game itself feels like it was cut short, like the attack on Brown was supposed to be the climax, but in this case it was the resolution. It feels like the series wasn't done yet and that it had more to say. The after-credit cutscene even alluded to this, as we learn that the Illuminati know who Jensen is, and that they are not only anticipating his eventual meeting with the Juggernaut Collective leader Janus, but that the therapist working for the task force has been a part of the Illuminati this whole time. If you view it as the second game in a trilogy, a hypothetical Adam Jensen trilogy, then it feels a lot better. The story is going somewhere. Certain story threads have opened up, such as the Juggernaut Collective, and the eventual conflict between Jensen and the Illuminati is all but inevitable. But if you instead view it as a singular game, especially one that is the end of a series, then all the impact is gone. It's no longer story beats that will be answered, but threads left unspun. Questions that only leave the player with interpretations, and some even less so. Now that's not to say that just because it wasn't going to be the finale that it's exempt from criticism, because even without that the game's endings don't resolve anything. In fact, most of this game doesn't resolve anything. We are no closer to stopping the Illuminati, and we haven't moved anywhere in the plot at all. Jensen once again tries to stop the Illuminati only to either fail or hold them back at bay a little longer. And honestly, I would have been fine with that too, because numerous trilogies have done the exact same thing. Both God of War and Mass Effect were designed just like this. The first games were made to set the tone and introduce major characters at play, and while there was more to come, the games felt complete enough to be their own finales. The second games, on the other hand, ramped up the intensity and ended with a clear goal in mind, letting the player know that the second game was only there to set up the final conclusion. Kratos versus the gods of Olympus, Commander Shepard versus the Reapers, and what could have been Jensen versus the Illuminati. Mankind Divided really did divide the community with these endings. And that well and truly sucks, because Eidos Montreal seemed keen on expanding the series, not just with other games, but other media too. Following the release of Human Revolution, numerous pieces of content were made for the series, including 2 novels, 2 novellas, 3 comics, Mankind Divided and its 3 DLCs, and 3 spin-off titles. Deus Ex The Fall, a Deus Ex game but on mobile, Deus Ex Go, a mobile puzzle game, and Deus Ex Breach, a free standalone version of the game mode that exists in Mankind Divided. They even attempted to go outside the realms of entertainment, as Deus Ex teamed up with Open Bionic, a prosthetic limb company, to make a skin that looks like Adam Jensen's arm. So it's clear that Eidos Montreal wanted to take the series to new heights, but Square Enix shut them down. While its initial release was successful, its following release is below Human Revolution, and it seems like these low sales are what contributed to the end of the series. Even though according to their 2016 fiscal report, both Mankind Divided and Final Fantasy XV were explicitly mentioned to have helped them earn a positive return on their investments. As a result, Square Enix had Eidos Montreal work on what they considered to be more profitable projects, like Shadow of the Tomb Raider, Marvel's Avengers, and Guardians of the Galaxy. Yes, Deus Ex died because Square Enix had them create Marvel Avengers, the game that flopped on release and can't even be bought anymore as the servers were shut down and the game was pulled from digital storefronts in September of this year. To be fair to Square Enix though, a Marvel game is profitable, there is no doubt about that, but the way they handled it wasn't the right way. At the very least, the spin-offs we did get were okay. Deus Ex The Fall was an attempt by Eidos Montreal to bring back the Deus Ex formula from Human Revolution to mobile, and they did succeed in doing so. For being a mobile title, there is a lot of detail in the environments, and most of the characters look pretty solid too. Some of the gameplay systems are a little puzzling though, like the fact that there is a universal vendor in your inventory allowing you to buy anything whenever you want, which while convenient, it does take away from the gameplay, as I find the fun of an immersive sim to be about using the tools you have or lack thereof. Many times I would find myself hoarding cash just to wait for the right moment to spend them, like buying an EMP grenade when a robot appears, or buying health stims and painkillers when I'm low on health. It's not a very interesting system, but by far its worst sin is that it's simply not finished. Not in the sense that it's buggy, but that it's just literally not complete. The Fall has 4 missions according to the wiki, but they are very generous about what counts as a mission, as the first has you going through a tutorial disguised as a stealth mission to understand the basics, before talking with some of the crew on a plane, and then having a conversation with a woman named Anna in your apartment. That is 3 out of the 4 missions the game has. Panama City, the first location to provide an open explorable level with a few side quests sprinkled in, is also the last. To put it another way, it would be as if Jensen went to Prague, but right before he goes to Gollum City, the game ends. That's how jarring it was to play The Fall, because there was clearly more than what we got, as the final shot of the game even has the "to be continued" plastered all over the screen. The Fall is basically a full-priced, full-release demo for a game that hasn't come out yet, which is a shame because the plot was at least going somewhere. Ben Saxton is the protagonist this time around, who is also the main character in a novel. In fact, this game is a sequel to that novel, so yeah, have fun keeping track of this story. But it first follows him being recruited to the Tyrants, that spec op group we killed back in Human Revolution, and all the members are here too, Namir, Yelena, and Barrett. This mission is a flashback though, as Ben eventually betrays the group, once he finds out that Namir was the one who got his men killed back when he was in the military during Operation Rainbird. The rest of the game is spent with this girl Anna, who is also part of the same novel as Ben, who are on the run from the tyrants. The fall also introduces Alex Vega from Mankind Divided, making this game her debut appearance. But there was clearly some work on her model in between releases, as she looks much different here in the fall. The final mission has Ben escaping Panama with Vega before a man named Sam appears, who is one of the men Ben saw die during Operation Rainbird. So the game is setting up a conflict between Ben and the Tyrants, while also introducing Vega, which probably would have explained how she went from pilot to Juggernaut Collective member, before revealing the plot twist that one of them is not only alive, but also joined the Tyrants as well to hunt him. All things considered, it's got a solid foundation, but that's where the game ends. There was never an Australia level like the game promised. The fall ends right here. It seems like they were going to drip feed these episodes over the coming weeks and months like Telltale does with their games, but due to the poor reception, the whole project was canned, which makes the fall's reputation even worse, as it's not even a finished game. Breach, on the other hand, is actually quite fun, but I was also predisposed to like it because of its gameplay loop. As mentioned before, Breach is based around the Breach Jensen made in that system with DLC. Now we play as one of the hackers, or rippers in this case, who are going into the neural nets and looking for info that bigger companies want to keep hidden. To do that, we are to hop into a level and extract data from these columns before exiting the level. Each one has a certain criteria, like collecting fragments or killing a certain number of guards, and the game does its best to try to lay on the difficulty by introducing more complex levels, harder enemies, and even modifiers, like taking more damage or having your health drain constantly throughout the level. The story for this game, though, is incredibly light, as that brief summary at the beginning of this section is the story. The whole point of this game is to complete these levels, and then that's it. The fun comes from repeating the levels to get higher scores and finishing additional challenges. Each level has an all data, score, and timer added to it, so it's assumed that you'll try to fully complete a level rather than just doing the bare minimum. Sometimes you won't be able to complete them just yet, so you're encouraged to come back when you have better equipment. Like in this example where I have to kill this giant brute type enemy. At the time I only had a pistol, so I need to get a bit crafty and throw these explosive cubes at it to win. Later, if I ever get a rocket launcher or some high-powered sniper, I could probably forget that strategy and just take the fight to it right away. I say later though, as I still haven't found those weapons, due to the game's RNG system. Either by activating reward nodes on the network map or by buying them in the in-game shop, you can acquire booster packs or loot boxes that contain all kinds of different items, from currencies to weapons to praxis kits. There is no end goal here in Breach, it's just fully completing every challenge and every level, and even then you can continue far past that too, as each one has a global leaderboard for score and speed letting you compete with other players. As you'd expect though, most of the top scores are hacked, which is ironic given this is a game about hackers competing to be the best hacker, so I guess that fits, but most of the top scores are legit. As odd as it is to say though, coming from someone like me, the story is actually the weakest part of the game, and I kinda wish it didn't even exist in the first place. At certain points, the game attempts to interject some kind of narrative into what you're doing by having you uncover secret info that clients want, which in gameplay terms is just doing the missions we're already doing, but this time with motivation. These are fine, but these text conversations you have in between the levels completely slow down the pace of the game. I can commend the team for trying to give at least some minor reason for playing, but personally, I just enjoyed the gameplay. I didn't need an explanation, just throw me back in and I'll run the gauntlet again. I'll be honest, I had a fun time playing Breach because I'm obsessed with these speedrun style games. I loved Mirror's Edge back when it was released 15 years ago, and I've been recently replaying the Ghost Runner games because it too wants you to continue far past the credits so you can improve your time. Breach is like that, but on a more bite-sized scale. Instead of spending 15 plus minutes going through a level, most require only a few seconds. Many of the top times are less than 5, and even the times on these levels are as low as 7 or 12 seconds. It's a fast-paced game about getting levels done as fast as possible, so the game only stops once you do, once you've determined that this is the fastest you could possibly go. Breach doesn't have a deep amount of complexity in its narrative like the rest of the series, or the immersive qualities of its gameplay, but it's not meant to. Breach is a separate, standalone spin-off that was trying to be different, and honestly, I really enjoyed it. The reason I covered these games now as opposed to earlier in the video is because I played these games last, just like they were presented in this video. And while I did have fun, it felt like I was doing just whatever I could to play Deus Ex. I didn't want to stop playing this series, and just like the Magic Show, I was able to live in blissful ignorance for a little while longer with these spin-offs. But at some point I had to come back to reality and realize that the series was already done, and that there hasn't been another Deus Ex in over 7 years. But don't let this distract you from what we've already spent a couple hours talking about. If there is one thing I've learned being alive this long, it's that you should cherish the things you have and be thankful you even had them in the first place. Deus Ex's future may be in eternal limbo, and we may never get that ending that the players and the devs wanted, but despite this, we got a solid amount of fantastic games along the way. The original Deus Ex is still one of the most important and greatest games of all time, and in its wake, it jump-started one of the most iconic genres in gaming. Invisible War, while I stepped on, was at least ambitious. Oftentimes too ambitious, but it was a valiant attempt to market the game to a new audience. Human Revolution is still my favorite of the bunch, but even without my personal biases, as the name suggests, the game was revolutionary, bringing that classic Deus Ex feel to a more modern audience and actually succeeding in doing so. And Mankind Divided has easily some of the best gameplay and level design in the whole series, by taking what made the previous game great and evolving it into something better. The series isn't perfect, but it's damn good, and one that I would recommend anyone pick up, as there isn't too many games out there that let you experiment the way Deus Ex does, and even the ones that do don't always reach the peaks this series achieves. All you need to do first is jump down that rabbit hole and experience it for yourself. I did, and you should too. Thanks for watching. Thank you all for watching today, and I hope you enjoyed. It's nice to finally be making another series video like this. I went a bit longer than I wanted to without that kind of video, mainly due to last quarter's new releases, but I finally found some time to make another entry. If you ever want any updates on what video is next or how close the video is to being done, then feel free to turn on notifications, as I keep all of you updated on the community tab constantly. As always, like the video if you enjoy, and subscribe if you're new. Thank you to my returning viewers for coming back to another video, and take care everyone. Goodbye.
Remind me of whenever Tequidos his intro. Fuck. Chill the fuck out. Phew. En ik ga een stukje staan. Ben je blij? Fuck off. Oh, and explosives? Yeah. Oh, il drone. Huh. Americana.
Lam. Sagamat saga. Sagnundas. Sagamate. Mundes. Sapfisnes. Saga. Mundes. Nundas. Lam. Saga. Sagamate. Mundes. Sagas. Lam. Sagamat frisnes. Nundas. Lam. Sagamate.
I need strong spell of bullet. Which one? Oh, sorry, never. I was distracted. The chat Purdue 98. The dirt. This one, maybe? This one. I put just it is M1 just, yeah. Yes, it is I added the scope a moment ago. One dropped and I added it. Okay, Neuro, since you are the only one I can torment, tell me a franchise or something I can put an essay. Anything I could look up an essay video of. Detective pipe.
You thirsty? I'm thirsty.
Hi, Pengu. I think I didn't see you around here today, so digital Penky.
It's too late. I'm dead.
No! No, Pengu.
You died? Yeah, I couldn't grab the rope because it wouldn't let me.
No, he can still be saved. He can still be saved. He can still be saved.
No. The level's going down now.
Yeah. He can still be saved. You can grab him. Grab him. Yes. Go to the top. Doesn't matter if we spend more time. Go to the top.
Thank you.
Spicy.
Okay. Wait. Turn around.
Why am I on fire?
Okay, because I need this. Okay, thank you. I can eat now. Do you need food, Epan?
Because of that.
Battle Tech, you say? Wait, don't they have? Oh no, this is Phantom Brigade. Thank you for being here. That doesn't appeal to me. Mechs don't appeal to me. I know. I'm more of a freak for Moon. Yeah. Think whenever I look for an essay, I think in any franchise you feel might be obscure enough. I forgot this is disgusting. Something like, I don't know, last time I watched pretty much everything of Assassin's Creed, for example. This is about room, right? Yes. This you have anything in my Pengu? What the fuck? How many arms this guy has? State of Decay will have any. There's always something. State of Decay lore. The entire State of Decay so far. Only 12 minutes. That's it? Huh. Sure, why not?
The story so far as we're leading up to State of Decay 3. So let's get into it.
Nah, this is...
Guys, we start with State of Decay. This is a title that came out back in June of 2013. It's crazy to think it's been that long, but the story takes place in the fictional Trumbull Valley. The first playable character is Marcus Campbell, a store clerk. After returning from a fishing trip with his friend and a Trumbull local, Ed Jones, he finds that the world has degenerated into a zombie apocalypse. The two are soon joined by Maya Torres, who's a soldier. They acquire a walkie-talkie and make contact with Lily Ritter. Following her direction, they make their way to a church called the Church of the Ascension, where Lily and several other survivors had made a home base. With Ed wounded, the trio accept Lily's offer to let them stay. As we progress through the game, the survivors become aware of the United States Army's presence in Trumbull Valley, led by Sergeant Eric Tan and Captain Diane Montresor. They soon learn that the Army's top priority is not to evacuate the survivors, but to contain and try to find the cause of the outbreak. The players also find the local civic leader, Judge Lawton, has barricaded the courthouse with the law enforcement, or I should say local law enforcement. She places citizens in her care under martial laws, planning to rebuild after the zombie incursion blows over. State of Decay
I think I have watched Fallout already. Mostly because Left 4 Dead probably has some lore. We watched Left 4 Dead already because I made Pengu, Ruby, and Mika to play Left 4 Dead with me not too long ago. Metro could be. Let's. This is still the. This is only 12 minutes. Let's see. Stalker lore. Story of Stalker. That's seguirti quite a video.
This video will explain the entire story of the Stalker series, which includes all the 4 Stalker titles: Shadow of Chernobyl, Clear Sky, Call of Pripyat, and the recently released Stalker 2 Heart of Chernobyl. Throughout the video, we'll follow the story in order and discuss each game's main quest, endings, and many other small details. Although, if you perhaps only want to know what happened in the recent 4th title Heart of Chernobyl, then my previous video should satisfy that need. But if you want to learn about all 4 games, then you're in the right place. Naturally, this will include lots of spoilers for all the games, so keep that in mind. As always, like the video if you enjoy, and subscribe if you're new. Feel free to check out my other story explanations like this one, or if you prefer story reviews, analyses, or retrospectives, then I have those as well, all on a variety of games and series. If you'd like to support me further, you can also donate to the Patreon for as little as $1 a month with the link in the description. And so, without further ado, let's get started. So before we delve into the games, we should first have a bit of a history lesson regarding Stalker's main location, the Zone. Stalker starts its story by taking from real-life history, stating that on April 26, 1986, a reactor from the city of Chernobyl exploded, releasing toxic radiation across the land. Taken from the game's manual, it states that the explosion resulted in a nuclear meltdown that would contaminate a wide area, and produce radioactive fallout across the countries of Belarus, Ukraine, and Russia, with faint traces of radiation reaching Europe, the United Kingdom, and even the US. Starting from the explosion's origin, a 30-kilometer circle was drawn around it, deemed by many as the harshest and most dangerous part of the explosion. This area was then given the name the Chernobyl Exclusion Zone, often called the Zone. Stalker's connection to real-world history stops right there, however, as 20 years later in 2006, another explosion occurred in that exact same area, at the exact same place. Again, taken from the manual, quote, "The second incident when it occurred was perhaps even more surprising than the first. Of all the internationally renowned scientists involved in the cleanup of Chernobyl, not one would have expected even the slightest rumbling to occur within the massive concrete sarcophagus that had tamed Reactor 4. Not expecting, however, is a far cry from not occurring, and the explosion, when it shattered in the early hours, showed just how shallow Chernobyl's grave of fear was. If the first explosion saw the end of the Soviet Union and the Cold War, the second would see the beginnings of something even more terrifying. The immediate effects of the blast were difficult to observe, even more to understand. But within years, the zone around Chernobyl was starting to attract a group of people, convinced that prosperity lay in its ravaged land. These people, a mixed bunch by any standards, came to be known as Stalkers. The second explosion drastically changed the landscape of the zone. Whether it was for the better or not is entirely up to you. While flora remains harmed but not destroyed, the wildlife of the zone has mutated. Species like pigs, boars, dogs, wolves, and rats have all changed in appearance and attitude. Many have become deformed, and their ferocity has enhanced, seeing anything that isn't their species as a threat. But these are just examples of known species. Other beings like controllers, snorks, poltergeists, pseudo-giants, and zombies also pollute these lands. Poltergeists can either control objects not bolted down and use them as weapons, while also sometimes manifesting as flaming orbs that cast spells at the player's known location. Controllers can use mind control to control a person's thoughts and actions. Sometimes this can be used to prevent them from moving, other times they're seen controlling someone enough to shoot themselves. Then there are beings like snorks and zombies. Snorks are believed to be the remnants of the military that was sent to guard the zone after the second explosion, while the zombies are the stalkers of today. Each one has had their brains fried, now just a husk of their former selves. These beings were created when a stalker is exposed to enough C emissions for too long. This causes them to be mindless, simply wandering around with no real goal in mind. But while they may seem mindless, it's clear some level of cognitive thought is occurring, as they can speak some words and operate weapons, although to varying degrees of success. These beings are often categorized under the umbrella term mutants. Mutants are one of the zone's innate defenses. A reminder of the zone's power, and how one must be careful when trespassing.
Wait. I feel as well. So far is the guy is speaking in a correct. What's your feedback? Tell me about it. This house attachment. Those zombies uncontrolled by like, oh yeah, they created by Simish or whatever. By Simish or maybe? Ah.
passing on its territory.
I usually give people the time to reach, but I don't know.
But that's just one layer of defense. The zone is filled with more than just mutated wildlife. Along with the mutants came a flurry of artifacts and anomalies. Anomalies are supernatural phenomena that break all laws of physics. Some of these anomalies can swing you around, toss you into the air, conjure fire or electricity, or could just trap you in a pocket dimension. All anomalies are considered to be hostile and should be avoided at all costs. Should you need to cross through an anomaly though, it's recommended that a stalker carry some bolts with them, as they can easily set off an anomaly from a distance, giving you the chance to run through it while it recharges. So with all that said, why even bother coming here in the first place if it's so deadly? Well, there are numerous reasons one could find the zone as their permanent home. Some stalkers you could talk to explain that they came to escape law enforcement. Others believe that normal life was not for them, and some want to get rich on artifacts. Artifacts are small objects that change due to certain circumstances, mostly pertaining to anomalies, and how those anomalies interact with the environment. These have become a get-rich-quick scheme for those within the zone, as stalkers and traders are always willing to trade artifacts, even to those outside the zone. Whatever your reason, the zone does not discriminate and welcomes all within its borders. But just because the zone is okay with your presence, doesn't mean other people are. Since the second explosion in 2006, the area has been populated with stalkers from all over. Over time, these stalkers have created groups and factions, leading to the ones...
I'm gonna spend that item. I think metal is the best one, but didn't all the how is called? You know, the pistol that you had one shot and you that one. Couldn't you charge like stones? But the problem with the stone is that it's heavier, and that implies that it's going to fall off quickly. I have so much shit. Let me sell you the shit I don't need. I don't need this. Actually, I would like that one. I don't need a rock. I need a urinite.
ones we have today. The two biggest factions in Stalker's history are Duty and Freedom. Duty was initially started by General Tachenko. Many know that Duty came to be because of the soldiers who were sent into the center of the zone post-second explosion. The group was vastly under-equipped for the journey. The group felt that HQ had sent them there to die. Feeling abandoned and betrayed by their own government, they broke off and formed their own group called Duty. Call Pripyat clarifies, however, that Tachenko actually staged a communication breakout, which is what caused them to be abandoned, so that he could leave the military and stay within the zone. Their rotten history has been entirely swept under the rug for the most part, as Duty is known as the faction who hates the zone. Their major objective is the protection of life outside the zone, making sure the harmful creatures don't affect those living outside the walls on the mainland. In the long term though, they also plan to remove the zone entirely. As such, they care little for the zone's secrets as well as its wildlife, but they especially hate freedom. They're the opposite of liberty. They see the zone as an inevitable part of the world that they must coexist with, rather than wipe out. Both factions are essentially the embodiment of order and chaos. Some people aren't willing to throw down their life for a cause so specific though, and just want to live off the land. Those that choose to kill and steal their way to the top will be labeled as bandits. Bandits are generally looked upon unfavorably by just about anyone. Duty, Freedom, and neutral stalkers don't care for them and will even go out of their way to kill some should the need arise. While those that prefer to just take on odd jobs and not kill others would be called loners or free stalkers. These are neutral stalkers with no specific alignment. Individual groups of stalkers may differ on their ideologies, but on the whole everyone considers them neutral in the ongoing wars. They're able to walk into Duty and Freedom bases without issue and are even encouraged to trade with them, as it keeps their stocks fresh. Being neutral does mean that you'll likely be on your own though. Neither duty or freedom are going to lay down their lives for you, and the bandits don't care either way. But at least when it comes to 90% of the zone, you won't be shot on sight, which is probably the nicest greeting you could find in the zone. Another semi-neutral faction is the Mercenaries. They are different from traditional loners as they have a patch designating their faction's symbol, despite the fact that both loners and mercenaries are often hired for the same jobs by other factions. Their origin and base of operations are unknown, but they seem to be run by different groups of people. This is likely due to the fact that mercenaries don't have an allegiance and will do whatever is asked so long as they're paid. It is also uncertain what their motives are, as some groups have some malicious intentions, like Black's group of mercenaries in Call of Pripyat, who are only guarding the scientists to make sure no work related to the X-Labs makes it to their base, as once it does, they ambush you. And then there is the group of mercenaries who are trying to sow doubt within Freedom by having one of their men relay them information on Freedom's movements. So it's not entirely clear if the faction has its own goal or if each group of mercenaries has different motives, making them one of the zone's most mysterious factions. On top of this are the two factions who oppose everyone in the zone, the military and Monolith. The military, as the name implies, are the soldiers of the Ukrainian military. They simply patrol the outside perimeters of the zone and make sure no one gets in or out, whether that be mutants or stalkers. The military will almost always shoot you on sight whenever you're nearby, so it's advised to stay away from them at all costs. But quite a few soldiers are incredibly corrupt, as they're easily bribed with artifacts and rubles should you have any. Monolith, on the other hand, are a bunch of religious fanatics who control the innermost parts of the zone. They worship an alien crystal of some kind called the Wish Granter, located in the center of the zone. Their history is much more complex than this though, so we'll circle back to this when the time comes. And finally, while not technically a faction, the ecologists are considered neutral to just about everyone. These people are scientists and professors who study the zone. They usually hire just about anyone to help guard their bases and test out their experiments, and most are pretty much comfortable with their work. There may be specific individuals who dislike the amount of scientists studying the zone, but no faction specifically orders them to be killed. Members of Duty and Freedom are more than willing to help guard the bases, and free stalkers can be seen guarding and helping out as well. Because of the human presence, the zone has naturally managed to work its way into a well-oiled machine. Some people hunt for artifacts, others trade for information, some work as technicians to make sure the equipment is up and running, and some operate as guides, people who master the ways of the zone and can escort people anywhere they want without harm for a price. Each stalker is also given their own PDA, which keeps track of anything they'll need, as well as the locations of other stalkers. A ranking system is even implemented to not only encourage competition, but to also help other factions know who they're hiring. The zone has essentially managed to become a fully functioning entity, almost like a country, with its own set of laws and unwritten rules. So with all that said, let's see how the zone changes over the course of the series, starting with Clear Sky. Clear Sky begins in 2011. Our protagonist Scar is walking with some researchers near a swamp. It's usually unsafe to travel in such a way, but the researchers are sure that the next emission will occur in 2 months, so they have ample time to get to their destination. Almost as if fate is a cruel mistress, the zone has decided that this 2-month clock should be sped up as the next emission occurs right now. Scar and the other researchers are caught in the blast, but only Scar seems to have survived. He was picked up in the swamps after the emission by a group called Clear Sky. Talking with the bartender of the group, Cole reveals that the emission Scar survived was unlike anything they had ever seen. It was the zone's biggest emission. Scar then talks with the faction leader Lebedev, and he explains the nature of their business here in the zone. Clear Sky was formed to study the effects of the zone, like the many smaller cells of research groups before them. Thing is, they claim to know more about the zone than the government and any other scientists combined. They're not interested in turf wars with other factions, artifacts, or money. But the zone and its people are not going to kowtow to them simply because of their cause. They'll fight if they have to, but they're better researchers than fighters. This is why they've decided to live in the swamps, a tricky to navigate place filled with winding paths, dead ends, and many hazards. All they care about is studying the zone, and they almost had a clear picture of it until a few days ago when that emission occurred. Lebedev repeats much of what Cold was saying. It's the biggest emission they've ever seen. It also managed to change the walkable paths within the zone. Previously safe areas are now full of anomalies, but once restricted areas are now safe from harm. The mission seemed to have riled people up, as the fragile balance that held these factions at bay was broken, and groups have begun warring with one another to stake claim over the new land. This affects the secrecy of the faction. No one even knows Clear Sky exists, and while they were willing to help Scar, he can't just leave. He could tell someone and expose their entire operation. Worse, because of the changing anomalies thanks to the emission, the swamps are a bit safer than before. so bandits have started moving in, and if they get too curious, they could stumble upon the Clear Sky base. In fact, right in the middle of our conversation, an outpost of theirs is attacked, so Scar has to go in and save them. As he approaches, Scar finds only one man left, while some boars roam around the bottom, eagerly waiting for its prey to come down. Right in the middle of the fight, another emission appears, decimating anything nearby, but yet again, Scar survives. No one at Clear Sky can make heads or tails of the thing, only assuming he picked up some supernatural abilities somewhere. However, as Lebedev points out, he's not invincible to them. They seem to have an effect, albeit a slight one, on his nervous system. From here on, emissions do occur at a random rate throughout the game. Stay outside during another, and Scar will die for real. So while luck is on his side, it won't last forever. Scar naturally then asks the big question: why are there so many emissions? Lebedev explains that the emissions are releases of natural energy accumulated from the zone, a discharge, essentially. The irregular increase, though, is assumed to be an immune response from the zone. For example, our body uses white blood cells to defend or repair the body as needed. When it's particularly damaging, the body will make more to combat this deadlier threat. Lebedev sees the emissions as the zone's white blood cells. Something is attacking the zone, so it's conjured emissions to fight back against this threat. Lebedev says that the zone tolerates us in some places but forbids access to others, further saying that what is beyond the brain scorcher is restricted. People can't get past the brain scorcher, so Lebedev sees that as the zone wanting to protect itself from the people of the zone. So this incident to him means that someone likely got past that brain scorcher. And because the zone doesn't like that, it's going to use the emissions to stop this individual. Lebedev requests that we deal with this person, as their repeated attempts to get into the zone are causing harm to others by way of the emissions. So we stop this person, and the zone is happy. And when the zone is happy, we don't die. Interestingly, a future title, Call of Pripyat, will clarify that Clear Sky members Lebedev, Kalinshaw, and Suslov used to be X-Lab personnel. I'll delve into the nature of the X-Labs a bit later, but they were set up around the time of the first explosion and conducted numerous experiments. He used to work at the X8 lab, but they were specifically transferred to X7, which is at the center of the zone, and underneath a large structure known as the generators. In fact, it's where the pods of a group of scientists called Sea Consciousness are. So it's strange to hear Lebedev speak about the zone like a sentient being and feigning ignorance when he probably knows exactly what's going on here. So just keep this in mind while Scar finds the man the zone wants dead. To start our hunt, we follow a lead that Lebedev managed to procure. Someone in the cordon was asking about strange components a typical stalker wouldn't be looking for, so we'll have to go to the trader of the area Sidorovich to see what he knows. To continue operations in the swamps, the guides of Clear Sky will have to escort Scar blindfolded through the swamps, so that he never learns where the base actually is. He'll also have to help Clear Sky fend off the bandits who've recently made their way into the swamps, as again their curiosity could lead to the revealing of the Clear Sky base. The faction currently attacking the swamps is called Renegades. Interestingly, they're the least talked about and least developed faction in the series, only existing in Clear Sky just for this tutorial, which is interesting for a couple of reasons. See, Clear Sky is unique in that it's the only game in the series with a faction system. Since the zone's inhabitants are engaged in a large-scale turf war, factions of all kind have come out to fight. We as a mercenary can choose to side with any of these factions, making us an ally to one, but an enemy to another. One of these factional conflicts is between the loners and bandits, and yet instead of just using bandits, the game intentionally used a separate faction just for this fight. This means that the renegades and bandits, despite looking and functioning the same, are different in either ideology or leadership. If I had to guess, I'd say it's the latter. The leader of the bandits in Clear Sky is Yoga. So it seems like the renegades are bandits who are joined by individuals who didn't fall under Yoga's leadership or who may have openly opposed him in some manner. Because outside the names, they're pretty much the same. You'd be forgiven for mistaking a renegade member for a traditional bandit. Either way, helping Clear Sky defend the swamps is as simple as going to key locations, killing the renegades there, and then holding that position until Clear Sky forces can come and capture it. Once done, Scar can make his way out of the swamps and into the zone proper, starting his quest for the one who is disrupting the zone. Before we begin though, let's talk about the zone itself. We've discussed what the zone is and what it contains at length, but what about Clear Sky specifically? It's been 5 years since the zone as we know it first began, and since then people have had time to settle in and get acquainted with its land. Factions have been created, wars have been waged, and people are everywhere. So what does the zone look like in 2011? Well, once the player makes it outside the swamps, they'll enter the cordon. The cordon is the closest area to the perimeter of the zone, as such there is a large military presence nearby. The cordon acts as a beginner's town for new stalkers. Since it is right next to the edge of the zone, it's the first place new stalkers will stumble upon. It's like the tutorial town of an RPG, a place to get familiar and acquainted with the basics before we head out and put those skills to the test. As such, while it's relatively safe from anomalies and wildlife, there isn't much wealth to be found here. Artifacts are practically gone, and most of the abandoned points of interest were picked clean years ago. The only way to make a living here is to either pick stuff off of other people's bodies or doing jobs for Sidorovich, the area's trader. Any information or jobs that come in or out of the cordon go through him, so if you need a place to start, he's the one you go to. Further north is Garbage. As the name implies, it's a massive dumping ground that came about after the first explosion. All manner of technology ends up here, making it an easy moneymaker for those who are into tech instead of artifacts. Unfortunately, the bandits control this location quite heavily, making it very hard to profit off your expeditions. The bandits have each entrance locked down and will ask you to pay a fee just to enter, the price of which is however many rubles you have stashed away. Every time you meet a flock of bandits, you're expected to pay your dues. This will likely cause most players to quick load and then kill the bandits instead, making you an enemy of the faction. If you don't and let them take their cut, you can make your way to the abandoned factory to the north and meet with their leader Yoga. The bandits are part of a conflict involving the loners and free stalkers. Either by teaming up with Yoga or Father Valerian, the cordon and Garbage will either be run by bandits or stalkers. From here the road splits. To the west is Agroprom. The factory to the north is run by a group of stalkers led by Orest. Orest is quite interesting, as when asked why he hasn't joined a faction yet, he explains that he used to run with duty until they started talking about killing freedom. He believes that stalkers shouldn't kill based on clan membership, and instead should just live their lives. Search for loot, stay alive, he does it all for the love of the game. Further saying that just because we don't share the same goal doesn't mean we should kill each other. There's a difference between going against someone and just going down a different path in life. It's a surprisingly refreshing perspective that you don't see a lot of in this series. To the west of the Stalker base though is the Institute, which serves as the home base of Duty. Duty has managed to hold their own in the region, but they've incurred daily attacks from mutants who reside in the underground areas, making it difficult to make moves even within their own territory. To the east of Garbage though is the Dark Valley, currently run by Freedom. Due to the land, there are very few entrances into the Dark Valley, giving the faction a large area tucked away from most of the zone. But they too have suffered some heavy losses, as their men have been attacked by mercenaries the moment they leave their base. Any attempts to gain ground have been few and far between, as the mercenaries seem to be one step ahead of them. Both these factions are involved in their own faction war. Both factions start with establishing a foothold in Garbage before moving to the other end of the region and into the opposing faction's territory, either ending with Duty controlling the Dark Valley or Freedom controlling Agroprom. Northwest of Garbage is Yantar. Yantar is mostly deserted save for one research base led by Dr. Sakharov. He and the loners he employs for his research are the only living souls out here. That's because the building they've set up next to is overrun with zombies. The doc says that there are powerful sea emissions at the factory which turn stalkers into zombies, and it's unfortunately got a really high kill count, because the area is an untapped treasure trove of artifacts. So stalkers from all over come to try and prove they can outsmart the sea emissions, only to suffer the same fate as those before them. Further up the road are the army warehouses, where no one seems to have claimed its territory. The military used to have a solid hold over the region, but after the emission we saw in the intro, they abandoned most of their outposts. Once the military left, it was practically free real estate at that stage. Now there are multiple groups of Freedom, Duty, and Free Stalkers walking about. At the top of the region is the barrier, which is meant to serve as a literal barrier between the mutants and Monolith and the rest of the zone. By the time we make it there, however, the barrier is destroyed and abandoned, which explains the occasional Monolith presence within the area as well. And our final area for now is the Red Forest. According to one of the locals, Forester, the Red Forest used to be a wildlife reserve, Forester being one of the local foresters back then. He used to protect the area from poachers, but oddly enough, now the area protects itself. Most people avoid the Red Forest if they can, and are willing to add days to their expedition if it means not traveling through here. As Forrester says himself, if a stranger sets foot in the forest, he's as good as dead. The place is crawling with anomalies and mutants. The only people alive are a few renegades who are hiding in a cave and some members of Duty. But other than that, the Red Forest has stayed mostly neutral due to its hostility. There are two more locations that we haven't discussed yet, but we'll get to them in due time. For now, this is the zone in the current day. A melting pot of different factions all claiming their own pieces of the pie, while other locations are better left alone. Your actions during the faction war can change the territory's occupants, as we've seen, but the canonicity of these choices will have to wait. Returning to our objective, Scar will then make it to the cordon and meets with Sidorovich. Naturally, he won't be giving us that info without helping him first. Scar will track down a shipment of his that went missing. According to one of the stalkers involved in this issue, Father Valerian, they used to cooperate with the army. They'd be able to transport gear, equipment, and artifacts to their outpost and get any info they wanted from the army so long as they paid up. The commander of the army was trying to play both sides though, as he was also feeding some info to the nearby bandits, who took 2 of these guys as men and sold them as slaves over at Garbage. These stalkers then went a bit gun crazy and started attacking the military, even taking the commander hostage. This is really their only bargaining chip, as without him they would have been wiped off the zone by now. So Scar's going to help Valerian and find that loot, so they can make amends with Sidorovich, and so Scar can learn more about this stalker he's trying to find. Scar couldn't get any info out of him, so Valerian just says, "Hey, you know what? What if we just kill his friends? Maybe then he'll talk." To explain, the commander wasn't the only one benefiting from the deals going on between the stalkers and the bandits. He had a few friends who were also making money off this, so they have ample reason to get him out of these stalkers' hands. If Scar kills them, then he'll know that no one is coming for him, and the commander's toast. These soldiers and their squad are located not too far from where the stalker's hideout is. Killing them forces the commander to give up the location, which lets Scar grab the package, helping everyone involved. Sidorovich reveals that the stalker Scar is looking for goes by the name Fang. He was looking for some electronical components. Sidorovich told him to head to Garbage. Listening to a PDA within the location reveals that Fang was working with some stalkers to help him find these components. He requested all of them be found before payment was given, but they couldn't find all of them. So they were hoping Fang was nice enough to give them some of the planned payment for the items they did find. Given their current state, either Fang disagreed or they were attacked shortly after, as one of their men is seen standing on a rock to get away from some blind dogs. This stalker, Vasyan, tells us that Fang went into the Dark Valley, which means Scar will have to work with Freedom to get some answers. According to some of the soldiers of Freedom, many of the men within the faction refuse to go outside the base. They've had daily attacks that have resulted in over a dozen of their men dying. Looking into the matter reveals that the Commandant Lingolf was the one who was leaking the info. As soon as Scar returns with the news, he overhears that the Commandant has fled the base. Scar then meets with the leader of Freedom, Chekhov, who tells him that he and the Commandant were actually the ones who founded Freedom, so this betrayal cuts deep. Thankfully, all the exits out of the Dark Valley are sealed, so he's somewhere nearby. Dealing with the Commandant and taking his PDA back to Chekhov will curry favor with Freedom, and in turn let Chekhov spill the location of Fang, which is, of course, back at Garbage. Heading to the coordinates given by Chekhov, Scar finds Fang's PDA. Reading his PDA, Scar learns that Fang did indeed make it to the center of the zone, and that someone knows that they did, and that they're looking for him. This confirms Lebedev's suspicions, that the zone really is taking preventative measures to stop them from getting too close. He suggests following the coordinates in Fang's PDA to his stash, as their plans are said to be there. Following the coordinates will lead Scar to the Agroprom Institute. The issue is that the coordinates lead underground, but not only is this Duty territory, but the underground isn't even under Duty's command. Like with Freedom, Scar will have to do a favor for a favor. He helps them by flooding the caves of the mutants using the underground pump station, which will also give Scar unfettered access to the stash. After helping Duty, Scar finds the stash and discovers that Fang was in talk with 2 other stalkers, Strelok and Ghost. They planned on going underneath the Brain Scorcher, but they weren't able to. However, they managed to procure some equipment that would let them go through it. Fang left the equipment near Dr. Sakharov's place in Yantar. Lebedev then tells Scar to find Strelok, as he and the rest of the faction will handle Ghost and Fang. Talking with the professor reveals that he and Strelok had struck a deal. He would help test a new experimental C emission blocker, and Strelok would get the final version in return. He went into the facility here in Yantar to test its effects, but never came back. Getting into the factory is likely to melt Scar's brain and turn him into one of the zombies around here. So Sakharov suggests he find some documents nearby that a group of stalkers left behind, which had details on what was inside the factory. Approaching its location, we see a group of zombified stalkers, likely our aforementioned group. They unfortunately succumbed to these C emissions and became zombies. But with the info in hand, Sakharov realizes that the device in the factory is man-made. The pulses of the C energy are a result of a failure from the device's cooling system. If Scar can repair it, then things should go back to normal. Scar then works with a group of stalkers employed by the professor to help assist him in repairing the device. The group then invades the factory, takes down all the zombies they come across, and then takes up defensive positions so they can get the repairs done. With everything repaired, the factory no longer produces harmful C emissions, meaning any new stalkers who come into the vicinity will no longer be added to the horde. This also gives Scar a way past the facility and into the Red Forest where Strelok is located. Entering, he's immediately ambushed by Strelok and some men who are allied with him. Strelok manages to evade Scar long enough to enter through the Brain Scorcher. Going through there would be suicide without the proper equipment, and since we don't have any, Scar's only option is to go through Lumansk. Lebedev suggests finding Forrester here in the Red Forest, as he's the only one who would know how to get inside. Forrester explains that Limansk is a very secretive place. It used to be a place for scientists and their servants. They were studying something called a radio wave, which included installing a 5-story tall antenna within the town. The scientists working here were also bothered by outsiders, and many of the same outsiders reported headaches when they approached the town. He then points Scar to a location not far from here. Forrester's been picking up radio frequencies near Limansk, but the signals are weak, and the stalkers themselves seem to be caught in some loop space, meaning they always seem to loop back to where they were just by heading in different directions. The group of stalkers manage to get themselves caught in a spatial anomaly, so Scar uses a transmitter to help them escape. The problem is that the transmitter is in military territory, and these mercs can't be seen getting into fights with the military. So their leader Hogg calls in a favor with a friend of his from Freedom, who helps Scar attack the base. This will give Scar time to transmit the codes and allow these guys to escape the anomaly. These mercs, thanks to Scar's help, had actually managed to pop out on the other side of the bridge they needed to cross. So they'll lower the bridge while Clear Sky defends them. Once that's done, Clear Sky is a straight shot to Limansk. Inside the town are a few bandits and mercs along with a ton of monolith soldiers. As they are a faction whose whole purpose is to defend the zone, it only makes sense that they defend one of the ways inside. After a long and strenuous firefight, it's up to Scar to find Strelok and use a new electromagnetic prototype that Lebedev had made. This weapon should remove his C protection, leaving him vulnerable to the Brain Scorcher's effects. Recalling our past conversation, Lab X8, the one Lebedev was a part of, was also where the Gauss rifle was produced, which would explain how he managed to procure such a unique weapon for Scar. Scar will then stop Strelok and save the zone, but the zone seems to have responded with another emission before the game cuts to black. Clear Sky leaves the fate of the faction ambiguous, but future titles will tell us that just about every one of them died except Scar and a couple of others thanks to the emission, leaving Clear Sky to be one of the many forgotten factions that perish within the zone. The last scene then shows Scar and Strelok hooked up to various TVs, projecting all kinds of images into their heads, before it glances to a stalker tattoo on Strelok's arm, bringing an end to Clear Sky. Shadow of Chernobyl picks up sometime after this in 2012. It first begins with a scene showing a death truck driving through the zone. In the back of the truck is our new protagonist. Despite the death truck being electrocuted, he manages to survive the explosion and is taken to the cordon to be looked at by Sidorovich. The man has a marking on his arm, something Sidorovich has seen before, but none of the men he's seen it on have survived, except this one. For this he gets the nickname, the Mark I. Along with his belongings was a PDA detailing his mission, which was to kill Strelok. Having suffered from amnesia, the Mark I isn't sure why he was supposed to kill Strelok or who gave him the job in the first place. Given it's the only part of his past he has to cling to, he decides to learn more about this mission of his by chasing down Strelok. Like before though, I'd like to revisit the zone. It's been a whole year since Clear Sky and the faction war has surely affected the zone. Shadow of Chernobyl shares the same map as Clear Sky, so we can see how these older locations have evolved since we last stepped foot here. Starting with the easy ones, the Cordon and Yentar have largely remained the same since Clear Sky. The Cordon is still a place for newer stalkers, and the trader of the region is still Sidorovich. The military have set up a checkpoint in between the Cordon to stop stalkers from getting through, however, but their security is quite flimsy as a few rubles could change their mind. While Yentar is still being run by Dr. Sakharov, who is still carrying out research in the zone in the nearby factory. Although thanks to these sea emissions disappearing, the place was preyed upon immediately, resulting in a bloodbath between the stalkers, military, and Monolith. Some snorks seem to have escaped the underground as a result, and someone turned the sea emissions back on. Garbage, on the other hand, has changed significantly. Bandit presence still remains, but it's nowhere near as populated as it was in Clear Sky. Now the region is inhabited by mostly free stalkers, returning the place to a neutral area. Some small bandit groups do try to fight for territory, but they aren't nearly as fierce as they used to be, at least in Garbage anyway, as the headquarters for the bandits has moved to the Dark Valley, with it now being run by Borov. He used to be the bandits' barman, and dialogue from him suggests that he was very critical of Yoga's rule, so it's no wonder he's running the show now. As for Agroprom, the stalker facility is still owned by stalkers, but is being fought over by them in the military when we arrive. And Duty's old base is now another base for the military. Another location that's seen some new management are the army warehouses. Previously a lawless unclaimed land, the military has all but been driven out of the base and is now under Freedom jurisdiction. Just outside the walls, a small group of Duty soldiers who ask for assistance in taking down the base. You can choose to accept this mission, or alternatively let Freedom's leader Lukash know about their whereabouts and join a team of his who will hunt them down. Besides that, the nearby village that used to be a small resting place for stalkers is now overrun by bloodsuckers. And the barrier has been rebuilt, guarded by members of Freedom. The Red Forest also makes a return, but the player goes through a different part of the Red Forest this time, one that is guarded by Monolith all the way to the Brain Scorcher. Besides the old location, Shadow of Chernobyl also introduces a new location, Rostock. Originally, its entrance was blocked off and guarded by bandits, but now that they've been run out of garbage for the most part, the checkpoint is now owned by Duty, as the bar serves the Duty's new headquarters. The bar is a cozy looking place where stalkers of all kind, minus freedom, can come and relax. The bar 100 Reds is a great place to meet other stalkers and take jobs. There is an arena where stalkers can battle against mutants and other stalkers for fame and glory, while visitors can bet on the winners, and the place is entirely devoid of anomalies and mutants. Just outside the bar is a place known as Wild Territory. As the name suggests, it's quite a lawless wildland filled with mutants, anomalies, and bandits. With all that laid out though, it's worth asking what the result of the faction war was. And for that, I don't have an answer, because as you can see, it's all over the place. The change likely has to do with the games themselves. Clear Sky, despite ranking first in story order, is actually the second game in release order. So all this stuff about the faction war and Clear Sky was retroactively added into the game. This causes a bit of a complication, as there isn't a clear indication that any single faction won their respective war, or if they even participated in one at all. Regardless, this is where our beloved zone stands for now. New locations, old renovations, and just as many deadly mutants and anomalies. Let's hope Strelok survived, or else this mission of ours is going to get a lot harder. Returning to the task at hand, the Mark I attempts to get their bearings by working for Sidorovich. After a few routine jobs, Sidorovich lets him in on who this Strelok guy really is. Like before, he's one of the few who made it to the center of the zone, so he's not to be messed with, which makes the Mark I's mission all the more concerning. Sidorovich goes on to say that both he and the Mark I can work together. Strelok has explored the northern parts of the zone, locations untapped by stalkers, meaning there are artifacts aplenty. So the Mark I is going to waste Strelok when he sees him, and Sidorovich will get some share of the profit. To start, he instructs the Mark I to go to the Agroprom Institute. There are documents that mention the Brain Scorcher, the device that continues to restrict access to the center of the zone. Along the way, the Mark I runs into a few other stalkers, who are known to have run into Strelok in some fashion. He'll then follow this trail to Agroprom. Upon arriving at the factory, the military has already taken the fight to a band of stalkers. Helping them allows one of their men, Mole, to guide the Mark I to the secret hideout of Strelok. Not too far from the factory is a small sewer. Following the path, the Mark I comes across Strelok's hideout. Inside is a flash drive showing a conversation between Ghost and Strelok. According to the text, Fang is dead. We know from Clear Sky that the faction was hunting his trio, but according to Kala Pripyat, it was not Clear Sky who took him out. Fang's death is at the hand of a few mercenaries, not anyone notable. The rest of the conversation tells us that Strelok and Ghost are meant to meet up somewhere, but Strelok went ahead and took off towards the center of the zone. Likely around the same time Scar and Clear Sky were hunting the group. The Mark I then goes to the Agroprom Institute and finds the documents Sidorovich mentioned. He'll then take these to the barkeep over at the bar. Barkeep says though that the info is incomplete, and that the rest is likely found at the X-18 lab in Dark Valley. It requires two specific keys to enter. The barkeep has one, and the other is owned by Borov. Once he has both keys, the Mark I can get into X-18. Making it inside the lab, the Mark I will then run into some mutants and anomalies like a poltergeist. After killing a pyrogeist and finding some documents, the Mark I collapses, and a cutscene plays, showing Strelok near the center of the zone. Coming to, the Mark I senses the military, as they seem to have caught wind of the break-in, so he'll have to fight his way out. Returning to the barkeep, the Mark I discovers that the Brain Scorcher is man-made. It was made using a Kaimonov experimental emitter, whose components came from X-16. So another lab, another set of documents. To get there, he'll have to work with Professor Sakharov. He's still studying the sea emissions, and even managed to find that prototype that he had Strelok test, which we can use to help block out some of the sea energy underneath the factory. The base is also still surrounded by zombies and Snorks, but after fighting back the hordes, they're able to get inside the factory. After turning off the sea emission, the Mark I will then run into a controller along with the body of Ghost. Both Ghost and Vasily, a scientist working for Sakharov, were attempting to shut down the lab, but they failed. Vasily died outside near the bunker surrounded by zombies, and Ghost was likely taken by this controller. Deactivating the sea emissions also plays a cutscene of someone known as the Doctor talking with Strelok, before he shows the Doctor the heart of Chernobyl, something that will come into play in a future sequel. It then ends with Strelok talking about venturing to the north, towards the center of the zone. With everything all set to go, the Mark I is told by the barkeep how to get to the Brain Scorcher. Before you do that, however, there is a quick string of missions you can do first, which first begins with the Mark I meeting with Guide. Guide can supposedly go anywhere you want. He's been to every part of the zone and has helped Strelok and his crew numerous times. He tells us of the doctor's location, which is back at Strelok's hideout near the Agroprom factory. Traveling back, sees the Mark I knocked out from a trap. The doctor, over his body, talks to him, calling him Strelok, confused as to how he got caught in the trap when he was the one who suggested they booby trap it in the first place. This confirms that the Mark I has actually been Strelok the whole time, and that he's been tasked with killing himself. This clears up the marking on his arm, which we saw at the end of Clear Sky. Strelok had managed to escape the facility back in Clear Sky only to lose his memories and attempt to kill himself. Once Strelok finds his bearings, he'll then continue with the mission and head to the center of the zone. He'll have to cross the barrier and enter Monolith territory if he is to shut down the Brain Scorcher. Strelok will then make it underground and destroy the Brain Scorcher. With this device being the sole reason no one's made it to the center of the zone, everyone has mobilized on the Chernobyl Nuclear Power Plant, or CMPP. Duty, freedom, the military, even regular stalkers are here, all looking to grab a piece of the pie. All Strelok needs to do is get through all that unscathed and make his way to the center of the zone. Monolith isn't just going to let anyone inside though, at least not without a fight, so they'll be the main fighting force going forward. Pripyat, like in real life, served as a living quarters for those who worked at the Chernobyl power plants, although it seems to have been expanded into a proper city as places of entertainment and education were built within the city as well. There was a large stadium in the northern part of the city, a large Ferris wheel, which some of you might remember from COD 4, and a Palace of Culture, buildings that housed all kinds of recreational activities during the Soviet Union. Interestingly, within the Palace of Culture is a uniquely named monolith soldier named Charon. Stalker notably uses randomly generated names for its characters, except unique ones like Sidorovich or Fang. Charon is interesting because he's also unique, but never gets mentioned outside of his placement in the basement. According to the wiki, the in-game code lists him as the leader of Monolith. He doesn't say anything, but I thought this was interesting nonetheless. But just because he's the leader doesn't mean he is the founder, as the real founders are about to be revealed. As one Strelok makes it inside the reactor, he starts hearing the voice of the Wish Granter. As the legend goes, there exists an ancient object known as the Wish Granter, which is said to grant any wish that you desire, as long as you make it to the center. However, the Wish Granter is a lie. All it exists to do is brainwash people into joining Monolith. Depending on a variety of factors, you can get 1 of 5 endings. All of them are lies. None of these wishes will come true, as the real endings will show. Taking a different path when inside the reactor, we'll see Strelok meeting with Seek Consciousness. Seek Consciousness is a group of 7 scientists who link their brains together to create a common consciousness. They explain that they first studied the zone back in 1989 after the first explosion. These experiments consisted of all kinds of tests. Scattered throughout the zone are various locations called X-Labs. These are run by the scientists back in the day, with just about each one placing a specific importance on one kind of test. X3 had some TVs near the control room and a visiograph which created the illusion of a lush field of flowers, so brainwashing and illusion experimentation was conducted here. X5 ran experiments on leashes and controller abilities to see if they could control the mutants, and also be able to implement these abilities into a
extra
person.
jumps. I love that.
X7 is underneath the large structure known as the generators, and are where the pods of Seek Consciousness lie. X8 seems to be just a basic research lab, but it not only contains documents about the other labs, but it also has a few notes about Project 62, which was the project that would lead to the creation of the Gauss rifle. X16 is the facility under Yantar. Documents claim that one of the lab's main discoveries was that living creatures could generate directed C emissions. As such, they created a large biological field emitter which looked a lot like a brain to run some tests on. X18 was also about C-related emissions, except it seems as though some of the test subjects they were working on had broken out of containment. And X19 is underneath the Brain Scorcher, and is where Strelok would need to go to turn it off. All of these experiments, while different in design and scope, had one connective thread, and that's the noosphere. In real life, the noosphere is a philosophical concept, popularized by biogeochemist Vladimir Vernadsky and Jesuit priest Pierre Chardin. Due to the nature of their professions, each one developed a different explanation for its existence. Vladimir took a scientific approach, claiming that the noosphere is the third sphere that surrounds the Earth, along with the geo and biosphere. The biosphere refers to all biological life, while the geosphere is the rest, things like rocks, minerals, etc. The noosphere, then, is the collective sphere of human thought and rationale. Vladimir believed each of these 3 spheres built off each other for growth, while Chardin's approach claimed that the noosphere rose from humanity's growth, further saying that as humans grow in population size, intellect, and complexity, the noosphere will grow along with them. As mentioned in a previous video though, the noosphere, at least in real life, isn't real. There is no way of knowing as of now if it exists or not. Unlike the ozone layer, something invisible to the naked eye but can still be measured and tracked. Stalker makes this a reality. Sea Consciousness had discovered it not too long after settling in the zone and worked tirelessly to connect to it. That's why they merged their minds, as connecting to it required all their collective effort. Their main goal was to make small adjustments to the noosphere and remove the negative feelings within humans, such as anger, greed, and cruelty, assuming it would evolve humanity in some way. But they failed. They overstepped and one of their experiments failed, which caused a massive explosion, the explosion of 2006, meaning they created the zone. Ever since then, they've been hard at work continuing to run the experiments, but numerous problems arose. Firstly, the energy that was being produced in their experiments was so much that they needed to off-gas it into the atmosphere, meaning they're also the creators of the emissions. So Lebedev wasn't that far off in assuming that the emissions were an immune response from the zone, as Sea Consciousness was using it to stop people from getting too close, but where he faltered was assuming that the zone was sentient or had a mind of its own, not knowing that the real controllers were inside the sender the whole time. The other was the presence of mutants and stalkers out the zone had been formed, on top of the fact that the zone was trying to outgrow its confines, something Sea Consciousness was trying to stop. To help prevent the halting of their research, they created numerous lines of defense, to stop the people from getting too close. This included the Brain Scorcher, the Agents, the Wish Granter, and Monolith. The Brain Scorcher would fry a person's brain, turning them into mindless zombies. They would then join Monolith and fight to defend Sea Consciousness against their will. The Wish Granter was just another tool of deception, as while it may seem like your wish was granted, you would actually be brainwashed into fighting for Sea Consciousness. The Agents, however, were a little bit different. They would act as, well, agents who would do their bidding in secret, and Strelok was one of them. Those who were hooked up to the TVs were meant to be agents of Sea Consciousness, and the tattoo on their body was to signify that they were agents. Sea Consciousness would then use the death trucks as a way to smuggle their agents into the zone, even though most of them would die in transit. This would explain why Strelok and his crew were being hunted. It's possible that they were being attacked by agents of Sea Consciousness who wanted them silenced. But they failed when an error occurred and Strelok was brainwashed into killing himself. Strelok, though, now has a choice between joining them and becoming the eighth mind of Sea Consciousness, or destroying them. Canonically, he destroys the scientists, which requires him to travel through various portals across the CMPP to get to where they are. Strelok will then shoot rounds into their tanks, preventing them from ever using people again. As the game ends, Strelok finds himself in a lush scenery of flora, while he questions whether he made the right decision. He's not sure if he did, but what he does know is that he's happy to just be alive. Call of Pripyat begins a few months after Shadow of Chernobyl. It stars Major Degtyaryov of the Ukrainian Secret Service. During the attack on the CMPP, the military conducted an operation known as Operation Fairway. Dozens of military helicopters carrying troops are headed to the CMPP, but none had survived. The crews and the helicopters were lost, dealing a massive blow to the military. Major Degtyaryov, USS Special Agent and former stalker, is being sent into the zone to learn what happened. Once again though, let's talk about the zone. Unlike previous titles, Call of Pripyat doesn't take place in these same locations. Call of Pripyat only has 3 locations: Zaton, Jupiter, and Pripyat. Zaton is the starting area. The main resting place is the Skadovsk, an abandoned ship now serving as the central hub for any stalkers in the area. The founder of this little place is Beard, who along with Groose serves as bartender and sheriff respectively. After Sherlock destroyed the Brain Scorcher, Beard arrived in Zaton to explore the previously unknown area. Beard, like other barmen, has lots of connections, and he runs a pretty legitimate artifact business, trading them amongst other stalkers and even those outside the zone. Beard can eventually get himself in a minor conflict with Sultan, the leader of the bandits here in Zaton. Compared to the previous leader, Sultan seems a bit more amicable, as he offers up the idea of taxing people for their services. He came into the zone because the outside world wasn't for him. One of his buddies, Tolyan, died due to some bad drugs, so Sultan killed his friend's dealer. After going to jail and serving time, he got busted again, and realized that this normal life wasn't for him. So he left it all behind to chase the zone. Both these men are involved in a mission called The Hit. Sultan wants to take over the Skadovsk, but doing that's going to be easier said than done. Firstly, he wants us to help him take out some lonely stalkers on another abandoned ship called the Shevchenko. Their leader, Spartacus, is a part of Beard's crew. If you help the bandits, then the crew will be no more. Sultan will then ask you to be a hired gun for a transaction, as a corrupt duty officer named Morgan is selling them weapons, and he wants to make sure things go smoothly. The meeting is ambushed by some stalkers, forcing you to take out both the stalkers and Morgan to complete the quest. Alternatively, you could tell Beard about the attack on his men beforehand, allowing him to hire a few extra stalkers to catch the bandits off guard. Afterwards, you'll then be tasked with taking out that duty officer Morgan before he sells the guns to the bandits. Either leader ends up running the Skadovsk by the end. Beard's rule continues as normal, as his artifact business continues to boom, while Sultan's rule issues in a time of relative peace, as anyone who steps out of line is made an example of. The only other place of note in Zaton is the old barge, which houses a man named Noah. Owing to his name, Noah believes that a large wave will come to the zone in the form of an emission, followed by a horde of mutants who will kill everyone. He claims that his ark is the safest place in the zone, and is the only place that can protect the people from the coming wave. Hilariously, if Noah survives to the end of the game, the end slide will show us that a group of stalkers sought refuge in his ark to hide from an emission. The barge was also attacked by Snorks, but the barge's defenses and Noah's army of pseudo-dogs had run them out. So, maybe there is some truth to his words. To the south of Zaton is Jupiter, a place filled with all kinds of factions, anomalies, and mutants. The main hub is Yanov Station. It's inhabited by both Freedom and Duty, as both groups agreed to call the place neutral ground. The most important area in Jupiter is the mobile lab. Like previous labs, this is run by a couple of scientists, namely Dr. Herman and Dr. Ozerski. They're guarded by mercenaries led by Black and his crew, while also hiring stalkers Topol, Mace, Spirit, and Snake as their helpers for their ecological research. You're free to assist both of them in their scientific endeavors should you choose to. Dr. Herman follows more research-related things, such as planting scanners and defending Topol and his crew from mutants while they scan for anomalies. Herman's questline ends with you finding documents on the Jupiter factory, the place this location is named after. After you find the documents though, you're ambushed by Black and his crew. Looking over his PDA, you learn that they were told by a guy named Jackal to guard the doctor's bunkers. They were told to make sure no X-Lab research reaches the scientists, and if it does, they won't be able to leave the zone. With them dead, however, this means that no one is left to guard the bunker, which allows you to choose between a variety of different groups or factions depending on your preference. Dr. Ozerski, on the other hand, is more interested in the unknowns. He's been recently obsessed with finding this place called the Oasis, and he wants you to help him find it. It's located south of the bunker in the ventilation complex. You'll happen upon a looping room of sorts and you'll need to find a way out. You need to walk through the columns until a starry effect appears between them, then walk through only those starried pillars, and from there, the Oasis is yours. You can then take the Heart of Oasis artifact to Ozerski and get paid for your reward. It's also worth noting here that Novico, the technician of Clear Sky, is stationed here now, continuing his duties as technician but now under the doctors, implying that he either didn't join the assault on the CMPP or somehow survived. Throughout both maps are also a handful of new anomalies. They don't function too differently from the other anomalies we've seen before, but it's showing that anomalies are not always small or contained. As their name suggests, their nature is anomalous, so their size, purpose, and danger are all different. Interestingly, there is also a downed UAV tucked away in the northwest corner of the map. It doesn't contribute to anything within the game, but it was likely used by the military to keep an eye on things. How it was struck down though is unclear. It could have been an anomaly, or better yet, it might have been an emission. As while walking around Call of Pripyat, you're likely to stumble upon a few emissions. As we talked about earlier, the emissions were controlled by sea consciousness, as they were the ones releasing the energy of the noosphere into the atmosphere. Well, with sea consciousness gone, it should mean that the emissions are gone too, right? Not quite. See, as the scientists said themselves, they've been holding the zone back from expanding. Without their input, the zone would have grown in size and veracity. At the time, they were able to control it. Now that they are out of the picture, that would explain why the emissions are more numerous than before. The zone was always going to be able to conjure up emissions. See, consciousness was just able to control it back then. The helicopters that the Major is meant to find are also in these locations as well. Investigating them reveals each aircraft was destroyed in different ways. Some of the crew died immediately when in the air, others managed to survive the ensuing crash. One of the helicopter's black boxes was unharmed, others not. The Major does manage to find some locations on a map that are said to be evacuation points should the crew need an airlift out of the zone. Asking a local technician for assistance, the Major learns that evacuation point B28 is where the rest of the survivors are held up. That puts them squarely in the middle of Pripyat, which is currently inaccessible as of right now. A lookout for duty named Zulu is willing to get the Major to Pripyat through an underground passage. But not only is it filled with radiation, so a Sevasuit of some kind will be necessary, but mutants populate the underground, so they'll need some backup. There are 3 available companions for this mission: Sokolov, Vano, and Strider. Only one is necessary to begin, but you're free to take everyone with you to make things easier. They are all fairly easy to recruit. Vano is found at Yanov Station. He owes some money to some bandits but can't pay off the debt as they keep adding interest to his payment. You can either kill them or pay off his debt. Either option makes him recruitable. Sokolov is a military soldier who was a part of the Stingray helicopters that the Major was sent to investigate. He's now working for the doctors in the mobile lab, trying to figure out a way to get to his comrades. Our reasons for going to Pripyat are the same as his, so he's willing to join. But you'll need to talk to Ozerski first as he needs a Sevasuit to enter. Strider is the most interesting member of the group by far. While patrolling Jupiter, you'll come across a small band of friendly monolith soldiers led by Strider. He explains that they are not hostile and don't want any trouble. Strider says that all he remembers was the bright shining light of the Wish Granter. Everything else about his past was gone. Strider in Heart of Chernobyl will also corroborate this, further saying that everyone lost decades worth of their life. It's as if their lives first started when they became Monolith. The Major can ask him to join their expedition, but he'll only do so once his men are safe. This means you'll have to either recruit them to duty or freedom, but the leaders aren't willing to take them in just like that. They are Monolith after all, and everyone has a history with them. So you'll need to curry favor with the leader of whatever group you choose before they can join. Once a part of the faction, Strider's able to be recruited. Once you've gathered all the companions you want, it's time to head to Pripyat. As expected, there are lots of anomalies and Snorks waiting and hiding. After escaping, the Major meets with Colonel Kowalski. He too has been looking into why the operation failed so swiftly. He believes it to be the work of an experimental weapon that Monolith had created. A squad not far from the military hideout in Pripyat was spotted using one, so the colonel wants Degtyarev to grab this weapon and bring it back here for analysis. We learn that the experimental weapon is a Gauss rifle called Project 62, a weapon we've seen in previous Stalker games before. Before we can even get a chance to analyze the weapon, a recon team is attacked, so the Major is sent in again to assess the situation. The recon team is dead by the time the Major arrives, but some coordinates on their bodies take it to a base surrounded by Monolith soldiers. Despite the fact that the Wish Granter has lost most of its power, some still worship its divinity, which is why Monolith still exists. This ends this thread of the main quest for now, as we're also asked to look into the Gauss rifle we picked up. The Major finds some documents related to the weapon, which not only help him repair it, but also point to his next location, Lab X8. Down here is a host of different documents all about the X Labs and their research, things we discussed earlier in the video, and things the military would definitely like to know. After bringing the info back to the Colonel, he'll ask to speak to the Major privately. Simply put, they're in a bit of a bind. No evacuation choppers have been spotted, they can't communicate with HQ, their men are dropping like flies, and Monolith has continued to put on the pressure. They need to re-establish communication with headquarters immediately. They discovered that something might be jamming their signals to HQ, so the Major is tasked with finding and destroying this jammer. This jammer is a large antenna with some sea emissions flowing out of it. Once destroyed, communication has been restored. The Major then tells the Colonel of the good news. Amidst their conversation, one of the techs spots a radio signal not far from them. It's heading towards the base, and the Colonel assumes it's a Monolith. Following the signal, the Major discovers that it's not Monolith, but Strelok. He's here because he has information that could lead to the removal of the zone. He also explains that the reason their Stingray helicopters were destroyed was because their anomaly maps are outdated. Anomalies aren't stationary, they move when an emission occurs, so the military was operating off old information, which is how they were destroyed. They crossed over an anomaly in an area they previously thought was safe.
I'm out.
With communication restored, the Major's objective was complete, so all that was left was to evacuate. Surrounding them is dozens of zombies, so the military will have to fight their way out of here. After a long firefight, the helicopter will arrive and evacuate the survivors. From here, various end sides will play depending on the completion or lack thereof of certain quests, as well as the status of certain individuals you met along the way. Following the events of the game, Major Degtyarev would hand over the info he found at the X Labs to the USS. All the info was then filed under top secret, and the personnel within the zone were ordered to never let its secrets be unearthed ever. Project 62, the project that led to the creation of the Gauss rifle, was considered by the military. But due to high budget costs, it was decided that mass production was impossible. But manufacturing of the weapon as a whole was still on the table. Major Degtyarev was promoted to colonel for his efforts in the zone and was recommended to serve as a mission coordinator for the USS, but declined, wishing to be sent back into the zone as a permanent observer. Strelok had passed on his findings in the CNPP to the USS commanders. This then led to the creation of a government facility called Circa, with Strelok being hired as a chief scientist consultant. As for stuff outside the main quest, both the Anov station and the Skadovs had the potential to be overrun with mutants should certain hunt quests not be completed. If they are completed, then the places remain afloat. Siding with duty or freedom more during specific side quests that involve the factions will either reside in duty or freedom beating the opposing faction. If you didn't gain the trust of either faction, then things remain neutral, and the soldiers of each side have started leaving the factions and becoming free stalkers instead. And finally for the companions, Zulu, Vano, Strider, and Sokolov all have the potential to die during the expedition. Assuming they don't, Zulu becomes the leader of a small squad of duty members at the General's request. Vano travels to the army warehouses still owned by Freedom and earned a reputation as a cheerful, optimistic guy. He also leads a band of researchers who investigate anomalies. Strider left whatever faction he was a part of and started a new group. Rumors say that all their members are ex-Monolith fighters. And Sokolov will continue to do flying missions over the zone, only to be shot down again near the cordon. He was rescued again and from there decided to leave the Air Force and join a civil airline instead, thus concluding Call of Pripyat. Heart of Chernobyl begins at least 9 years later in 2021. It starts with our protagonist Skiff waking up to an anomaly in his home, which explodes and destroys the little he had. Homeless, he turns to the origin of the artifact that was left behind after the explosion and sets out to the zone. He's driven to the perimeter by Dr. Herman, who thanks to the Major's efforts was able to facilitate the development of groundbreaking medicine and technology. The Ministry of Education will then allocate more funds towards research in the zone, which allowed him and Ozerski to remain within its borders. Skiff then hands Herman the artifact and puts it into his scanner, likely an evolution of his previous scanner work from Call of Pripyat. Skiff is then told to use the scanner on specific anomalies to charge the artifact, but after 2 attempts, nothing happens. He tries a third time but is interrupted by some members of a new faction called the Ward. They almost catch Skiff before a sniper from a watchtower shoots them, giving him a chance to run away. As he runs, Herman says that their contact Solder sold them out, before Skiff is attacked by a group of stalkers. One of them takes the scanner and leaves him for dead. As he wakes the following morning, he's found by a man named Richter who helps him out of the anomaly field. Skiff's main goal is to then find out what happened and get his scanner back, and to do that he'll need to talk to his previous contact, Solder. Richter recommends checking Zalicia, a nearby haven for stalkers. But before we go there, once again, let's talk about the zone for the final time. Heart of Chernobyl not only takes place a decade or so later, but it's the largest map in the series thus far, encompassing every location in the previous 3 games and then some, so we have a lot to cover. Firstly though, we need to talk about the map. Stalker 2's map is a little confusing. Previous games never gave off the indication that the areas were connected, as you did have to go through a loading screen, but lots of locations have been moved or changed around. The swamps in Clear Sky was southwest of the cordon, but now it's to the far east of it. The Brain Scorcher was said to be within the Red Forest and was directly next to Pripyat, and here it's not even close. So just keep in mind some of the locations are a bit different than how you might remember them. In terms of the old locations, all of them have returned but have seen some changes over the past decade. The cordon continues to remain the same, except the military presence has been swapped with the IPSF. The International Perimeter Security Force is, as the name implies, a security force who patrols the perimeters of the zone. This used to be the role of the Ukrainian military, but due to the size and infamy of the zone, it's possible that the UN or some kind of international organization decided to create a dedicated faction that would watch over the zone. Garbage, though, has seen some changes. The Dark Valley is now merged with Garbage on the map. The old base that used to belong to Freedom and Clear Sky, that was taken over by Borov and his crew in Shadow of Chernobyl, now belongs to Varan, a man who is gunning for the title of Kingpin within Garbage. There's also a new safe haven called Slag Keep, which is surrounded by lots of garbage. It's currently owned by Free Stalkers, but after a few main missions it'll be overrun by the Ward. Agroprom has been merged with the chemical plant on the map. The chemical plant, the place it's named after, is now a base for the Ward, while the Agroprom Institute and factory are completely abandoned. They used to be owned by the military, but given they no longer operate within the zone, it makes sense why they moved out. The chemical plant also contains the army warehouses. Yeah, like I said, this map is a little confusing. But the previously Freedom-owned base has also been deserted, the bloodsucker-filled village still exists, and if I'm being honest, I could not find the barrier. I don't believe it exists in this entry, although it could be wrong. It is not marked on the map explicitly, but it is possible that it went through some renovations and goes under a different name. Rostock largely remains the same in terms of design, but Duty was kicked out and replaced with Freedom. Prior to the start of the game, a new faction known as the Ward entered the zone. They are the military force of Circa, which we briefly mentioned in Call of Pripyat. The Ward issued a peace treaty called the D4 Pact, which Freedom, Duty, Noontide, and the Ward all signed. Within this treaty was also terms that involve what land they were told to give up and what new places they could claim. Part of Duty's honoring of that deal meant leaving the Rostock to Freedom, who now runs the whole location. Miantar has changed slightly as the scientist bunker that used to house Professor Sakharov has been abandoned. And the Red Forest also remains the same outside of more expansion, although Duty and Monolith are non-existent. So outside of the occasional free stalker, it's just filled with nothing but mutants and anomalies. Clear Sky's swampy base is now on the bottom right of the map, and as alluded to earlier has been completely abandoned. All of Clear Sky, save for a couple people, were killed. Clear Sky as a faction is no more, so it makes sense that the base also ceases to exist. As for the Call of Pripyat locations, Zaton is right above the swamps. The Ward has managed to establish a base in the region called Camp Icarus, and the Skadovs and Shevchenko return but under new management. The Skadovs is now run by Sultan, who now creatively calls it the Sultansk, while Beard runs the Shevchenko. Dialogue from both men seem to suggest that the bandit side of the conflict is canon. Beard states that Sultan ran him out of the Skadovs 7 years ago, thanks to their men getting a heavy supply of weapons, likely the same weapons given to them by Morgan. Beard then tried to find Major Degtyarev in Pripyat but didn't get what he wanted out of him. He then returned to Zaton a year ago to commandeer the Shevchenko. They are once again involved in another conflict with one another. Sultan took some of Beard's men, and Beard sends some of his other men to take a shipment of Sultan's. It's learned though that their conflict was carefully engineered by the ship's bartender Sonia in the hope that they would kill each other so that she could run the ship. She has her own allies and motivations, but you could choose to either help her, resulting in both Beard and Sultan's death, or betray her, which results in Beard and Sultan finally making amends and vowing to work together. Yanov Station and Jupiter have now been moved to the northwest right next to Pripyat. The base that used to belong to Herman and Ozersky is abandoned. Herman obviously moved on to other projects, but Ozersky moved to STC Malachite, another research base here in the zone. Yanov Station is now also heavily guarded by the military, and that has to do with Pripyat. Major, now Colonel Degtyarev, stayed behind as alluded to in Call of Pripyat, and has continued to square off against Monolith since. He has blocked off all access to Pripyat, only allowing one entrance through Yanov Station, which requires special permission. This allows him to know who gets in or out of Pripyat, so as to make sure Monolith doesn't leave. As for the new locations, the first one you'll visit is the Lesser Zone. Similar to the Cordon, it acts as a first step for many new stalkers who make their way past the perimeter, with Zalicia serving as one of its main hubs. It also contains the Sphere, which is a base run by the IPSF. To the west is the Burned Forest. Not much to tell that the name already doesn't explain itself. The place is almost entirely scorched with very little signs of civilization left, and anything living in this area is more than likely a mutant. Next to that is Duga, named after the Duga radar array. To the north of that is Malachite. This location houses lots of programs and experimental labs. The VPC Mirror Facility, the Tropospheric Comm Station, Prominent CTD Factory, STC Malachite, and even the Brain Scorcher. All these places serve or used to serve as traditional factories or research labs. And, for the sake of posterity, the Brain Scorcher has also been abandoned, save for a squad of mercs who can show up during an unrelated side quest. Towards the east is Wild Island, now the home base of a new faction called Noontide. Noontide is run by Strider, and is the former Monolith faction that Call of Pripyat alluded to. The ranks are filled with former Monolith members whose brainwashing has faded thanks to Strelok. The island, while only separated by a small amount of water, has been carefully guarded by Noontide to prevent an attack from either side of the base, making the center of the island the safest place to be for the former Monolith soldiers. North of Wild Island are the Cement Factory and the Cooling Towers. Not much to say about these locations specifically, as the names are based off those specific structures, but it is worth mentioning that right at the checkpoint between the locations are the new headquarters of Duty. General Voronin from Shadow of Chernobyl is still running the show, and is doing his best to continue to uphold Duty's goals. The treaty was a major setback for the faction, but he's happy with their new location. And the final area is Circa's headquarters, which can be accessed through Zaton. It's just as lavish as you would expect and houses hundreds of people from Ward soldiers to researchers, all working towards Circa's end goal of prosperity for humanity. Besides the new locations, Heart of Chernobyl takes a page out of Call of Pripyat, and litters the land with all kinds of unique anomalies. From menacing-looking orbs that just float in the water, to fire tornadoes, to a field of poppies that cause you to hallucinate. I should also state for the record that this is a gross oversimplification of the areas present in Heart of Chernobyl. Because of its size, there are dozens of locations in each area, but most of them are abandoned, so I felt that it wasn't necessary to mention every location in the game. Doing so could easily add another 20 minutes to this video. And finally, something interesting is the change in currency. Previous games used Russian rubles, but now it's been changed to coupons. Not discount coupons, mind you. It's likely referring to the Ukrainian currency Karbonovins. Ukraine notably uses Hryvnia as its currency, but the country used to call it Karbovadins, which is often called coupons. According to Sonia, a guy from Freedom in Rostock started the idea, and apparently everyone just went along with it. Given they used the name of a now defunct currency instead of an actual one, this suggests that the zone really is becoming its own country. Not officially, of course, but it's definitely becoming more than just a place within Ukraine, and is closely resembling its own legitimate territory. But this is where the zone stands as of now. So let's see how our beloved location changes over the course of the game. Returning to the story, Skiff needs a new home, and to find that he'll need that scanner. He follows various leads that bring him to people like Squint, Solder, Diode, and Varan. Varan is where the trail pivots, as he has a job that Skiff will need to complete in order to progress. Once that finishes, he goes to meet with the prisoner he was promised to see. Down below the factory in a cell is Nestor, a guy who worked for Diode and a dead member of Noontide along with their PDA. Skiff then takes the PDA back to Diode only to run into the ward. He has a chat with Dr. Dahlin, the head of Circa, and Colonel Korshinov. Dahlin explains that the artifact in Skiff's scanner is the Alpha artifact, which when used will allow them to usher humanity into a new age. This would also lead to the removal of the zone for good. It'll be a scientific breakthrough and a miracle, and he can help them achieve that. To start, Skiff can choose to reveal the PDA he found, which will lead to both these men instructing him to go to Noontide's base on Wild Island. He'll also get a ward badge, which can help bypass checkpoints easier. If not, then he'll have to do a mission for a stalker named Mute. Mute's located near a base owned by Spark and led by Scar. Spark was initially founded by Topol, Mace, Snake, and Spirit, the same ones who helped Dr. Herman back in Call of Pripyat. Scar, however, explains that when he was a part of Spark, a shootout happened and some of the members died, which led to him leading in their stead. Spirit, however, is still alive, and will explain that this isn't exactly how it happened. There's also a note of his you could find that states that he and his group were the original Spark. Anyone claiming to be now is a fake and just using their name. So why is Scar lying? Well, a good explanation for why he is his new crazy attitude. Scar never spoke, but he seemed professional, to an extent. This Scar, however, is off the crazy pills. As we know from Clear Sky, Scar was taken by sea consciousness and brainwashed. Well, that brainwashing seems to have had an effect on him, as his main goal as the leader of Spark is to find the Shining Zone, a place where the evils of the zone are gone. He even shows a great example of that evil, as zombies arrive during the conversation. This is the kind of evil Scar wants to remove. His plan sounds a lot like Sea Consciousness's plan to rid the world of negative emotions, and that's intended. I wouldn't go as far as to say that he is currently being brainwashed as we're speaking to him, but I think his time back then did morph his feelings and thoughts on the zone to align with that of Sea Consciousness. After their talk concludes, he goes to the Noontide base on Wild Island to meet with Strider, who's currently helping his injured men after being attacked by a scanner. Strider encourages Skiff to talk to Professor Ladochka, as all the monolith PDAs can be tracked and he might know the location. He's first told to find an inductor at the waste processing station. The place has been overrun by a controller, and some mercenaries come by after Skiff leaves to clear up the mess, which includes killing leftover Noontide members. They were hired by Dubney, a member of Noontide, which doesn't make any sense, but hints at the treachery soon to follow. As upon returning to Wild Island, Strider and another member Faust are arguing over ideals. Strider is a sign of the future, while Faust is one of the past. Faust saw beauty in the Wish-Granter, like some of those men in Call of Pripyat. He believes that life was better under its rule, whereas Strider sees it for the destructive device that it was. This internal conflict within Noontide spills over almost immediately, as Strider tells Skiff to head to Azimuth Station, as that's where they can track the PDAs. But upon arrival, the previously ward-guarded location has been attacked. Faust's cell of Noontide has attacked the base. This is confirmed as much when he enters, as Skiff is attacked by Foma, another member of Noontide. Dealing with him and listening to the PDA reveals that Faust really is betraying Noontide, hoping to turn them back into Monolith. This cuts deep for Strider. Not only was Faust the one who helped him found Noontide, but Foma was even one of his men we helped in Call of Pripyat. A recorded conversation on the PDA points Skiff to Camp Icarus. He informs the captain here that there is a traitor within their midst. Investigating further reveals this traitor to be Lieutenant Shaterev. According to his personal notes, he didn't believe in Faust's speeches, but over time became increasingly interested in what the man had to say. Sifting through his laptop, Skiff hears the words Clear Sky and decides to head to their base. But as we know, finding Clear Sky won't be that easy. He has to track down Nimble, who's the only one who knows how to get there. Nimble has been everywhere. He's worked with not only Sidorovich, but also Clear Sky and the Skadovsk. There isn't anywhere this man hasn't gone, and since he was at the Clear Sky base, he definitely knows how to get there. After a brief altercation, as Skiff recognizes him as the one who left him for dead in the intro, Skiff can choose to kill or spare him. Either option rewards him with a map that will instruct him on how to navigate the swamps. To get through its defenses, Skiff will have to disable some sea emitters that Professor Kalanshaw set up to prevent people from getting inside. These are all located near many points of interest he would have taken over during the faction war against the Renegades, like the Watchtower and Farmstead. Like all sea-related missions, it causes some brief hallucinations to occur, which explains the mysterious enemies who appear out of thin air, only to disappear when you attempt to loot their body. Upon making it to the base, Faust is seen recounting the deaths of his men while sitting next to Skiff's scanner. Going off the messages left behind by the sea emitters, Faust seems to be confused as to why the Wish Granter abandoned him, questioning what he did to receive such silence. Faust believes that the Wish Granter's silence is a sign to show them that just because they're alive does not mean they are happy. Faust continually mentions these feelings of happiness throughout the game. He questions if being alive like they are now will truly bring them happiness. Under the Wish Granter, all was taken care of, but now they have to think for themselves, and that's easier said than done. Strutter believes that while the road ahead is tough, nothing is worse than being controlled, but Faust sees the control as a gift. Regardless, with the scanner in hand, Skiff can then head to Circa and get paid. Before that, Scar and Strider ask Skiff to be wary, as they just received word that the Wish Granter was moved from the center of the zone to Circa's headquarters. Given its intended purpose, that only means something bad, so they want Skiff to investigate and see what Circa plans to do with it. Upon meeting with Dahlan, he explains that the Alpha artifact is necessary to their goal, as it will allow them to connect to the generators remotely from Circa. The generators were briefly seen at the end of Shadow of Chernobyl. They are located in the center of the zone, and is where the pods of sea consciousness are. They hold unimaginable power, due to this place being used to tap into the noosphere. With the Alpha artifact, instead of just going there themselves, they could just control its power from right here in Circa. The Wish Granter is involved in this plan as it's being used as a test. As Dahlan says himself, that tech is from an older era. It barely functions as intended anymore, so it's no longer needed. But the Alpha artifact can power both the generators and the Wish Granter, so if it can power one, it will certainly power the other. Before that happens though, an accident broke out in one of the labs, so we need to clear that before we can get started. Looking into the problem, a spatial anomaly appeared within the lab. Following it leads Skiff to Dr. Herman. He managed to find his way back to Circa, but actually tried escaping using the anomaly. Dr. Herman is annoyed at the state of Circa, as the scanners were Herman's invention, even though Dahlan is passing it off as his own. Further saying that he's only used it to make his artifact farm, which is the process of synthesizing real artifacts from the zone into fake trinkets to be sold outside the zone. Even further saying that his only real claim to fame was botching the second Caribbean experiment. Back in 1995, an experiment was attempted on an artifact located in another hemisphere using a sea field. This created the first Alpha artifact. Dahlan had tried to use his artifact farm to make an Alpha artifact, only to return to redoing the Caribbean experiment when his initial plan failed. But this ended up failing too. Members of Spark attacked the scientists doing the experiment, which caused it to fail, leading to artifacts and anomalies appearing outside.
The fuck do you want? What do you mean? What do you mean? Yeah,
Jeez, okay. Oh, jeez. Sorry.
Does he know? One second, I need to put to charge my headphones.
the zone. The exact thing that happened to Skiff. Skiff is extremely pissed at Dallin for this, but is willing to bite his tongue if it means getting him a home, so he participates in their test. Skiff is to talk to the Wish Granter to see if it still has power. When he does, he sees visions of Shadow of Chernobyl's Wish Granter endings, before asking it for it to all come to an end. The Wish Granter then brainwashes Skiff into thinking that Circa and the world betrayed him, before coming to, and realizing that it was just an illusion. Despite nearly killing Captain Zotov, the experiment worked. The Alpha artifact was enough to power the Wish Granter, so now they can use it properly and remote into the generators. Before that, Skiff meets with Agatha. Her role within Circa isn't known, but the art book for the game mentions that all decisions regarding the Institute's strategic development go through her.
Oh, sorry.
She introduces herself to Skiff by giving him a choice.
Thank you, Luppy.
Herman tried to use the anomaly to escape, but ended up getting stuck in Circa again, so now Skiff can decide what to do with him. Kill or spare. Regardless of the choice, Agatha will then inform Skiff that some people are currently trying to prevent them from doing Dallin's experiment, and that he should stop them. Who she's referring to is Strider and Noontide, who have now made their way into Circa. Should Skiff choose to side with Noontide, he and Strider will stop Dallin from completing the experiment, before a signal is played that causes Strider to become brainwashed, while he rips out the device and storms off. If Skiff sides with the Ward, he accompanies Dallin as they complete the experiment, before Strider attempts to stop them. He is put down by security, only to overpower them once the signal is played. Afterwards, it's learned that not just Strider, but every member of Noontide on Wild Island and outside the base has become brainwashed. Faust has just turned Noontide back into Monolith. Because of this, Skiff will have to escape the facility, as Noontide has just started warring with the Ward at Circa. Before that, he also grabs a flash drive which held Circa's archives on it, which will come in handy later. From here, the game tends to split a little, as while the main quest's basic path is the same, how you get there depends on who you side with. If you join with the Ward, then you'll meet at their base and discuss what to do next. If it's Noontide, then you'll track down the Professor again and shut down part of the signal near the Noontide base, which should prevent further brainwashing in the area, and then take that C emitter that was used and bring it to Scar. Along the way, you'll find previous locations, mainly the Sphere and Zelicia, overrun by Monolith. You turn off the emitter at the Sphere, and you can also defend Zelicia from a Monolith assault. Should you fail to save Zelicia or just outright ignore the thing entirely, the place will be abandoned and the previous services will be unavailable. The paths that converge again, as both sides agree that assaulting the Duga is necessary. The Ward wants to prevent Monolith from holding a key position, as the Duga is a massive radar array, and Spark wants Skiff to first head to a nearby factory and install an emitter in the basement. Spark is going to use the war between the Ward and Monolith as a distraction. Spark uses the emitter and turns the Ward into zombies, while Skiff uses the Chaos to kill Faust and stop Monolith. Depending on who you side with, you're able to see one side of the conflict, either setting off the emitter and watching Ward scramble, or being in the midst of that chaos once it goes off. Both sides want Skiff to take down Faust, but he managed to make clones of himself, so killing him was impossible. Once again, both sides suggest going to STC Malachite to see if they have any knowledge on C-induced illusions. Dr. Ozerski is the one to talk to, who instructs Skiff to seek out Professor Dupalo, as he was one of the names listed on an archive pertaining to experiments on illusions. He explains he used to be a part of a controller program, but it was a failure. However, should Skiff need to battle against any illusions, he should find the files on the suppressor, which are in Lab X5. Records from the lab show that they were testing controller capabilities on their test subjects, and Faust was one of those subjects. They had somehow managed to implant him with controller abilities, which would explain how he was able to coerce people into joining his cause. As the notes mention that he didn't outright control them like what a controller might do, but appealed to them without using his powers. Such was the case with Lieutenant Shaterev, as you recall him not initially being on board with what Faust was talking about, only to come around by the end as he claimed that Faust was starting to sound convincing. Within these labs are also files for the suppressor. Returning to Dopalov, he is amazed to hear that the controller program worked and exactly like he thought it would. He was the one who suggested that in order to create a proper host, they needed to have their ability to think remain intact, unlike controllers who are quite mindless. With the plans in hand, Skiff can now attach the suppressor to his armor, which will allow him to suppress Faust's abilities. Now it is time to assault the Duga. Either with the Ward or with Spark, Skiff will attack the Duga, blow up the radar array, and confront Faust. As he dies, Skiff is then sent into some kind of dream-like realm, where he gets a one-on-one conversation with Faust. Like before, he discusses the feelings of happiness, claiming that simply being alive is not enough to be happy. The Wish Granter gave him that happiness, and all he's ever wanted to do is return to it. Unfortunately, his time has been cut short. He recognizes that we are an envoy of the Wish Granter. He must have done something to anger it, that's why Skiff was sent here by the Wish Granter to kill him. Obviously, that didn't happen. If anything sent Skiff here, it's his desire for a new house. He then shows Skiff what the Wish Granter showed him. What he sees is the real zone, or at least how Faust perceives it. He then encourages Skiff to understand his definition of the zone, likely a hint of the multiple choices and endings we'll go over soon. With Faust dead, that means the leader is no more, even though Monolith is still brainwashed. On his neck is a necklace which you could plug it to a device at STC Malachite and talk to a representative of Sea Consciousness. According to the representative, while Strelok did destroy Sea Consciousness back in 2012, they were able to live on in the noosphere in the form of subtle matter. Depending on who you side with, you are either here with Dalin or Scar. For Scar, this is exactly what he was looking for, another step in his plan to find the Shining Zone, something the representative also wants to make true. For Dalin, this is a moment of confliction. Dalin's father was one of the 7 Sea Consciousness scientists, so if subtle matter is real, that means his father is alive. The Colonel doesn't care, seeing it as nothing more than just an illusion. He'll also kill Dr. Ozerski as he worked with Spark to make sure those emitters went off with the Duga, which subsequently killed many of the Colonel's men. Both conversations are cut short as the opposite factions raid the base. Spark attacks if you sided with the Ward, and the Ward if you sided with Spark. Once the chaos dies down, each tells you to meet with Strelok. Scar wants to find the X network where all the Visiographs are located, devices which are related to the Shining Zone. And the Colonel needs to find a way to the generators on foot, since remoting in didn't work as we saw back at Circa, and Strelok would know how to get there. But naturally, Strelok is a hard man to find. Worse, we also know that Fang and Ghost are dead, so they won't be of much use. Our only lead is the Doctor. Through his investigation, Skiff manages to track down the Doctor to this large dome in the Red Forest. At his doorstep is Strider, who was brainwashed into attacking the Doctor. He had killed a few mercenaries who you'll meet earlier. They were used as bait to get the Doctor out of hiding, as the Doctor is known to always come to those in need. Before he can ask about Strelok, the Doctor wants him to pick up a regenerator. Strider's injuries are severe, but Monolith soldiers use regenerators to heal their wounds. Once he returns with it, Strider is seen attacking the Doctor before being killed. The Doctor didn't want to kill him, but he had to make a choice, and it was not an easy one. The Doctor then talks about the past, talking about how the zone is a zone of destruction because the people made it that way. He uses the dogs in his home as an example. The blind dogs behind him were made in labs. They were fearful of the scientists, so all they ever know is fear. Contrast this with Tiger, a mutant dog of his who just showed up one day and asked for food. Tiger had the freedom to choose, while the other dogs did not. He envisions then a different kind of zone, one not bound by the constraints of the people who harness its power. That's when he reveals that he is the 8th scientist of Sea Consciousness, Dr. Kaimanov. He, like his peers, wanted to harness the power of the noosphere, but he bailed last minute because he disagreed with their methods. They wanted to remove the negative feelings of the world and create the Shining Zone, whereas Kaimanov believed that humanity should always be able to choose for themselves, further saying that these aspects of humanity are what make people human. Among the many things said in the conversation, Skiff mentions subtle matter, a theory he should be quite familiar with. To him, though, he never believed it, considering it unscientific, but isn't willing to completely disregard the possibility of its existence. He asks us to test the theory again at Orbita, but to do that we'll need a visiograph to do it. A trader at the Cordon will know where it is, and you can probably guess who that trader is. Sidorovich, like always, has our info, but won't give it out for free. Just like old times, he's got a job that needs taken care of, and it's back at the old factory, just like our first mission in Shadow of Chernobyl. Once that's cleared up, he mentions that the X3 lab is also the Oasis. Apparently, the Oasis in Kala Pripyat isn't the only Oasis. Talking with some stalkers around the camp, we are pointed towards a man named Dark. Dark wants to get to the Oasis, so Skiff will have to work with him and get inside. Once there, they make it to the central control room before dozens of TVs come on, causing Dark to seize, before Strelok comes by and takes them both down. Strelok shows Skiff a PDA that looks eerily familiar to the one we saw in Shadow of Chernobyl. Dark was an agent of Sea Consciousness who was still operating on the old mission of killing Strelok. That's likely why he came here in the first place. Even though the conversation does start a bit hostile, the two manage to talk about Sea Consciousness, subtle matter, and the Shining Zone. Strelok claims that all of it is a lie. The Visiographs, the Representative, the Wish Granter, the Shining Zone, nothing more than an illusion. To prove it, he tells Skiff to go see it for himself. Behind him is a ladder that takes him to an untouched section of the zone. It's surprisingly beautiful. There are no anomalies, mutants, nothing, and the plants are healthy. But remove the Visiograph and you'll see what it really looks like. Strelok said that after he destroyed Sea Consciousness, he briefly saw the Shining Zone, which was like the cutscene we saw at the end of Shadow of Chernobyl. Afterwards, he tried to search for it, but realized it was fake, and that none of it was real. After that, he vowed to stop the people from using the zone for their selfish needs. So as opposed to back in Kala Pripyat where he wanted to destroy the zone, now in Heart of Chernobyl he wants the zone to be left alone. kept away from outside influences that would seek to harm and control it. With the visiograph in hand though, Skiff can now go to a place called Orbita to see if this subtle matter is real. Upon putting in the device and stepping into the pod, Skiff meets with Strider. The two talk about the raid on Circa and you're free to tell him the truth about what happened back there. The point of this conversation is that you can make an informed decision in just a few moments, as Scar will come by to talk to Skiff about what he saw, only for the game to ask you to pick a side. Should you side with Spark, that means you believe in the Shining Zone, and that Strata was alive talking with you from within the Noosphere. Should you disagree and see it as nothing more than an illusion, you become the enemy of Spark. Regardless of your choice, you are then told by Astralic to head to a nearby facility to find info on the Stalker program, as it contains the heart of the X network. Skiff then finds info on a Project Fiber, which was somehow able to implant a camera in the eyes of agents, as seen by Strelok conversing with Skiff through Dark's eyes. Strelok, with Skiff's help, then learns that the Stalker program is located within Pripyat, meaning we'll have to talk to Degtyrev. As he escapes the facility, the Ward along with the Colonel subdue Skiff. From here you'll have to make another choice, side with the Ward or not. If you do, then you lock them in for the ending. If not, then they are your enemy. Regardless of your decision, Pripyat is the next destination. Getting there is going to be troublesome, as Degtyrev has walled off the only entrance into Pripyat, and Skiff can only get in if he has proper authorization. This forces him to look into the whereabouts of Spirit, one of the original leaders of Spark, who claims to know a way inside. Through him, Skiff finds a scanner that he can either use to destroy some anomalies in a tunnel, allowing for safe passage into the city, or he can pawn it off to one of the men at Yanov Station, who will let him inside and return. Once inside, Skiff meets with Degtyrev. As we discussed earlier, the Major, now Colonel Degtyrev, insisted on returning to Pripyat, and for the past decade has continued to put the pressure on Monolith, but he is definitely struggling. Like the other Colonel said back in Call of Pripyat, the situation is dire. They don't have nearly as much manpower as Monolith, and they're running out of supplies. Skiff only cares about the Stalker program though, and to get there he'll have to go underground. If Skiff is allied with Spark or the Ward, he'll have to go through their channels in order to find out how to get underground. If he sided with Strelok, then Degtyrev gives you some leads on where to start. To find the underground area known as the Foundation, Skiff will need to either go to a nearby laundromat to find documents on Operation Fairway, or a movie theater that might have blueprints on old military installations. Either option provides Skiff with two entrances into the underground, either a cafe or a hotel. This then begins the point of no return. If you sided with Spark or Strelok, then Richter or Degtyrev will ambush a security room. Inside, they'll listen in on a conversation between Dahlan and the Colonel. Dahlan has become more and more skeptical about the Shining Zone. He wants to make sure it's real, as it will allow him to see his father. Dahlan ends up betraying the Colonel and the Ward, allowing Skiff and his allies to get inside and take the Ward down, including the Colonel. If you sided with the Ward, then you're on the receiving end of the ambush, and have to fight off Spark and Richter. Next is what happens to the core of the C Consciousness representative. Dahlan will talk to the representative, trying to confirm that it really is his father. Dahlan asks it a bunch of questions only his father would know about, but it doesn't respond. Eventually, Dahlan decides that enough is enough and rips out the core. In Strelok's ending, the representative doesn't respond in time, as Skiff and Dahlan rip out the core. In Spark's ending, it has just enough time to speak to Dahlan, convincing him that his father is alive and real. If you're with the Ward, then you'll kill Dahlan for betraying you, remove the core, and then replace it with one that sees Agatha taking over the roles of the representative, giving her complete access to the X network and all the C Consciousness projects. The person replacing the core is Dr. Herman, who will survive regardless of whether you kill them or not, due to him being too valuable to the goals of Circa. All factions then discuss how to get to the generators and who should be the mediator. Since Kaimonov never entered his pod, someone could get inside. That person will have all the information from the Noosphere flow through them, allowing them to tap into the Noosphere and enact whatever plan that faction has in mind. These mediators are Strelok, Scar, Colonel Korshinov, or Skiff, depending on the ending. With that established, each faction heads to the generators. Although Strelok wants Skiff to take a detour and take care of Dr. Kaimonov beforehand. Strelok wants all the threats to the zone quelled, and Kaimonov has his own motives for the zone, so their interests conflict. If you shoot him, then you continue Strelok's ending. But if you're willing to hear him out, then you'll get another ending. All endings lead to the generators. Escorting him to the generators is Richter. Richter's been in the background all game, always showing up in places we visit and always being the guy we turn to. Richter is a guide, but during one of his trips he got a few people killed. That memory has haunted him ever since. He felt like the zone betrayed him. Through Skiff, he is able to be the true guide he always wanted to be, able to guide people whenever and wherever they want. Through Skiff, he's able to seek forgiveness from the zone. Once he makes it to the Red Fortress, Skiff will then have to battle the forces of Monolith. He'll then come across Strelok. If he isn't allied with him, then Skiff will have to kill him. Strelok owes the zone for what it did. It gave him a new life, and he's willing to give that back to it. He sees himself as the zone's only possible protector, as no one truly knows what it wants but him. To be fair, he was the only one to get to the center and see the zone for what it really is. Later on, Skiff will then meet with Scar right where his next life began at the end of Clear Sky. Same as before, if you're an ally then all is good, if not then you'll have to fight. Scar is such a tragic character, simply for this one line where he questions if it was all worth it. Scar endured hardship at the hands of Sea Consciousness. He, Strelok, and everyone here were tortured. This fundamentally changed him. He needed the Shining Zone to be real. Not just wants, but needs it to be real. Otherwise, everyone who died here would have died for nothing. If the Shining Zone is real, then all this meaningless death will have meaning. He's desperate, a man tortured beyond belief trying to find meaning in a meaningless experiment, and I can't help but feel sad for him. Once that's done, all Skiff needs to do is confront the Granite Squad, the first ever members of Monolith, before making it to the pods of Sea Consciousness. From here, the endings play out. If you sided with the Ward, then Colonel Korshunov gets into the pod. Skiff collapses, but as he awakes, Agatha is here along with some soldiers of the Ward. Thanks to Skiff, the world has been given a brighter, better future. Agatha gives Skiff the choice of continuing to serve under the Ward, or taking the key to his new home. As Skiff leaves on a helicopter home, a screen is shown through the eyes of Skiff, much like Dark earlier, possibly implying that Skiff is simply a tool for the Ward, and the few hundred screens could imply that he's not the only one. One thing for certain is that the zone is gone. If Skiff sides with Spark, Scar goes inside the pod, and the Shining Zone comes true. Skiff wakes up in a flower bed similar to Strelok, before meeting with Scar, Richter, and the other members of Spark. The Shining Zone came true, and all the world's problems are gone. It even healed the wound on Richter's head. The group then talks and relaxes, before the game cuts to reality, showing that it truly was just a fantasy. As for Strelok, he goes into the pod and assumes control over the zone. All checkpoints in the zone have been destroyed. Monolith now serves as the zone's guards, and no one is allowed in or out of the zone. While threats to the zone likely still remain, over time this should allow the zone to simply exist, without any outside threats or influences plaguing it. The final ending sees Skiff going into the pod. If you heard Dr. Kaimonov out, then you'll go into his office and find some documents of his. Some are diary entries that detail his occasional meetings with Strelok back in the day, along with a visiograph that shows him at the generator shooting the Sea Consciousness pods, inadvertently creating the second explosion in 2006 and the creation of the zone. These notes and flashbacks influence Skiff, as when he steps into the pod, he lets the zone choose for itself. Sea Consciousness mentioned that they were halting the zone's expansion, but now that nothing is standing in its way, it seems like the zone is finally able to choose what it wanted to do, and that answer was for it to expand past its current borders. Anomalies have been sighted all over the world, possibly implying that the world has now become the zone. It then ends with Dr. Kaimonov briefly appearing, having survived his encounter with the emission, only for the game to reveal that the Doctor was Faust. Even after beating the game, I'm not sure what to make of the reveal. This would imply that Faust was the Doctor, but for how long? We saw him back in Shadow of Chernobyl, and I still don't believe that Faust was playing this con this long, especially since he was a part of Monolith at the time. My assumption is that this happened recently within the events of the game, but the question still remains, why? Well, there is a possibility that Skiff was inadvertently working for Faust and the Doctor the whole time. The evidence for this comes from a document titled Project Y. It has numerous events from the main quest written down. It mentions Nestor and the scanners, one of the guys Skiff was chasing at the beginning of the game. But it also mentions the Alpha artifacts and how they will provide them, since they have quite a number of them. It's almost as if the events of the game were specifically planned out. Either way, it's still something I can't make heads or tails of, but that doesn't mean it won't ever be answered. As well, this does finally bring us to the end of Stalker. Stalker 2 is set to have 2 DLCs released at some point post-launch, something the series actually hasn't had before. So there is a chance that some questions can become answers. For now though, we shall leave it at that, but don't think our time with any radioactive wastelands has come to an end. Stalker might be over, but the next video will be on a game with an equally irradiated location, one that is a bit larger than the zone, and one that's ranked among some of my favorite games of all time. But we'll save that for another time. Thank you all for watching today, and I hope you enjoyed. Like the video if you did, and subscribe if you're new for more content like this. Feel free to check out my other story-related content if that interests you. Thank you to the patrons for your continued support, and if you'd like to contribute, you can also donate for as little as $1 a month with the link in the description. And a huge thank you to my returning viewers for coming back to another video. Take care everyone. Goodbye.
Now what?
Okay, silly. Bestie.
Oh. Hmm. Spread. Come. Spread esto. The problem this is -2. Laser sight. Skip the laser sight. Move speed. Recoil. Actually, that's spread and recoil. This kind of the best. For the other one, let's put this. Smile. I love it. think I have. Okay.
Oh, wake up. Fantastic.
Hmm. Let me check something.
Fantastic.
Let's do again the first level for nine. And it uses 5. Wow.
Yarrow Lab. Baston. Bang Lumpa.
Oh, I saved Vial from a really big sneeze.
business. Saga. Sagas? Plum. Mundas. Mundas. Business. Saga.
right. We'll have some more. Sorry, you'll have to wait until our next shipment. I know it's hard to rein in your hunger.
Come on over, Hunter.
Bar.
Breaking the wall.
Hi.
Hi, Moo.
I got my issues sorted. I think.
That's not gonna funny.
I hope. My streaming issues, my audio issues at least. There's too many. My personal issues, that's too much. That'd be like a lifelong goal, you know?
You can still. You still need to defeat the. Whatchamacallit? The boxes.
Yes, I managed to defeat the boxes. Very true. Okay.
I'm entertaining Lopi by dancing with the Lara to Chako's song. 24-hour Cinderella.
Adjust your volume to be just right. And then I realize my headset volume is wrong. There we go. Aw, no more ramen. Let's see. I'm almost out of food. Oh wait, I need to join your lobby. Did you send me a message for that, or should I join your lobby? Should you join my lobby? Hello?
Hello, sorry. Music loud. Raimush.
Okay.
Yes. You send a lobby code?
I can send a lobby. Okay. Okay. Let me get that set up. We'll run down here.
Listen, if I don't get Lop entertaining, he's going to come with a bomb and blow me up. He's a New Zealand extremist. Smile.
I can't help but wonder if those squares are showing up on stream or not.
I can check it up. Okay.
It was just when I was talking to Alma just now.
Let me see if I see any square. Lopi is an extremist.
What was the reward for taking down Omega? I have new armor sets I can make. That's weird, I don't see the scars happening anymore. Mild concern. I'm sure it was fine. Also, I sent you the lobby code in the same place I've been sending it, so. Hopefully it's drippy armor. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool armor. It's the Dark Knight set, I believe, from Final Fantasy XIV. Like one of the relic sets, or artifact sets. This one. Veil armor. And this is it with my base color palette activated. So it's very Final Fantasy in its way. Batman, it's very Batman, I would say. Yeah. The legs are pretty cool. I actually kind of like these. The waist piece I don't particularly care for. The body piece is alright too. The gloves are okay. The helmet I'm not really a big fan of, gonna be honest. But merging the pieces in it, I think the pieces mesh pretty well into Monster Hunter style, so makes for pretty good parts. Oh, there's a square again in the middle, I think. How can you run out? I'll go over here.
Alright, let me know if you change your mind.
I've been hiding this, and I'm going to switch back to it. We're going back to big hair with the demon horns.
Wow.
Because honestly, it's a vibe.
The long hair of that helmet is very good.
Very nice. I wish it was just a base hair option in the game, but you know, it is what it is.
Too much.
I know. I'd ask for the world if they'd let me. Let's do we dare?
I think you should do the story. Smile.
The story? The story with. I don't even know which one the story. Well, I know which one the story is.
You have to talk to someone. I literally see in your stream.
Yeah. Okay. Here you go. Oh no! I have to pick.
Don't worry about that.
Don't worry about this. Play as Akuma.
Yeah. If you want, pick whichever you feel the comfiest with. You will try to use the Akuma combo.
The Akuma combo?
Yeah.
I don't even know what this mission is. It was just one of the missions that was part of the thing. Wait, is this one only one person, or is this multiple?
I can see if I can join. I think it's solo.
It's a solo?
I don't know, solo. There is.
Oh gosh, it's giving me tutorials. I don't want to read these.
Of course. Come back.
I'm gonna forget all of these. Yeah, if we can't hurry up for this one, I'll just. Wait. Why can't I talk to Alma? Need a sheath weapon.
Okay, see you later.
The Shuma of the Hollow. What are those?
Can I leave now? No? Quest info. I'm trapped. I'm actually trapped.
Tee.
Yeah.
They trapped me. That's not fair. Okay. Hi, Jarkon. God damn it, Akuma. What the fuck was that dodge? What the hell is Go Run? Oh, I see. Oh gosh. Or farming with that dodge only to get slapped at the end of it. Oh cool, I can't get on my fucking bird. Can't figure out which of the two of you are cute is. You're both adorable. It's Lilac.
See you again, Hunter.
Ismu, sorry, I was distracted.
Yeah. Oh, there's a quest that's only available right now.
Oh jeez. I see. Drive impact has a cooldown. Okay. This is such a weird control scheme.
Yes. You can tell it's not
I
meant
like
to
this.
be used with keyboard and mouse. Smile.
The hunt is on. This will be a dangerous one, but I know you'll manage. A supply
Meantime.
shipment's come in. Hope you find something useful.
He's a combo gauge. Okay. I'm not noticing that in the bottom right. Finally.
Commencing mission.
I wish it would just let me exit out of this instead of being stuck into it. Teach me to... Nope.
Trouble?
Oh god.
Spicy meatball.
Well, actually, let me exit now. Check. No. Or I'm just stupid and don't know how to exit fucking quests.
Hmm?
Uh-oh. Oh, my fucking longsword.
I need to lower the game. It's maybe a bit too loud.
Now's the time to let loose, no matter the cost.
There we go. Just tear a wound open, destroy it one. Try not to get punched.
Second, one second, let me stay here and lower the game soon because I cannot hear the cute.
Yeah. I'm probably also just mumbling. Trying to lock in.
Look
This
the
stupid
fucking.
fight.
You got this.
Uh-oh. I killed him with knives. I killed him with a knife attack. Okay. Alright.
Listen, Regan can be choosers.
Gemini is the exact opposite of terrifying and scary and terrible.
It's about.
I did the Akuma thing. There, it's done.
You can show me if you want. I think you should be able to
join you. Okay.
You can search by lobby.
Quest. Search by lobby member quests. Ooh. This guy was weak to water. Nice. Water is one of my favorite weapons. Oh, I'm also supposed to be claiming in login rewards. It sounds like he's had a fist that cannot piss the heavens to me. Pierce! Pierce! I don't know how one pisses into the heavens with their fists, but, I mean, Akuma would be one to try. Let's grab our loadout. Yes, please. Thank you.
What is the freaking... Ah, it's wanted to ring night. I forgot.
Commands. Oh. Water.
Let me reach.
Magazine. Artillery. A powerful stream. You could say that. Ride like the wind, Autumn. We've got a tentacle monster to beat up.
Yes.
And a corgi to join. With a 32-ton package? And that would also do it, yeah. Ouch. Oh gosh, that wasn't nearly far enough. Use this thing. My food wore off, that's great. Just max potion. Ouch. Face. Pain.
Oh!
Oh, jeez. Alright.
You know how this is the game. Random bullshit goes. A common tactic.
Yeah, random bullshit's a pretty effective tactic.
people could train. Running away. Oh.
What do you suppose this is? It looks quite old.
Poop.
Oh, we got an extra person? I see. Oh, did you? Nice. I forgot to drink a cool drink. There it is. Nope, that was the wrong thing, but we'll do that too. Why not? Ouch, my face.
I think you literally saved my life.
Thanks. That helped.
Oh, later.
And one more for good measure. Take advantage of that while it's here. Dang it, it's running.
It's running away.
Did it just phase through the fucking wall?
He's an octopus.
That little shit. Unacceptable.
I mean, they are known for doing that. As far as their brain fits, they can squish.
Yeah, as long as their beak can go through.
What's the beak? I thought it was the brain. I know the only one part of them needed to fit.
Yeah, I thought it was just the beak, because the beak is just slightly larger than their brains anyways. It's like the one hard part that's not too flexible.
Yeah, maybe.
I set a trap. I've set a bomb. Bomb set.
Nope.
Oh.
The random captured it.
Quest complete.
What?
Amazing as always.
Was part of a daily quest.
I'll just roll those out of here. Put away the barrel bombs? No, roll the barrel bombs.
Do a barrel.
Yay, 100 simple threes. Nice. Some charms. Praise talismans have been added to the... Okay. Oh. You seem pretty fucking good. Wow. Alright. Just having artillery 2 on a charm with a slot, that's ridiculous.
Oh yeah, those are the, but those also are gacha. Because good luck, I don't know if they are random with they also, I don't know if you noticed, they have also a slot for Shem, so...
Yeah, that's gonna be painful.
There's so much randomness.
Yeah, I don't really like that.
I don't like it either. Okay, go talk to whoever you have to talk.
Okay.
Let me see, who do you have to talk? Olivia and Oiling Well.
Accept this real quick. The rewards for that.
Okay, see you later.
Okay. Restock on this. Probably oil well basin.
Yeah.
Because the other one is talk to soul.
Yeah, it's oil well basin. It says talk to Olivia in the oil well basin.
We sure got here fast.
Yeah.
I think I went to the wrong part though.
I went to soul. Should be a side mission. I'm pretty sure. Finding eggs, yeah, that sounds like side mission stuff.
Oh yeah, that's the collab with stories. Which is hell annoying. I de la collective egg. Just depositing them. What?
Okay.
Well, what can I do for you?
We do know that. Mapping the wormways.
There's a special event going on at the Grand Hub. Should we check it out?
Damn, that's a good angle.
Wow, ancient resting pace.
That's when I AFK watch your stream, and whenever I say I see hunt started, I hop in.
Okay. What if it's both? Jeez, Warner. As I recall, Warner's guarantees aren't exactly great guarantees. Sacred time, let's go!
Golly, this area certainly looks big and spacious.
Surely nothing will happen here.
Exactly, there is no environmental foreshadowing, Smile.
No.
Never.
We're just setting up a camp here so that we can exist. We're not going to get carted and sent back to this area. Never. Talk to everyone. I can't talk to you while I'm mounted. Fine. Such serenity. Wow, I'm sure that will last.
Smile.
Sounds like quiet. I thought there'd be at least some endemic life. Nope. Just some spiraling DNA wilk. Wyvern milk. Not a lot of it, actually. Holy smokes. I lied, Autumn. I lied.
I mean, wilk.
The wormway seems to still be functioning. In times long past, this energy must have pumped life through their civilization. Oh, it's pumping something, alright. A wormway nexus? What have you guys found?
I can milk you.
Oh. Cogmazios.
Yip cock.
That's one slimy cock. What is left to confirm? We better confirm stuff? What do you... Wow, it's sleeping in oil. Is that an I-beam stuck in its fucking back?
Of course you were going to react to that. Fucking nerd.
Is it perhaps a fucking railgun? It always goes back to Wilk.
Yes.
Dragonator's vanishing. It's gonna go kaboom. Wonder, why would we want to use the weapon, buddy? That's actually decent enough of a reason. Yeah, okay.
Are you telling me you don't want to use a gigantic railgun?
Yeah, I would. If they gave me the option to use a railgun, I would be sitting out here with a railgun. Yeah. Honestly, I just like an arm-mounted Dragonator, please. I'll take that. AKA, an entire body is just a Dragonator. American, we turned up to the party. Just give me a fucking rifle and just start gatting. I mean, I've already been using the closest thing, right? Gun lance.
It's fabulous.
You mean the weapon that's strapped into its back? The fuck are you talking about? Warner, you are so fucking annoying. Yeah, he's crazy.
A little gathering goes a long way.
Oh.
I'll check our supplies.
Yeah, thanks.
I'm sure I'll do fine. What? Nadia?
That might be a good place to set up camp.
This looks like a good spot to set up camp.
Who? Mission complete. There was no. Oh, I guess I'm supposed to bring a fire weapon, huh? Is what they said. Change equipment. Sand sea. Do. Gun lance fire. Magazine. That's the one I want. As much as I want to check out the special event going out at the Grand Hub, I don't particularly want to. Okay, it is up here. Got it. No, it's not. It's down there. Son of a... Can I jump down? I can't. Shit. I guess there was this. Alright, Warner, let's do this. What now?
While you do that, I'm trying to catch an endemic life.
Ooh. Who is this Nadia person?
None of your business. Thirteen, 12. What is it? 13 and 16. What happened, Lupi?
I don't like watching Werner squirm around like this.
Yo? Lining up a point in an hexagon. I beg your pardon? Which one is the 10? 12, 11. Ahí de... Can you send me a screenshot of what you want to do?
A big problem, say it isn't so.
Mind if I hop on?
Tell me whenever you send me to me, Lopi.
It vanished? Wow.
Who could have expected something that was foretold?
Calm the mind and focus.
A team of 8?
And you need specific weapon elements.
We'll be there before we know
Full
it.
charge. Make the weapon blow up.
Always happy to take requests.
Let me see. what's what you need? You need to line out the point of an X. Point of an X.
Our attacks are vital for softening Gogmazius' armor and dislodging that weapon. Ancient armament, what did Professor Fabius call it? The Convergent Elderbreaker? Yeah. That's exactly what he called it.
It says to meet.
Dragon element weapons? Dragon and fire required?
I don't know, Lopi. I didn't get to constructing windrows. Is part of a puzzle, or you just want to make your base an hexagon?
Fabius. Are we fully prepared? Prepared as I'll ever be.
Oh, let me look at your stream.
I think I recently ate food. Oh, he a big boy. I suppose that comes with the nature of Elder Dragon.
Damn, boy. Hit thick.
He's so drippy and goopy. No! It's Kim Possible, actually.
A giant bigger wasp. I guess they prefer the plenty too.
Warner, get the fuck out of there. Jeez, Werner. Okay. I guess we'll try to buy you some time, but fuck.
I'll just hop off for now.
We're all just gonna stand here and not do anything. There you go. Olivia, you're such a badass.
What a breathtaking view.
Oh shit. Heavy bowgun, I believe. No, that's actually just a machine gun. Never mind, I lied.
No, it's when I think I can help. Let me see.
Oh. Yeah, that does look bad to me. Just eat this real quick. Do. That's a big monster. Yeah, big boy. Alright. Up we go. I said up, please, up, please, up, please, up, please. Damn it. Yeah, how am I supposed to hit that shit? Come on. Pick me up. Thanks, Nadia. I'm not stuck. What are you talking about? We just jumped out of it. Although it's time to be easier to deal damage to the affected area in particular. Thank you for the tutorial mid-fight. There we go. Oh. That wasn't worth charging. That wasn't worth charging. Holy crap, that was close. Max Passion. There you go. Can you join the Cogmazios fight? Is it not letting you in?
Yeah, I'm just keeping the weapons.
Okay, got it.
Let me see if I... What the... Whoa.
Oh gosh! Congrats on the dynamite custard!
On me way.
Fishing X100. Ouch, my face.
Here, have some assistance. No, I'm stuck.
Jeez. He sure is taking that attack.
Oh, we need
is it
to
just
grab...
one charge, or is it charge up 2?
There we go.
Let's start by softening up that monster's hide. Keep attacking. Contact enemy wiring guards.
Right onto it.
What the fuck, game?
Hit the arm, not the part I wanted. I'm fine.
Laser gun! Laser gun! Laser gun! Whee!
A little bit of a suicide dive.
I'll guard the nexus. You focus on attacking.
Somehow not dead from that. Woohoo! Close, 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 close.
I'm stuck.
Hang in there, everyone.
I will take this attack.
It's softened up now.
Ow, my face. Oh my gosh.
Additional supply items. Take a look.
I don't know his arcs for where he's slamming down. It's gonna take me a while to learn. I think I'm running in a safe direction. His arm just like seems to curve.
That's the fun part. It has way too many arms.
He's a quick boy too with this gargantuan fucking hitbox.
Oh, nice. Yes, is it in the
Geeks, I
lava?
could fix a broken left button on an Xbox One controller. Maybe? Probably not. I don't know what type of repairs they do, genuinely.
If it is a stick, you can use WD-40 for electronics, specifically the electronic kind. We gotta go up now. Up.
There are things here you can use. Come up if the situation presents itself.
I will grab these, and I'm going to yoink. I'm going to grab these.
Let's see if we can stagger it. Target its wing arms.
Target its back! Playing out!
You good to go?
I'm coming. Nope.
He's the sweep. You know what it kind of feels like? It kind of feels like a kid like slamming their arm, like with a toy in it. And they're just sweeping it across the entire like. Oh my gosh.
Show me what you got.
Okay, they're on track.
Oh, it is okay. Now, come. We need to plug it in, plug and play. Come to the sides. Look at me. I'm the captain now.
There you are. Got it. I see you.
Oh no! Oh!
That's a lot of magma exploding.
Fuck! My tentacle. Okay. There's one left in the middle. Okay. There we Ayuda. Let me grab this.
Thanks. That helped. Hit it with everything.
Where's the connection point? Oh, it's there on that side. I see it. I see it. I see it going. Connect.
No, you want that. Wait. It's not fully charged.
Not this one. Align it. Change angle. Okay.
Big
gun.
Yes,
big gun.
Hype it up.
I mean, we could just right here.
As formidable as they said.
Do we want to go through the heart?
A fire weapon will make it easier to
Wait, when they call this at the 100.
90%. Ow. He's just picking on me.
Okay, I let you shoot the laser. Shoot whatever in his proximity. Its proximity, yes.
I am getting a tutorial on the thing we just did. That's real cool.
Shoot the laser, Moo. Shoot the laser. Shoot it. Capin. Okay, now mount in yours. In your
Goddamn.
Well, I mean, I suppose we can hit it a bit more, but... Okay, now you change to dragon.
I'm not getting a thing leading me all the way up there.
It's airborne. Use your sacred to pursue it.
The rest is up to you. Come back in one piece, yeah?
The One Piece is real.
Up it goes, up it goes, up it goes. Hi.
All units, this is the point of no return. We finish
Get a few shots in while we can. So my question is why they don't just make giant guns in this universe? Yeah. kind of an explosive, very terrifying.
final form. Use dragon element attacks to suppress its power.
Oh god.
The compact anti-wyvern guns can reach it.
Using the anti-wyvern gun.
Yes.
It's trapped.
Let's go.
Dragon. Wyvern fires and the dragon. Oh, you spin fast. You spin way too fast, my friend. I'm almost triple carded. Just throw one of these out. Another one of these.
You're not keeping its power in check. Keep attacking.
You're not keeping its power in check, she says. Oh my gosh.
Fuck.
Just lasered across the both of us at the same time.
Maybe.
Hi, Cordy. Welcome on in.
No, that was actually a good first start. First try.
Yeah. Not bad, not bad. I got my butt kicked.
You did great.
Do you have a moment? I have a lot of things for you from everyone.
Yes, we know. We understand. Thank you. Can I just talk to you so I can redo it again? Please? Thank
Do
you.
you have any requests?
Please stop talking, Almo.
Shut the fuck up.
Almo, shut up. You just won't stop. Let me go on the quest.
Let me
Let's look you
punch
back for this.
Monster Woman.
I want to fight it. Let me fight it. Transfer items. Let's do loadouts.
Oh wow, they changed the buff up. We'll see because seems extra kick up. Are you fighting already? No. Are you here? Yes.
No, I'm in here. Not down there yet though.
Yeah, I can
You
see.
mentioned the bussy emote, and so I decided to go take a look at, you know,
It's like extra kicked up now.
Leo's caked. It does appear to be extra caked.
Yes. Fucking Leo. You ready?
Yep.
We'll struggle to dislodge the cannon as things stand. Let's start by softening
Hi, Gogmazios. How are
choosing to
you?
fire.
There, it's working.
No, I'm stuck.
Somebody!
Oh my gosh.
Oh, he's
That
standing in the
lava
lava.
vent
He's
did do a
standing in
bunch
the
of
lava.
damage to it.
It's great. It's great.
Okay, almost ran into that one. Like vaguely processing his movements. There's so many like angles for him to attack and so many sweeps that he's doing.
No.
And so many pounces.
You? Pounce on it. Crazy style.
It's as formidable as they said.
He doesn't have any open ones. Okay.
Will make it easier to soften up Gogmazios.
Nope. Yeah, there was no hope for me to evade that. Oh, sorry, no hope for me to block it.
Softened up now.
No, I'm stuck.
My bad.
I'm sandbagging.
Oh no. Up, 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 up. Out, 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 out. Such a good time to wail on its arms too. Suicide dive worked. Let's go.
Let's try to move it to the fighting rock.
Okay.
Oi! You can't.
Over this way, you dum dum. Over this way, you dum dum. Yeah, right about over here.
Teehee.
Get jumped on, nerd. Fuck you. Fuck you so much. Come on, Autumn. Let's go. Let's go. Awful nice of Gogmazios to be like, oh, you're saying you're gonna take the stack? Okay, I'll play along.
We can try to make it come towards the lava pit. Around here. I couldn't shell up.
Oh, that evade. That evade. Come on over here, Gog. Yeah, it's fine. Just come stomping over here. Nothing bad's gonna happen.
Monster down.
Good time to fall over. I'm somewhere inside of it, and I don't know where, but I'm just gonna keep attacking.
Oh, I think I triggered it. Maybe?
Yep, it's been triggered. Ooh, hello. Almost hit me. I'm causing tremors though, like an asshole. Torch pod. I'll take that.
Brace for impact. No, I'm stuck.
Oh god, thank you, Divine Blessing. Literally just ground slamming me here.
You got to be kidding me! I'm going to change in bot to have guard up in bot.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm sucking
Evade the
this.
tail! Evade the tail! It's fine. Is there another vent? There's another vent. Okay, cool. Over this way, Gog. Over this way, Gog. Be dumb. Be dumb.
Is it? Oh, yes. Oh, we're going up.
Vertical shelling works pretty good here. Oh, this is up. Up. Come on. Up, let's go.
Alejo?
Oh, hold on a second. Kill mental bug, yes please. Okay. Got bit. Roll right into that back. And Wyvern Fire.
We start the fire. Okay, I'm going for the further one.